Must shit to shit, set of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, set of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I need.
Hey,
Good morning.
did that all get crazy right there?
It looks normal to me. My YouTube is a little behind restream, but the YouTube play looks like it's going fine.
Something
Streaming started.
happened. Something happened. My computer went nuts. It started coming through my headset and the computer itself. And then it switched to Hulu, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? So,
Looks like it's fine.
technical difficulties. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to give y'all a warning. This platform seems to be a little wonky this morning, so if we go down, I'm going to bring it back up on StreamYard. I don't know if I'm having an issue or not. Can you guys hear me okay in the chat, Forrest? Let me type. All right, I just asked if you can hear me. I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you so well that I could even hear your typing on your keyboard.
Yeah, I didn't mute out. When that's the one thing that I can't stand. That's one of my pet peeves. Thank you, Forrest. When I call like a business call and you can hear the typing, I can't. That drives me nuts. I want a silent keyboard. Like I want a silent keyboard. That is like I cannot stand that sound. I try to type slow because I don't like it.
Right. Yeah, me too. But sometimes you can't help it.
Oh, I know.
You know what? My pet peeve is Vinny Politan.
Why?
When he's just one thing that he does, when he's doing like a casual live, like I think it's from home, and it's just like him by himself doing his casual live, he will have a bottle of water right there at the handy, and he will pick it up and gulp that right in front of the microphone. That's my pet peeve with him. I'm like,
yes.
dude,
Mute out for a moment.
Mute out, turn away from the microphone, but he does it right in front of his microphone, and you can hear him gulping the water. I'm like, it's like nails on a chalkboard to me.
Oh, Vinny, we'll have to give him some tips. Like, look, dude, we like you and all that. Like, well, I do because I've been watching Vinny for, I'm scared to even guesstimate how many years now. But on different platforms, you know what I mean? Way before Court TV. He was on CNN for a long time, back when they used to have actual true crime stuff. But so I've watched him for years. But yeah, I don't get it. Yes, please hit that like button on your way in. I am going to try something out here in a few minutes when we get a few more people in. Welcome in everybody who is here. I guess you all can tell by the thumbnail, and you probably heard from last night. I know there were a lot of lives going on last night. I didn't tune into any of them. I did. I'll take that back. I tuned into 12 Gauge for a little bit, but I was doing some research, and so then, good morning, Dolphin. Anyway, I was doing some research and ended up getting off of that live with them, and I didn't watch anybody's coverage of it last night. So we're all gonna be diving into these little documents. I kind of skimmed through one of them, but there's some interesting stuff in there, I believe.
Good morning, Dolphin.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so sleepy and sore, and yeah, because
Oh no.
Firefly and I were up super late going through everything.
Through the documents.
Hmm.
I fell asleep before I even saw your message that you were back and ready to do it. I was already asleep, and then I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I didn't even get out of bed. I just fell right back asleep because y'all, I am freezing in Florida again.
Hmm.
I'm so over this freaking time of year. I can't stand it. But so you guys done a deep dive into the docs last night?
Yes, I found a bombshell. So yeah,
You
I was
did? Do
like,
you have it
we
loaded up and ready to go for us?
do I have it loaded up? I just sat down, but I did highlight it, and I just was like, oh, I guess you guys, if you want to go through and you find it, till we get to it. I
Okay.
mean, we can wait, but
Oh.
it is a big one, and nobody that I saw, because we were going through, and stopping in, looking at some things. Everybody was going through the documents really fast last night.
Mhm.
And so far, I haven't seen anybody catch this. And I was just
Oh,
like,
wow.
oh my God.
Oh,
Hmm.
goodness. I've seen some juicy tidbits come, here I got on Twitter this morning and I saw people posting random stuff. I was like, "Oh my god, here we
Hmm.
go."
Hmm.
And but then I just kind of I got back to my research and there was something that in the statements about Dylan seeing possibly a vacuum in his hand.
Oh, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
But
well, no, 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 no. I that caught me. That caught me.
yeah. Hmm.
Everybody's like, "Oh, that had to have been a knife." I'm like, You think? Let me look at something." And boy, did I find out something, and I'm like, "Oh, holy hell no!"
I
And
had some thoughts about that, but
I'll show you my thought about it here in just a little bit, and we'll see
okay.
if we got the same conclusion. I mean, I we might be able to explain away that lack of DNA in the car.
Yes, yes. Hmm.
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 We are dealing with a mastermind criminology student here.
I went to my wine dinner last night, and she and I were on the phone because I was blow drying my hair, and I was listening to somebody's stream about something else on the shower Bluetooth speaker, and then I saw her message. Right, she was like, "Oh my God, docs!" Right, da, da, da. And
Yeah.
I'm like, "Wait, wait, what?" Right, and I'm like grabbing my phone, trying to talk to her while I was in the bathroom, and yeah, we were having some technical difficulties. She couldn't hear me. I switched to my tablet. She still couldn't hear me. And
Oh.
then I got up and went to the computer. She still couldn't hear me. So then I was just like, call me, right? And I was doing my hair and she was kind of telling me what she was seeing. And then I got in the car and we still were talking. And so I sat there at my wine dinner last night. We were talking like the whole time because I just, normally I would sit there and put my earbuds in and watch
Yeah.
something, but
Yeah.
I just was like, "Oh, keep going, talk to me," right? And we were talking, talking, talking,
I
and
know.
then I came home and I was like, "Well, where's
I
Salty?"
hate that I fell asleep on you guys because I love it when
Mm.
she's like going through them things.
We were
Uh,
up till about 5 this morning, so
I got up
yeah.
at 4 this morning.
Mhm.
Were you guys in the Discord or y'all were
Yeah, we
just?
were in your Discord. Mhm.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice y'all were in there. And well, I didn't check when I got up at 4 a.m. I was like
Mhm.
trying to figure out why it was cold, but it was just cold, So
Yeah.
I walked outside and it was all windy, and I was like, man, I hate you this time. I hate this time of year. But if this wind would lie down, I think it might get better. The sun's shining now, so maybe we'll get some heat up business going on. But yeah,
Mhm.
so there were a lot of folks covering it last night. Like you said, a lot of them tend to go through the things quickly, and
Mhm.
that's when things get missed. And
Mhm.
it's I know that I don't know if you guys can see it, but I thought that I set a poll up. I don't know. I'm not in.
I did see it. Mhm.
I can't see it from where I'm on in the restream thing. So we'll see. I got to figure out how to stream from inside my YouTube studio. It was kind of confusing. I don't know. We'll get it figured out. But let me say good morning, Texas Ranger Jeff H. Welcome in. Um, welcome in, everybody. We're gonna pour out Lindsay. Welcome in. Good to see you. Um, we'll go over the documents and everything. I put together. Oh, good morning, Sanjoy. How are you? Sajoy, how are you? Um, so yes, the poll is up. Okay, Forrest. Like, let me see. Oh, yeah, okay, because I got my YouTube open as well as this restream. But like I was telling Joe a little bit earlier, as I was trying to play my intro video, something wonky kept happening. And if for any reason this platform is having an issue today and I go down, I will bring it right back up under StreamYard. So no worries there. Just know that that may happen, and if it does, we'll take care of it. But hopefully we will um, be able to get this going without any issues or any hiccups along the way. Um, yeah, so I didn't, yeah, the poll. Let me see if I can expand it. Yes, 77% so far. Okay. There's something I got pulled up, but I don't want to go away yet, so I don't want to click on anything over there on the StreamYard because I want to try something here in a little bit. But I want to see if you guys can see something. I put together a little. I got a little inspiration from another channel that is not like a huge channel that we all watch for Idaho 4 content, but they have a lot of great Idaho 4 type content. And so it inspired me to do something, and I made a little something, and I just want to play it for you guys. I haven't uploaded it to YouTube yet. I will later. Um, now, just I am an amateur at this stuff, Jeff H. About editing videos, and I'm just trying to get better at it and learn it. So I put this together last night, but I want to see if it'll play for you guys without going all wonky on us. So let me try this. Let me get, where's this at? Get the regular screen up. Okay. See, it's cutting out. You guys can't hear it, can
I can hear it. I can hear the music playing.
you? I can't hear the music playing. That's crazy.
I can hear it. I can see it.
I think it's just not cutting it. See that card? It looks like it froze, doesn't it? Can you guys still see it?
Yeah, I can
Yes.
see it.
Hmm. Now the video's paused and I don't hear anything.
I don't know what.
Uh-oh.
I'll have to upload it straight to YouTube later and see how I. Good morning, Pokemon. Welcome in. Um, yeah, it's a little compilation of the videos from Melinda Lane and the times that correspond with the PCA, because the car entering the neighborhood at 3:29, and there's a car that passes one of the Linda Lane footage, and we don't know if it's his car or not. But why can't I see you guys? Like, I mean, my layout's all screwy now. Ooh, I don't like that one. Yeah, this platform this morning is kind of irritating to me. There we go. Anyway, I'll release that upload it later to YouTube, and hopefully it'll work correctly. So we're gonna get to going into this in just a second. Let me pull up. First, I wanted to see if this will work. Let me hit this button. I don't know how many are in here. 12 of you are in here, so let's see what happens with this. There we go. Do you guys see that? Texas Ranger, Emerald Wonderland, Annie Ruler, you're lurking. True Crime Addicted, Sirius Black. I figured out how to gift my memberships now. if
Oh,
I
nice. Good
if I
deal.
yeah, if I can remember how I got to that and so I can do it again in the next show. It took me a minute. I was playing around in my back end last night on the YouTube, and I was like, well, I knew, stop it, Joe. And I was playing around in the back end of YouTube. Um, so anyway, I was like, I know everybody's kept telling me to hit the button, hit the little dollar sign, but it only worked if I was in the YouTube studio. I, so it's weird to explain, but I think I figured it out. Um, oh, you're welcome, guys. YouTube does allow us to gift memberships once a month. I think I've got 5 more left this month because I didn't use them all, but right now I don't know if it'll give me the option to do more at this point. Yeah, it will. We'll do them a little bit later in the show. So, um, for creators, all creators have that option. Just keep that in mind going forward. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. I appreciate you. Now you're all lead investigators. So we will be putting together another members only live special here soon. Um, Maybe do some deep dives into some Koberger stuff that uh, isn't really liked a lot by a lot of people to talk about. So we might do that on a private members only live and see how that goes. So I got to take down this other screen over here so I can get my document screen up. Were you guys surprised by any of the judges' decisions? The poll,
Ask me again after you tell us what they are.
everything was denied. Frank's motion or Frank's hearing was denied, and all motions to suppress that she was trying to get were denied.
Like just flat out, or was there like
Flat
legal reasoning behind it?
Oh, of course, there's legal reasoning behind it.
All right. Well, I want to see that.
No judge pulled a goal and said, "I'm not reading shit. Just deny, deny, deny."
Right. That's what I'm afraid of. Like I have goal
Oh God,
PTSD, like you wouldn't believe.
Well, y'all need to go get some therapy since y'all are all, that lady's done a number on all y'all, and all judges are not like Judge Goal. This guy actually gave her the motion hearing, right? Where Goal denied all that. She didn't even read the Frank's motion. She's like, I'm not reading that shit. Get away from me. This judge said, wait a minute, you got way too many pages and irrelevant bullshit. Please go back and redo this and bring it back to me. And then she did. And then he gave her a hearing and then made his decision based off what was discussed in those hearings. So it's nothing like damn Delphi. Okay. So the first one that came down, because the last thing we had on the docket was 1212, where they sealed some exhibits, and then the motion to seal and all this stuff. So now we have the order of the defendant's motion to suppress the ATT, Google, USB, Apple, and Amazon. And let me get that pulled up for you guys. I don't think anybody can walk away saying this guy isn't fair. They're going to try. Somebody jumped out of somebody was in someone else's live stream last night that's pretty popular, and they jumped over to 12 gauge. They're like, I had to leave that stream, and they named her because she's not reading the documents correctly and she's misunderstanding. I was like, oh, Lord, yeah.
Oh, there's Firefly.
Good morning, Firefly. Is she back here with us? Let me get her up.
I see her in chat.
She's back here. Let me.
Oh, good.
There you are, girlfriend. I heard y'all did. I fell asleep on you guys last night, and y'all did some fun without me.
I know. We stayed up till like 4 again. I think
5 something, yeah.
Oh, was it 5? Oh.
Yeah.
We went through all this stuff, so yeah.
That's what she was telling me, and y'all found something juicy we're going to get to. Apparently, Dolphin's holding out on us, so we're going to.
Yes.
It flipped me. It took me from the fence. Let me just say that, because I've always been a fence rider, like, leaning guilt, but I've always given him the benefit of the doubt. But this thing, that's all I'm just going to say. But it pushes me over the fence. Yeah.
Did it? Okay. All right. Well, we're getting somewhere then. Do y'all know which document it was in?
Yes, we do, and you're going to get to it. Yes,
Okay,
very early in your stream because you're in the right
okay,
document.
But there's
okay,
plenty of good info. There's
There's
like a
good
lot of little
stuff. Hmm.
tidbits. It's
a
really I
lot.
love it. I love when
Yeah,
these documents come out because we get all kinds of info. Sure.
exactly,
I
exactly.
love the tease without the spoiler.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to tease, but
Yeah, I
like
mean,
I'm
would you
just
No,
want
no, it's
saying.
good.
somebody to
It's good. No, it's
yeah,
good. It's a
would you
good
want
thing.
somebody to give away a plot of a good movie
Yeah,
to you before you
exactly.
watch
Absolutely
it?
Kind of
not.
It's like,
naturally. Kind of
no.
naturally.
We just want you guys to, like, actually
I
naturally
just
discover it and see your
my
reaction,
mouth when
you
she
know?
well like because Dolphin
I
was
almost
reading it and
screamed.
I was like, wait, what? I was like, wait, what? Read that again. I'm like, what?
Oh
And then I'm
boy.
like, okay. I'm like, I'm convinced. That's enough. I don't know. Maybe it's not enough to convince anybody else, but to me, I'm
But
just like,
hey,
that's
wait a
just
minute.
crazy.
That's
That's
saying
not
a
even.
lot. If it pushed you over there into the
Yes.
yes,
Mhm. That's
right?
the first thing she
That's
said. I
all
was
I
like,
was looking for,
"Yep."
something more concrete. Okay, I
Mhm.
know there's the DNA, and I
Hmm.
know, but there's still a plausible. Okay, yeah, it's a very slim chance, but it's still a plausible that somehow his DNA got on there.
Yeah,
But
doubtful.
now you know what I'm saying.
Yes, I understand. Well, yeah, yeah, because I mean, the 2 years that well, however long it's been now, 2.5 years that we've been diving into this case, we've all been back and forth, the three of us, and so to hear you say that, like, I can't wait to get to it now. Okay, so yes, y'all, if you don't mind, hit the like button on your way in. It'll certainly help. And if we're going to bring out some stuff here today, I would like people to get to see it. Um, do appreciate all of you coming in and joining us for this. We might be here for a while today. Um, Especially when I get down to Dylan holding that, seeing that vacuum, I really want to show that as well because I was like, holy shit. Let me go look at something real quick, and then I did, and I was like, oh my god. Okay, so this is the order on the defendant's motion to suppress the AT&T warrants, the Google, and the USB. The USB is a drive where they downloaded his phone to, and then the Apple and the Amazon. All right, so we may have to take turns reading, guys, if I get too worn out. So we'll just have to see how things go. Um, this is the introduction. Which we all know the defendant was charged with 1 count of burglary and 4 counts of murder in the first degree in connection with the stabbing deaths of the 4 University of Idaho students in early morning hours of November 13th. As part of law enforcement's investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation issued federal grand jury subpoenas to Apple and Amazon. Remember, everybody was going on and on about those federal grand jury subpoenas. What were they? What were they? Well, they were for Apple and Amazon to obtain information from accounts linked to the defendant. The FBI provided responsive information to detectives from the Moscow Police Department who requested and received search warrants for Apple and Amazon accounts. In addition, detectives sought and obtained search warrants for defendants' Google accounts, Google accounts, a USB drive containing defendant's cell phone data, and information held by defendant's cellular carrier of AT&T. Before the court are defendant's motions to suppress the information obtained through the subpoenas and the AT&T, Google, Apple, and USB search warrants. Defendant argues the FBI's issuance of these subpoenas constituted a warrantless search that violated his privacy interests under both the Fourth Amendment and Article 117 of the Idaho Constitution. He further argues that the search warrants failed to command a search and or lack particularly. And then, of course, we got footnotes here, and that's just stuff that came out of of the of Anne's motion for her franks, where she claims they recklessly and intentionally falsely or omitted material and information. We did go over that document. All right. The state responds that defendant relinquished any privacy interest he had in the Amazon and Apple materials, and further contends the remaining warrants are proper and sufficiently particular. A suppression hearing on the portion of defendant's motions at issue in this order was held on January 24th, 2025, during which the court received testimony from Detective Corporal Payne and Detective Mowry, both from the Moscow Police Department. The court found both detectives to be credible and reliable. Well, people are going to disagree with that one, aren't they? Following argument,
Mhm.
the court took the matter under advisement. The court finds suppression is not warranted because defendant relinquished any privacy interest he had in the records subpoenaed from Amazon and Apple pursuant to the third party doctrine. The remaining search warrants are valid. Welcome in, friendly snake. Oh, what a name. Are you are you like, that's one of my things. I love
A new
animals,
one.
all creatures, but snakes, don't. I can't even look at pictures of snakes. So you're a friendly one though, so we'll take you. All right.
Unless we're in the Garden of Eden, then beware of friendly snakes.
I don't do snakes. I don't care if they're green little garden snakes, rat snakes, good snakes, bad. Snake's a snake. I can't. That is like the only thing that I don't care for. Like bears and all that. I'm used to that shit. That don't really bother me. I'll clap roll. I'll make myself big and run. But make them run. But snakes, I can't deal with. The standard of review of a motion to suppress is bifurcated. The power to assess, well, I need to really be this bigger so I can see it, but I don't know if you guys can see it as good as I can when I do that. The power to assess the credibility of witnesses, resolve factual conflicts, weigh the evidence, and draw factual inferences is vested in the trial court. They cite a case there. A trials court's ruling on a motion to suppress evidence combines the issues of law and fact, and the trial court's factual finding will not be overturned unless they are clearly erroneous. And they cite another case, State versus Canant. When a decision on a motion to suppress is challenged, the application of constitutional principles to facts found will be freely reviewed. And they cite another case. In the footnote there, it says evidence and argument on the Franks motion and IGG were held on January 23rd. The balance of motions to suppress was taken up the following day. Findings of the facts. On November 13th, an officer from the Moscow Police Department responded to a resident located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, where he discovered the bodies of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. May they rest in peace. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. The investigation that ensued was a multi-agency affair involving members of the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI, among others. For purposes of the investigation, a command team consisting of several investigators from each of these agencies was set up at the Moscow Police headquarters. The command team included, among others, Detective Brett Payne and Detective Lawrence Mowry of the Moscow Police Department, as well as Special Agent Nicholas Valance of the FBI, all of whom were located on the second floor of the Moscow Police Department. The command team met twice daily for several weeks to review, analyze, and organize the information gathered in the investigation. So for those of you that people, not you guys, but people are out there, like, they didn't do a thorough investigation. Well, apparently they were very, very busy. Pertinent information was transmitted into a working probable cause affidavit that could be and was incorporated by law enforcement into their various search warrant affidavits. All investigators had access to search warrant affidavits issued during the investigation. There's a big old footnote here, and it's just referring back to where it would all Anne wanted to take a look at during the her Frank's motion, the USB warrant, the Google warrants, the subpoenas and the warrants for Amazon, the pin trap and trace, and all that good stuff. Among the initial search warrants sought in the investigation were two AT&T, welcome in 12 gauge, to AT&T, the cellular carrier for a phone number that law enforcement had linked to the defendant. Detective Payne applied for and received both warrants on December 23rd of 2022. As Detective Payne was not an expert in cell phone data, he relied heavily upon Agent Valance, who is a member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, which is also CAST, and specializes in cell records and analysis. Agent Valance aided, look, they spelled his name different twice. Okay. I'll try to get past all that. Agent Valance aided Detective Payne in both drafting the search warrant affidavits for the AT&T warrants and analyzing the returned information. Within a week of obtaining the AT&T warrants, law enforcement obtained a warrant for the defendant's arrest. The arrest was effectuated on December 30th, 2022, at his parents' home in Pennsylvania. At that time, law enforcement seized defendant's cell phone pursuant to a search warrant of the home. To preserve the phone's data, the FBI copied the contents. The FBI copied the contents of the cell phone onto a USB drive, but did not review the contents. Law enforcement also had a warrant to search defendant's vehicle, which was located in the garage of his parents' home. During the search of the vehicle, a receipt for an Apple iPad was found. Following defendant's arrest, the FBI obtained and served 2 federal grand jury subpoenas, one to Apple and one to Amazon. In addition, Detectives Payne and or Mowry obtained search warrants for records from Google, Apple, Amazon, and for the contents of the USB drive. The first AT&T warrant. The first AT&T warrant Detective Payne applied for sought 9 categories of records associated with the defendant's cell phone: customer subscriber information, device purchase information, associated email addresses, call detail records, cell site information, cell site locations, location information for the cell phone, text and MMS messages, and cloud data. Ask Stefan, that cloud stuff will get you. Exhibit S1 to first AT&T objection. Each of these categories was narrowed by a detailed description of the specific information sought. The information requested was temporarily limited to a 48-hour period. November 12th of 2022 at 12 a.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time, through November 14th of 2022 at 12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. In his accompanying search warrant affidavit, Detective Payne set forth in detail the circumstances of the crime and the scope and results of the investigation as of that date, including evidence linking defendant to the suspect vehicle seen on surveillance videos around the time of the murders. Detective Payne indicated how each of the categories of information sought would aid the investigation, including in determining whether the phone's activity was consistent with the suspect's vehicle's route of travel, as seen on surveillance videos, whether the phone was in the vicinity of the murders during or prior to its occurrence as part of planning the crime, and why defendant's phone was not reporting to the network during the estimated time of the crime. Based on Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit, the magistrate issued a search warrant for the records sought herein. The warrant stated in relevant part, Brett Payne having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing the search warrant, and probable cause to believe property consists of certain evidence regarding the investigation into the crimes. Homicide of the homicide at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, is on the AT&T account associated with the phone number, and they gave out Brian's all unredacted number that time, the 509-592-8458. Between November 12th of 2022 at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time to November 14th. And then it says see Exhibit S2. We can't. To first AT&T objection. So this is the first warrant, the first AT&T warrant. Still, the warrant then set forth each of the categories of information defined by Detective Payne in the search warrant affidavit. It was served by Detective Mowry upon AT&T via email. As was Detective Mowry's practice, he did not include Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit in the warrant when serving it. AT&T mailed a return to the requested information back to Detective Mowry later that day. The returned information was immediately turned over to Agent Balance for review and analysis. In reviewing the information, Agent Balance had access to knowledge of Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit supporting the first AT&T warrant. I don't even know what degrees it is here. I'm scared to look. Degrees. My old roommate would wake up in the morning. She's like, "What degrees is it?" I'm like, "What? What degrees is it?" And I'm like, "You mean the temperature?"
Mm-hmm.
So now I always say it just because I want to throw shade at her and joke. Okay, AT&T Pen Trap and Trace warrant. Within hours of receiving the return of the first AT&T warrant, Detective Payne applied for a second AT&T warrant, this time to obtain records associated with the defendant's cell phone number for the prior 6 months, as well as the installation of a pen register and trap and trace device for the number. And it refers you to State's Exhibit S1. The records sought were call detail records for cell sites for all voice, SMS, and data connections. That's just the footnotes, and there's nothing really on those that are interesting. Records were further defined to include subscriber account information, device identifying information, usage and location information to include cell site positions, information, addresses of cell towers used by the device, and subscriber identity information for customers who contact or are contacted by the device. Again, Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit set forth in great detail the circumstances of the crime and the scope and results of the investigation as of the date, including an analysis of the data received from the first AT&T warrant. This information, according to Detective Payne, showed that the estimated locations for a defendant's cell phone during the 48 hours before and after the homicides were consistent with the movement of the suspect vehicle seen on various surveillance videos. And I have every single timestamp from the PCA of when this car was spotted, all right over here in a neat little package written down to refer to back anytime we need to. And I can even tell you what page on the PCA it is listed in because I got tired of everybody asking. It's just so much to try to keep up with. I had to get it all working. You know what I mean? So I was busy last night before I fell asleep, and I got so tired I just had to lay down for a minute. Next thing I know, I was gone. All right. So he stated, based on my training, and this is out of the PCA, I believe, training and experience, the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the 8458 phone number during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, and the lack of the 8458 phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. As a result, I'm seeking the historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current. Prospective location information and a pin register trap and trace on the phone to aid in efforts to determine if Koberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense. Conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, is in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense. Any locations that may contain evidence and of the murders that occurred on November 13th. The location of the white Elantra registered to Koberger, as well as the location of Koberger. A search warrant for information requested by Detective Payne was issued by the magistrate later that same day. I just barely caught that, Tessa Forrest. I have a woman I know from up there. Like, you have a woman. You guys, I gotta stop laughing. All right. A search warrant for the information requested by Detective Payne was issued by the magistrate later that same day. Brett Payne having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and probable cause to believe that there are records related to the crime of homicide at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, and are currently under the control of AT&T for historic call detail records for the phone number 50, and it will list his number again, 8458 number, with cell sites for all voice, SMS, and data connections between June 23rd to the present. So, on all those nights he claimed that he normally would stargaze and drive around. While he was out doing that, was his phone registering? And they're going to be able to see that in that warrant if they pulled from June 23rd. Because as the weather got cooler, his jogs and runs stopped and he began to drive around more. So if your cell phone's connecting while you're out driving around out there near Wawa-wee, then why wasn't it connecting the night of the crimes? Okay. The warrant then set forth each of the categories of data outlined by Detective Payne in his search warrant affidavit. In addition, the warrant authorized investigators to install and use a pin trap and trace device and cell site simulator in accordance We all talked about those cell site simulators a long time ago. Once
Sure
issued,
did.
yeah, we sure did. Once issued, Detective Payne sent the pin trap warrant to the FBI for service since the FBI hosted the pin register portion of the warrant. Agent Balance then served the warrant on AT&T on behalf of the Moscow Police Department, and they list the exhibit there. Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit supporting the pin trap was not served with the warrant. However, the return was provided to Agent Balance, who had access to search the warrant affidavit in reviewing the return. The Google warrant. Detective Mowry applied for and was issued 3 different warrants to Google between January 3rd of 2023 and January 24th of 2023. Each of the 3 warrants began with the following language: Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and there is probable cause to believe the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation of the crime and the homicide. It's at 1122 King Road, Idaho, on the Google account of Brian C. Koberger. And then they list Exhibit A through C to Google Motion. Each warrant requested information in connection with the email accounts, phone numbers, and International Mobile Equipment Identifier, which is the IME number, that the investigation had revealed were associated with the defendant. The Google warrant issued January 3rd, which is Google Warrant 1, requested business records and subscriber information in connection with Brian Christopher Koberger 1994 at gmail.com, plus 2 phone numbers and an IME number. So the dude had 2 phones.
Mm-hmm.
Got that. Them old burners, man, they come in handy, don't they?
Shoot, probably not the burner, the original phone from
Probably.
Pennsylvania.
Ooh, you're right. Probably so. He probably would. Yeah, he probably was. Yeah. Yeah, because, yeah, okay. The
And
Google, go ahead.
mhm.
Go
Oh, I
ahead.
was going to just say too, while we noticed this, something else that I was thinking about too was, I got a new phone, right, the other
Mhm.
day, right? It has the ability to put one SIM card in it and then also have 2 eSIMs in it. So I was just like, what if he actually only had one device, but had his old Pennsylvania number in this one device and then this new number that he got in this one device? So he's only physically carrying one. But then we started doing research as to, how you could turn off one but not the other.
Right.
Um, because if you put airplane mode on, that's going to turn everything off. But then Firefly was like, well, what if he took the SIM card out? And I was like, oh, yeah. If he had his new one on a physical SIM card, but his old one on the eSIM, he could physically pull out his 8458 out of the phone, and then therefore it's no longer connecting to the network, and he still would have had a phone that he could have used.
Yeah. And the guy's not dumb. I mean, he may have made that huge mistake of the sheath, but everything else, and I'm kind of blown away by this guy's mind a little bit. I think there's going to be a lot of studies done if he's found guilty and they can prove it in court. There's going to be a lot of studies done on this guy, and I'm sure Catherine, how do you is it Ramsland?
Ramsland. Mm-hmm.
She deep dove the BTK killer. She's probably going to deep dive her former student.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe figure out what happened there. Okay. Plus 2 phone numbers. Okay, the Google warrant issued January 24th, which is 2024, is Google warrant 2, requested business records and subscriber information in connection with YEWSIRNEIGH. Is that supposed to say something?
Yeah,
Geo
username.
Name.
Username.
username. Oh, that's right. We had looked at that like a long
Mm-hmm.
time ago, didn't we? That's
Mm-hmm.
right. The Google warrant. I don't speak crazy talk, but well, I do, but I don't. Let me take that back. I'm all over the place. I got multiple personalities, I think. Well, I got 2. I'm a Gemini, so there's 2 of me in here. You don't ever know which one's going to wake up that day. The Google warrant issued.
Oh.
Okay. The Google warrant issued February 24th, 2023. Google warrant 3 requested data in connection with all Gmail accounts linked by recovery email, cookie, Android ID, creation IP, or phone number associated with all the accounts listed in the Google warrants 1 and 2, as well as BK5781 at desales.edu. Each of the 3 warrants were temporarily limited to. Let me, hold on, guys. I am blind as a bat. Can you? I don't know if that messed you
You're
that.
not alone.
I can't say. Um. Uh. Well, I got that a little too big because now I can't see. Oh, wait. Let me do this. Let me slide this bitch over here. Okay, now we're cooking with Crisco. All right. Oh, okay. Um, each of the 3 warrants were temporarily limited to January 1, 2021 through December 30th of 2022. In addition, all 3 warrants were listed the following 16 specific items to seize: Google account subscriber information, Google account recent activity logs and connected devices, Google email messages, Gmail, including drafts and those in the trash, Google Pay, account information and transactions, calendar and calendar events, contacts, people, contacts, and files, photos, videos, and albums of associated metadata. I wonder how many photos you're going to find in there and videos of the stargazing.
Mm.
I've had too much coffee this morning and I'm not even done with coffee anyway. I've been had one pot and almost second. Drive. Okay, the drive. Documents, spreadsheets, presentations, and files associated with metadata. Keep titles and the notes, hangouts and chats, messages including attachments such as photos, location history, location data, and deletion records. My activity, searches and browsing history, including activity from web and app activity, Google Assistance, and Google Home. Google Voice, Google Voice information, including Google Voice basic subscriber information, call logs, forwarding number, text messages, and voicemails. YouTube, registration email, channel ID, display name, IP logs, and account registration information. I would love to take a look at his YouTube. You know,
Oh, yeah.
I wish I knew what it was. Android. Ooh, I just had a thought. Okay, never mind. That's just a thought. I wonder. No, you reckon he started a YouTube channel after the crimes to watch what all YouTube was saying and doing? I don't know.
I mean, you wouldn't need to start a channel for that, but,
No, you're true because
Well,
you
yeah,
technically, if you have a
the Google
name,
account.
yeah,
it's
you've
gonna
got one
Have your
already.
it's
right.
considered a YouTube account. But I mean,
Exactly. That's true. But they can go in there and look and see what he was consuming on the YouTube,
yeah,
like all of our stuff. Ugh,
that's crazy to think he was following, one of these streamers, right?
Oh, could have. Going, yes, y'all keep throwing shade out there about the prosecution. Keep keep backing me. Keep backing me. All right. And there are some sketchy accounts on Twitter, I think, that were also helping try to do that as well. Um, Android Records, I saw one this morning. Her post just absolutely floors me. I don't know where this girl gets this stuff from. Anyway, nobody berated you, honey. Android Records for Android devices to include subscriber information and other associated accounts, cellular, carrier information, and device hardware information. Google Play purchases made in Google Play applications downloaded. These warrants were each supported by search warrant affidavits executed by Detective Mowry. In these affidavits, Detective Mowry set forth a statement describing in detail the scope and the result of the investigation to date, how the accounts and phone numbers identified in each warrant were discovered, and how they were connected to the defendant. He also included a detailed explanation as to how Google works and why each of the 16 items listed in the warrant could be relevant to the investigation. Upon receiving each Google warrant, Detective Mowry served it on Google electronically through law enforcement portal. As was his practice, Detective Mowry did not serve his search warrant affidavit in addition to the warrant. The returns for the Google warrant were submitted to law enforcement as a digital file available through Google's law enforcement portal. I'm just checking on chat real quick, guys. Did you say pot? Did you second pot of coffee? Yeah, I did say pot. But I'm on my second pot of coffee. Yeah, I drink a lot of coffee, and this morning I'm cold and I just need a lot of coffee. Annie, but especially people who have the right values and blood.
While you're taking a break, I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to get a cup of coffee too.
Yeah, I'm about to refill mine. But you know what I did though? I poured mine in a thermos and brought it into my office room with me, and so I don't have to get up and leave to go get it. I was like, I'm gonna be smart today. I need, but you guys, go right ahead and let me just check on chat for a minute. Just go right ahead. Oh, thank you, Annie. Are you talking about me? um, oh, thank you, Annie. I tried to do my research. We try here. We don't want to, doing your own research is always a good thing, right? And even the things that I tell you or present to you guys, you're welcome to go look it up yourselves, because that's what I do. If I hear something somewhere in another stream or something, and I'm like, wait a minute, if that catches my attention, I'm going to go learn all I can about it, right? And so and Dolphin and Firefly, Joe, we're all trying to always bring the best that we can get out here. Again, appreciate all you guys for coming in. Yeah, you think so, Texas Ranger, right? I know you've been following the case for a very long time as well. I've seen you around for a couple of years now, and I know you know your stuff. Pokemon, are you coming to Florida for a visit?
She heard pot. She heard you have pot in Florida.
Well, yes, I do. This is legal in Florida. It's medical marijuana.
It's legal in most states that aren't bass-ackwards, like the state of Indiana.
Yeah. Well, Florida did not pass we tried to get a law passed this past year to where we could grow our own and smoke it freely. And they're like, no, not yet. We don't want to stink up the state. We're like, what?
Right.
You don't want to stink up
I
the
heard
state.
that. I heard that quote and I just busted out laughing out loud. Like,
yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. My gummies don't smell like that. They taste good, but they don't smell. Anyway, I haven't had any of those in about a week, so maybe that's why my sleep is all weirded out. Anyway, all right. Thanks for stopping by, 12 Gauge. We appreciate you. You have to go teach. All right. Like I said, I do jump into his late night chats or nighttime chats. I love his psychological look at the case. I enjoy that aspect of it. So thanks for that, 12 Gauge. And one of you mods, if you could drop his channel in the link, I'd appreciate that. Or in the link in the chat, I'd appreciate that if you guys want to go check him out. All right, so let me pour my fresh coffee up here, and then we'll get going again. I muted before I swallowed, Joe. Don't even say that's what she said, because I know it's coming. But he had a pet peeve this morning he was telling me about, and about people swallowing and gulping their drink while you can still hear them. So yeah.
Yeah, Vinny, you're a professional. You should know better, dude.
The gummies are great. If you guys haven't tried gummies, they're amazing. If you are into that, I recommend them. There's different ones, for different needs, of course. And yeah, I like them. And they're so easy to, take with you when you go somewhere. At Salty, all your work used to be for other shows. Yes, ma'am. And I got tired of that. You've been around a long time. You I've known you for quite a long time as well, and you do know the backstory on that. And so I appreciate you for saying that. I really do. Um, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Um, all right, let me get this going. I'm glad I got some backup here because we may have to take turns reading some of this. Um, at least I don't have a headache this morning. For some reason, I got one yesterday, and I don't ever get headaches. I rarely do. And I think one of the reasons why I ended up falling asleep, I don't really ever take like Tylenol, and the only thing my son had in his room was like Tylenol PM. So I took two of them, and damn it, they didn't put me to sleep. I didn't take any this morning. I didn't want to fall asleep on you guys midstream. Be like, I'm sorry, my Tylenol PM just kicked in. I'm out. Okay.
I'm back. I'm back anyways.
All right. So yeah, we all just got freshened up on our coffee and all that good stuff. All right. All right. So Detective Payne downloaded each return upon receipt, after which he prepared a receipt and inventory of the warrant. Detective Mowry then reviewed the downloaded material to ensure it contained information for the correct accounts identified in the warrants before disseminating the returns to other investigators. Good job. In the command team process, each member of the team had access to the search warrant affidavits supporting their respective warrant. Take a note, Delphi. This is how you work together and not against each other. Thus, in processing the returns on the 3 Google warrants, the reviewing investigator was able to refer to the particular search warrant affidavit. Nothing found in drawers here in a box stuck somewhere except for those IDs in Koberger's house. All right. Which the state has clarified. Well, Christy Gonzalez said on her Drunk Turkey phone interview, and he relayed what she said, that they were told that those IDs found in the glove and the box, all that, were not related to the victims of the Idaho 4. So that's been brought out a long time ago because we all wondered if they were, 2 years ago. All right, the USB search warrant. After the content of defendant's cell phone was copied onto the USB drive but not reviewed, the FBI or not reviewed by the FBI. The USB was sent to Detective Mowry, who sorted it into the forensic lab at the Moscow Police Department. Detective Mowry then applied for a warrant to search the contents of the USB. In his search warrant affidavit, Detective Mowry set forth in detail the circumstances of the crime. Okay, we know all that stuff. A warrant was issued that stated in pertinent part, Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe property consisting of a Seagate, and that was taken out of his parents' home, right? The Seagate 2 terabyte external no, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. The Seagate 2 terabyte external USB drive with serial number, and they list the serial number, for evidence regarding the investigation into the crimes of the homicide of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Every time I read their names, I just picture Ethan singing that song, I Just Want You to Know Who I Am, instead of all that bullshit you hear about us on the internet. Data compilations relating to or containing information indicated, suggesting or related to violence, a fight, or motive hostility for any of the same, to include without limitation ledgers, papers, lists, books, notes, letters, calendars, diaries, tapes, photographs, audios, video, and other media or similar documents or items, computer and communication devices capable of storing electronic data, other electronic storage devices and media, and access to contents of all of the above. Records of communications, written text communications, including the emails, SMS messages, MMS messages, and other communications, including but not limited to third-party applications such as Kik, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram. Contacts stored location information. Oh, I was reading a comment over there. Okay. Location. Hang on. I'm not a blanket at. My legs are cold. Sorry, y'all. This Florida girl cannot take this cold ass weather. All right. And my house is warm, but I'm still cold. It's crazy. Um, all right. Location information stored in any cloud account associated with the phone if said account credentials can be obtained from the forensic image of the phone. Internet history, bookmarks, and associated cloud accounts, written and audio recorded notes, or any cloud account associated with the device. Indicia of residency in or ownership or possession of premises in any of the items above, located in or upon the following described premises located in Latah County, state of Idaho. The Moscow Police Department is located at 155 South View in Moscow, Idaho. The forensic lab is located on the second floor of the Moscow Police Department. You are therefore commanded to search the above described premises for the property described above. To seize it is found and bring promptly before the court above named. The USB warrant was served by Detective Mowry in person at the forensics lab. He then obtained the USB and prepared an inventory documenting his seizure of the USB and Brian Koberger's phone data. He submitted the return to the magistrate, who in subsequent order authorized the property to be delivered to any person or lab or laboratories for the purpose of conducting or obtaining any test analysis of said property to be delivered to. Remember, there was something a long time ago about some of the evidence. They had a document about it leaving and going and coming back. It must have been about some of that stuff. At page 26 through 32. The data on the USB was subsequently processed by the investigators on the team, all of whom had access to Mowry's supporting search warrant affidavit. The Apple warrant, Apple subpoena and search warrant. The FBI served a federal grand jury subpoena on Apple Inc. on or about January 12th of 2023. Apple responded on January 27th, providing for subscriber information for 2 Apple accounts associated with the defendant. Brian Koberger at Spartan, or B Koberger at spartan.northampton.edu. Now we know he went to college at Northampton Community College, which Apple indicated was active and whatever at yahoo.com.
Wi-Fi Army owns.
Thank you, Dolphin. Which Apple indicated was locked. See States Exhibit S4 to Apple's objection. Both accounts were created on October 17th of 2016. The subscriber information provided by Apple was revealed the active account had last been accessed on December of 20th of 2022, just days before the defendant's arrest.
Interesting.
On or about April 6, 2023, the FBI issued a preservation request to Apple for these 2 accounts. The FBI shared the information received from the Apple subpoena with Detective Payne and Mowry. On August 1, 2023, Detective Payne applied for a search warrant for all Apple accounts and associated or linked accounts associated with 2 above identified Apple accounts from October 7th of 2016 to the date of the defendant's arrest. And they cite Exhibit S1 again to Apple objection. His search warrant affidavit discussed in detail the circumstances of the crime, the results of the investigation to date, and why the defendant was arrested and charged. Detective Payne also conveyed the defendant was seeking an advanced degree in criminology and had studied cloud-based forensics prior to the crimes. Smart cookie. The affidavit discussed how the defendant had attempted to conceal his location during the period immediately before and after the crime was committed. Detective Payne also included a detailed explanation of what types of information Apple captures and maintains from users of Apple accounts, and he believed the information sought from Apple would provide information concerning Koberger's plans thought process, research, locations, photos, and or other pertinent information stored on his Apple account, including his iCloud account. A search warrant for Apple was issued that same day. And they cite the exhibit again of the objection to the warrant. Corporal Brett Payne, having given me proof under oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and probable cause to be delivered property to believe property consisting of there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon such premises consists of information related to the investigation into burglary and or homicides at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, on or about November 13th of 2022, on the Apple account and or iCloud accounts associated with the following identifiers. And then they give the email accounts again. And the footnotes don't really have anything informative in there. All right, the Apple warrant set out 9 categories of information sought by Detective Payne in his affidavit, as summarized: account identification records, records regarding devices associated with the accounts, contents of emails associated with the accounts, the contents of IMs associated with the accounts, the content of stored iCloud files, activity connections, and transactional logs for the accounts, location where the accounts were accessed. Locations where the accounts were accessed. That's interesting. Records pertaining to the types of service used, information necessary to decrypt any data. Other than its reference to the date of the crime being investigated, the Apple warrant was not temporarily limited. The Apple warrant was served electronically by Detective Payne through Apple's law enforcement portal. At his As is his practice, he did not include search warrant affidavit when serving the Apple warrant. Approximately 1 week later, Detective Payne and Mowry downloaded the return provided by Apple and prepared and filed an inventory of the return with the magistrate. Subsequently, the magistrate issued an order allowing for returned information to be delivered to any person or lab or laboratories for the purpose of conducting or obtaining any test, analysis, or identification of said property, which is deemed necessary by the custodial law enforcement agency or jurisdiction prosecuting attorney without further order of the court. And then they state the objection. Detective Payne disseminated the returned information to other members of the investigative team for processing, namely Detective Mowry and Special Agent Nick Valance. Both of these individuals had access to Payne's search warrant and search warrant affidavit in support of the warrant. Welcome in, Bullets and Bling. Good to see you. At some point in the investigation, the FBI located an Amazon account associated with the defendant. And this is the Amazon warrant. If I didn't say that, I'm sorry. It served a federal grand jury subpoena upon Amazon seeking order history records. Order history records. Amazon responded by providing the FBI with the defendant's Amazon subscription information and purchase history from January 1, 2022 to December 13th of 2022. After receiving this information, Detective Mowry applied for and received a search warrant for records retained by Amazon for defendant's account regarding customer click activity, details of items added or deleted from the cart, all suggestions made to the account, advertising data, device identification information, and linked accounts, with a date range of March 20th through the 30th of 2022. And November 1, 2022 through December 6th of 2022. Conclusion of law. Having already dispensed the defendant's arguments regarding whether the warrants at issue in the four suppression motions addressed herein were invalid under the Franks and or as a result of law enforcement's IGG investigation, the remaining issues are as follows: whether the grand jury subpoenas violated the defendant's privacy interests in his Apple and Amazon accounts under both the Fourth Amendment and Article 117 of the Idaho Constitution, whether the AT&T, Google, USB, and Apple search warrants were sufficiently particular, and 3, whether the Google, USB, and Apple search warrants property command a search. The court finds suppression is not warranted in any of these issues. Oh, you think so, Dolphin? The second Apple account could have been locked because of 6 incorrect login attempts.
That's what happens. That's what they do.
Yeah, I know I got a phone that I need to factory reset to get to my sister, and I can't remember the password, and I can't get that thing to reset to save my life. I'm gonna try again later. Um,
I was going to say this section, scroll back up
okay,
to the warrants. There was a date, so two sets of dates. This was Amazon. Yeah, so March 20th through March 30th of 2022, and then
and then November
December, oh yeah, November 1st through
through
December
December
6th.
6th.
But
Hmm.
this is Maori's warrant. And then if you scroll back up on page 12, the bottom of page 12 there,
Hmm.
the FBI's original warrant was January 1st, 2022 to December 13th, 2022.
Uh huh.
And then so the FBI tells Maori, hey, now you go and ask for a warrant for these specific dates.
Right.
That to me says they found something interesting in those two date ranges.
Exactly.
And they needed Idaho to have it,
Yeah,
an official warrant.
because it is particular dates,
Mhm.
right? And so,
Mhm.
yes, ma'am, they obviously found something to do follow-up warrants with, right?
Mhm.
Um, so, conclusion of law, having already dispensed the defendants. Oh, wait, did I read that part already?
No, you were just starting.
Okay. Having already dispensed the defendant's arguments regarding whether the warrants at issue in the four suppression motions addressed herein were invalid under Frank's and or as a result of law enforcement's IGG investigation, the remaining issues are as follows. Whether the grand jury, yeah, I did read this part, whether they violated his rights by going in and getting those grand jury subpoenas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we are right to hear now. Defendant does not have a privacy interest in the subpoena records protected by the Fourth Amendment or Article 117 of the Idaho Constitution. The Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution and Article 117 of the Idaho Constitution prohibit unreasonable search and seizures. Warrantless searches and seizures are presumed to be unreasonable. State versus Weaver. However, a person challenging a search has the burden of showing that he or she had a legitimate expectation of privacy in the item or placed place searched. And they cite cases that involves a two-party inquiry. Did the person have a subjective expectation of privacy in the object of such challenged search? And is society willing to recognize that explanation as reasonable? The first inquiry is a question of fact. The subpoenas did not violate the defendant's Fourth Amendment rights. Pursuant to third party doctrine, a person has no legitimate expectation of privacy in information he voluntarily turns over to third parties. This is true even if the information is revealed on the assumption that it will be used only for limited purposes. As a result, the government is typically free to obtain search information from the recipient without triggering Fourth Amendment protections.
So we just kind of dealt with that in the Stephen Stearns case, right? His last motion to suppress was based on the fact that he supposedly surrendered his phone on a limited search basis.
Yeah, but then they obtained a warrant for that phone once they had it. I've got
Right.
the yeah,
I'm just saying the legal principle that's cited here is also applicable in his case. Anyway.
yeah. Because when they downloaded the USB, they didn't do anything with it until they got a warrant to search it, right? Um, so, and then all the third party information is coming. All of that stuff, the third party doctrine. Because we give up a lot of information. We agree to share a lot of things that we sometimes don't even think about. Well, we're not criminals, you know what I mean? Um, so that stuff, once it's out there, it's out there. Um, so, and if he wants to change a bunch of case laws, they better get busy for the future on appeal to try to do it because you can't go against what's already the standard. In Miller, the United States Supreme Court applied the doctrine to bank records. In investigating tax evasion, the government subpoenaed the defendant's banks, seeking canceled checks, deposit slips, and monthly statements. The court rejected the defendant's Fourth Amendment challenge because he could assert neither ownership nor possession of these business records of the banks. Moreover, the defendant's purported expectation of privacy was unavailing unavailing in light of nature in nature of bank records. The checks were not confidential in communications but negotiable instruments to be used in commercial transactions, and the bank statements were exposed to bank employees in the ordinary course of business. Having taken this having taken the risk in revealing his affairs to another, that the information would be conveyed by the person to the government. The court found the defendant relinquished any Fourth Amendment protection. In Smith, the United States Supreme Court applied the doctrine to information conveyed to a telephone company. The court held the government warrantless the court held that the government's warrantless use of pen register was not a search. Petitioner can claim no legitimate expectation of privacy here. When he used his phone, petitioner voluntarily conveyed numerical information to the telephone company and exposed that the information is to its equipment in the ordinary course of business. In doing so, petitioner assumed the risk that the company would reveal to police the numbers he dialed. We therefore conclude that the petitioner, in all probability, entertained no actual expectation of privacy in the phone numbers he dialed, and that even if he did, his expectation was not legitimate. As defendant notes, the third party doctrine has come under increased scrutiny in the digital age. And then they're noting commentators of two Supreme Court justices have questioned the continuing viability of third party doctrine under current societal realities. In her concurring opinion, the United States versus Jones, Justice Sotomayor noted the doctrine is ill suited to the digital age, and in which people reveal a great deal of information about themselves to third parties in the course of carrying out mundane tasks. Later in Carpenter, the United States Supreme Court rejected the application of the third party doctrine to government collection of historical CSLI. In so doing, the court found the two rationales underpinning the doctrine. First, whether the nature of the material revealed to third parties indicates a reduced expectation of privacy, and second, whether there was voluntary exposure of the information to others. So they're going through citing why this is not a violation of all of his rights. With regard to the first rationale, the court noted that although one normally does not have an expectation of privacy in his movement on public streets, the pervasive tracking of movements revealed by historical CSLI was different because it provided a detailed chronicle of the person's physical presence compiled every day, every moment, over several years. There is a world of difference between limited types of personal information addressed in the Smith and Miller and the exhaustive chronicle of location information casually collected by wireless carriers today. With regard to the second rationale, the court finds CSLI is not truly shared as one normally understands the term. Rather, it is the data that is generated by the user simply turning on the phone. Noting that carrying a cell phone is indispensable to participation in modern society. The court found that in no meaningful sense does the user voluntarily assume the risk of turning over a comprehensive dossier of his physical movements. I got distracted by the cat, sorry. The court was careful to limit its holding in Carpenter to the facts before it expressly declined to disturb the application of Smith and Miller. In other contexts, while defendant recognizes this limitation, he argues that his purchase records from Amazon and data associated with his Apple accounts provide the same type of extensive private information that CSLI does. Additionally, he points out that both Amazon and Apple are heavily regulated and contends that they guarantee their users' privacy. Consequently, he asserts that under Carpenter, a warrant is required for law enforcement to access this information. However, unlike in Carpenter, the dual rationales underpinning third-party doctrine support its application to defendants' Amazon and Apple information. Obtained from subpoenas cannot be compared to the exhaustive chronicle of location information as issue in Carpenter. The Amazon records consisted of his purchase of history and associated account information for 1 year. The Apple records were even more limited, consisting of account subscriber information and the date the account was opened. While both Amazon and Apple are certainly capable of obtaining far more information by its users, the information specifically sought and obtained here through subpoenas was extremely limited. Moreover, this information was not generated simply passively powering on a phone, as was the CSLI in the Carpenter case. It was voluntarily conveyed to third parties. The Apple subscriber information was generated by defendants' affirmative conduct in opening Apple accounts. The Amazon purchase records were likewise generated by defendants' affirmative act in visiting the Amazon website, shopping for items, placing them in a shopping cart, and arranging for delivery and payment. He had been shopping in a Had he been shopping in a physical store, there is no question that under Miller, the security footage of him shopping in that transaction record could be obtained without implicating the Fourth Amendment. The fact that he was in a virtual store does not change the analysis. Mm-hmm. In addition, any subjective expectation of privacy he may have had in his Amazon purchase records and Apple subscriber information is unreasonable given according to the policies cited by the defendant. Both Amazon and Apple notify their customers that personal information collected may be shared with other third parties and third party providers. Consequently, having considered both the nature of the information obtained and its voluntary exposure to other parties, the court finds no reason to depart from the third party doctrine as applied in Miller and Smith, and concludes suppression is not warranted under the Fourth Amendment. Okay, Dolphin, what kind of tea you having this morning? That kind of sounds good. And then the footnotes are just going back over some of that stuff there, because I am paying attention to the footnotes, because sometimes you get really good tidbits out of those. I kind of want to. We understand this is all the stuff that they're just citing case law as to why it was not a violation in his rights. So, Firefly, do you agree that we could just skim down to some of this other
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know you've already went through these. The warrants are sufficiently particular. The Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, prohibit the issuance of a warrantless unless it particularly describes the place to be searched, which they did get particular in those warrants. You have to be. You can't just do those broad scopes. We've already seen this. Okay, the purpose of the particular requirement is to prevent seizure of one thing under a warrant describing another, to prevent the exercise of discretion by the officer executing the warrant. Its objective is to render as limited as possible the searches deemed necessary based on the magistrate's probable cause determination. A search warrant must be particular enough so that as to what is to be taken, nothing is left to the discretion of the officer executing the warrant. They have to be very specific. Remember when they had to call back and get extend the warrant to get into the storage unit attached to his apartment, because that was separate from the apartment. The statement, however, is not to be read literally. Rather, the warrant must allow the searchers to reasonably ascertain and identify are the things which are authorized to be seized. To determine if a specific or if a description is sufficiently particular, the courts look to whether probable cause exists to seize the items described in the warrant, whether the warrant sets out objective standards. Executing officers can differentiate items subject to seizure from those. Okay, we're going to try to get on down to the particulars, because they're just citing a bunch of case law that I am not in the mood to read the whole thing. And then the footnotes are citing some of Ann's particulars. The defendant points out in concurring, all that case law stuff. And then this is still case law. This is still case law. The AT&T warrants. With regard to both AT&T warrants, the defendant asserts that all encompassing duplicative, and their only limitation is that the property be related to the homicides in this matter. The state responds that the warrants are sufficiently particular, pointing out the subject matter and temporal limits therein. It further argues that any deficiency, in particularly cured by Detective Payne's search warrant affidavits, which the state contends are incorporated into the warrants. The court finds the AT&T warrants, even without supplementation by their supporting affidavits, satisfy the particular requirements. While the warrants covered a broad array of digital information held by AT&T, they did not authorize a fishing expedition. So many people have been claiming that. Any and all data was the case in Wilson. First, they were about they bound. First, they were bounded by subject matter limitations. They were limited to a single identified cell phone number and contained a residual clause limiting the evidence sought to specific crime and address being investigated. In addition, the warrants defined specific categories of data to search and seize, which did not include all of the possible data AT&T could have provided. Far from any and all type of warrant, these warrants prescribed careful limits to ensure there was no question as to what electronic data was subject to the search. Second, the warrants were subject to significant temporal limitations under Wheeler. Again, they're going to talk about a bunch of case law here. With regard to the Apple warrant, defendant asserts it's cast too broad of a net, allowing the search and seizure of all data from two accounts. The state responds that particularly when considered with Detective Payne's supporting search warrant, the Apple warrant imposed subject matter and temporal restrictions and were as narrow as could be reasonably expected given the nature of the investigation. The court finds, standing alone, the Apple warrant satisfies the particular requirement. To this end, the court finds two cases to be constructive, and they go on to cite cases to back up what they're saying. And I'm not going to read all of them. Moreover, Apple warrant only authorized the search of 9 specific categories of information from the Apple accounts. These categories covered a wide array of information. Some of the broader categories were subject to modifying provisions, such as contents of emails in order to locate material referencing the planning commission of the above offense. Content stored on iCloud in order to locate any potential source material or material created after the commission of the above offense. Defendant asserts law enforcement could have been more specific as to what could be searched or seized and searched, and does not explain how. As many courts have correctly observed, electronic data can be hidden in numerous varied formats to conceal criminal activity. Consequently, it would be unduly restrictive to require law enforcement to identify file names or craft keyword searches. Moreover, to the extent the warrant standing alone suffers from a deficiency of particular findings, the Apple, I'm just kind of like skimming through that stuff because I know that's not what we're trying to get to here. And then it goes on to the defendant asserts law enforcement could have been more specific as to what they were looking for. They were pretty specific, dude. In addition, sorry.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, what kind of tea are you having?
Peppermint.
Oh, that sounds good, actually.
I literally woke up at 10 o'clock and I was like, oh, shoot, let me get on the stream. So I hadn't done anything else.
I like peppermint tea too. It settles your tummy as well.
Yes, that's kind of what I need after all my food and wine last night.
And staying up all night.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In addition, the return from Apple was provided by Detective Payne to Detective Mowry and Agent Balance for processing, both of whom had access to Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit. This was sufficient for the search warrant affidavit to accompany to warrant. In his search warrant affidavit, Detective Payne discussed at length the circumstances of the crime, the results of the investigation to date, and why the defendant was a suspect. He included a detailed explanation about what types of information Apple captures and maintains from the users of Apple accounts, and why he believed the information sought in Apple warrant would provide information concerning Kohberger's plans, thought process, research, locations, photos, and other pertinent information stored on his Apple account, including his iCloud account. He also identified temporal range of the search of October 7, 2016. I, I wonder why they wanted to go back to 2016.
Oh,
Uh,
that's the date that the account was created.
that's the day it was created. Okay.
Mhm.
Data counts. I wonder if any of this, if anything that come out of these warrants prompted that grand jury in Pennsylvania on Dana Smithers. Hmm. Getting y'all sidetracked. I'm sorry. It's a rabbit hole.
No, no, that's okay. We already kind of were there.
Okay, my
Too. Yeah.
girls. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. All right. Um, thus, to the extent of the Apple warrant, I mean, because there had to be something to prompt that grand jury, right? Thus, to the extent of the Apple warrant was lacking in specifications, the search warrant affidavit cured it. Suppression is not warranted.
Let me interrupt you for just a quick second.
Yes,
Stop
ma'am.
scrolling too.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I
yeah,
love when she
'cause
bosses me
you're
around.
you're getting close to what I wanted you to see.
Okay.
What do you call it? The prompting of the grand jury. We were talking about this, and it's just like, remember. So they arrested him in Pennsylvania, right?
Mhm.
And then I want to say that the authorities there too had said, okay, they decided to go back and look at unsolved cases
They
or
did.
whatever, because they were basically trying to figure out if he had done something before, if he was an SK or a serial killer,
Yes.
right? And I think that they just, because the FBI had more power, I think that they just were like, okay, well, now while we've got him, let's go ahead and just look
Yeah.
for anything that in Pennsylvania, and that they formed this investigative grand jury so they could say, hey, we want to look at is this and is that and is
Yeah.
this and is that, to kind of like really dig into him. And then they found things, and then they told MPD, okay, now you guys need to go get a warrant in Idaho to ask for these things, and we're going to help you out by saying, now drill down to these date ranges,
Yeah. Because we have a news clip where they interviewed the authorities over in Pennsylvania when they first
Mm-hmm.
got arrested, and
Mm-hmm.
they were looking into unsolved crimes there to
Mm-hmm.
see if there was any type of connection. And during the piece that I have, they said at that point nothing had been found, but it was very early on still,
Right.
right?
And I think that these grand juries, these subpoenas, were from before Dana's body was even found, because she wasn't
Yeah.
found until like April, like almost a
Yes.
year
A year.
after she went missing. And
Yes.
then remember, then they were like, when
And
did
how did?
they get his
And
parents? They
I'm
called
sorry.
his
Go ahead.
parents in.
Yes, his parents allegedly testified under at the grand jury.
Hmm.
So why would you bring Koberger's parents to a grand jury impaneled in Pennsylvania if you weren't investigating Brian Koberger? And what led them? How I don't even recall at this moment what led them to search that particular area where they found Dana, because like you said, she had been missing for a
Hmm.
year before she was found.
Yep.
um, was something discovered during all that. And, they got to let Idaho get through with him first. Like Lori Vallow had to get through all her Idaho stuff and then was extradited over to Arizona to face charges over there. So
Hmm.
we'll see how that all plays out. Um, yeah, tainting the jury pool. I see. I'm looking at comments real quick. Jeff says, in these documents, Ellie doesn't sound like the idiots and depicts. No, they don't. They certainly don't. But maybe it's kind of like an ex-girlfriend we're characterizing the time, right? Um, we have to take everything the defense attorneys say with a grain of salt. I don't think she's in there. I do like Ann Taylor. I like the way she tries to get in there and fight for him, but it's all technical stuff. It's not like, the crazy stuff she's bringing in. But she's just in there doing her job. But she does try to make it throw shade at the investigation, which all these other channels pick up on and run with it, and we have to wait to see because the state's just sitting there quietly looking at them going, okay, carry on. We'll see you at trial. You know, they don't seem to be too worried. The Google warrants. Defendant challenges the Google warrants at representing an exhaustive list of everything that was available in Google accounts without any attempt to narrow, despite the fact that he asserts law enforcement could have done so. Oh, he does he? He also argues in a conclusionary fashion that not all of the information sought in the Google warrants was supported by probable cause. However, defendant has not identified anything specifically not supported by probable cause. The state responds that particularly when considered with Detective Payne's search warrant affidavit, the Google warrants imposed subject matter and temporal restrictions that were as narrow as could reasonably expected given the nature of the investigation and the object of the search, i.e., electronic records. Further, it argues the search warrant affidavit provided sufficient probable cause for the information sought. With regard to the probable cause challenge, it is the search warrant affidavit that informs the analysis regardless of whether they were properly incorporated into the warrants. Like they were saying, though, if you throw those affidavits into the warrants and the companies have access to that affidavit and can see all of the things you got on your guy, and then that stuff could have easily, you don't normally do that. So they were always right about that. A warrant may be considered so lacking of indicia of probable cause if the applicant files merely a bare bones affidavit, one which contains only wholly conclusionary statements. Okay. Here, Detective Mowry's search warrant affidavits in support of the Google warrants were far from bare bones. They provided an extensive explanation as to how defendant was connected to the homicides, how each email account, phone number, and IMEI at issue in the warrants was discovered, how they were linked to the defendant, and why the Google data associated therewith could produce evidence of the homicide. In the affidavit for Google Warrant 1, Detective Mowry discussed how the investigation led to the discovery of two phone numbers, the IMEI and Brian Christopher Koberger 1994 at gmail.com. And then there's the exhibit to Google Motion, page 2628. Then he then outlined why, in his training and experience, he believed the various records for each account could determine any time periods and devices associated with Koberger were in the vicinity of the King Road residence, and identify other devices Koberger has used or is using that may contain evidence of described offenses, as well as any Google account activity that would show Koberger's activity as related to the planning, communications, execution, and disposal of evidence related to the named offense. Letter from Brian from Montana, Lolo Mountains. A source says that the parents confirmed there actually was a search of the Lolo Mountains, and I believe it. But what led to that search, right? Okay, letter from Montana. It wasn't a letter from Montana, as in a girl Brian knows. It was a letter from Brian from Montana. And that's listed in the warrant from the Pennsylvania home. Okay. And again, that's right across the state line from Idaho. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Google account activity that would show Koberger's activity as related to the planning, communications, execution, and disposal of evidence related to the offense. In the affidavits supporting Google Warrant 2, Detective Mowry explained that his review of the information returned on Google Warrant 1 revealed a recovery email of username. Yeah, I've got it that time. And showed a login had occurred on the account at 4:49 a.m. on the
Keep reading. I know you just like you're losing your breath right there.
Sorry, I was distracted. She got to it.
She finally got to it.
I'm over here trying to upload my resume.
I'm gonna skip over it.
Oh yeah, okay. Right? Like what? Doesn't that make you pause? I'm like, wait, what?
So he was using that iPad and not his phone.
No. His phone came back on, remember?
Oh yes.
Think about the PCA.
I got that right here. I got it right here. Yes. That did come back on at 4:49. You're right.
Well, I think it was like 1 minute before.
Yeah.
If you look at the PCA, and where was he? South of the house.
Wow.
Going towards Blaine.
Yeah.
And so, okay, he connects to this random Gmail account, shady username Gmail account, right? At
Mm-hmm.
4:49 a.m. when he's supposed to be out driving what near Wawa
Stargate.
Way and looking at the clouds or stargazing or whatever he does, right? His phone has been off or out of service, not connecting to networks. And the minute after it comes back on, this is what he does, which means he pulled over, which also reminded me, don't you remember when a certain other creator who is pretty anal, was
Uh-huh.
looking at different, like the route and everything, and said he's missing time here, there's some time missing.
Yes.
Don't you remember that? And he kept going,
Yes.
like, and wondering, was he disposing of the knife, da da da, disposing of things, whatever, whatever, because
Right.
how long, Firefly, how many minutes was it he was saying that
I
it
don't know,
seemed
10,
like
like 10, 15 minutes,
he
something
was
like
Yeah,
that.
there's
missing?
like a yeah.
Remember this?
I
Mhm.
do. I certainly do. And we were all like missing time, you know.
If you
Um,
pull up the PCA and think about where this time is and where they
Mhm.
said he was,
Yeah.
so he stops in the middle of a drive to connect to this dodgy Gmail account through a VPN server, which is used to hide your location.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
sorry, that's enough for me. I'm done. I'm like, "Why are you doing that at freaking 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever,
right.
in
Let's see.
Genesee,
Oh, right.
Idaho, or wherever?"
Yeah,
Like,
because
come on.
Genesee is on the way out of back out the long way. Um, let me
Yeah.
see. I'm looking at my notes real quick that I had written down here.
So I am no longer officially on the
Okay,
fence,
okay.
anyone.
Let
I've
me finish
been
reading this part.
just
Okay.
waiting to see something, but was like hardcore. Like, yes.
Okay, so the Google Warrant 1 revealed a recovery email of the username and showed a login had occurred on the account at 4:49 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, soon after the homicide occurred, through what was likely a VPN server. Defendant's Exhibit B. Google Motion, page 41. He stated his request for the warrant was to establish Brian Koberger's previous contacts, locations, correspondence, purchases, and other information which could aid the investigation into the homicides of the four victims. He again provided a detailed explained, should be explanation, right, as to how the information sought in Google Warrant 2 for the additional email address could reveal evidence linked to the homicides. Google Warrant 3 further sought Gmail accounts linked by recovery email, cookie, Android ID creation, IP, or phone number associated with the identifiers that were subject of the prior two emails. In his affidavit, Mowry explained that Google users can create multiple Gmail accounts that may be accessed via web browsers or other devices, and was requesting the warrant in an effort to search for any of the other Gmail accounts possible. He again provided a detailed explanation as to how the information sought in the Google warrant for the three linked accounts could reveal relevant information or evidence. I'm sorry. Based on Detective Mowry's extensive search warrant affidavits, it was reasonable for the magistrate to conclude that relevant evidence could be likely found within the files associated with the identified accounts. Further, the warrant scope did not exceed the probable cause confines. Indeed, other than arguing a conclusionary fashion that the warrants lacked probable cause, defendant has not articulated in what specific ways probable cause is lacking. I'm gonna have to get a cold Coke, y'all. Can y'all? Does somebody want to read, or y'all just want to take a break for a second? I got to go get a drink and use the bathroom. This coffee is like a lot. um,
Oh,
because I'll come back and finish reading, but if we're at the Google warrants are sufficient. Is anything in there, I guess, particular? Is that just citing the stuff that they were looking for, the dates? Yeah, they were each subjected a significant temporal restriction from January 1 of 2021 to December 30th of 2022, which could reasonably capture activity leading up to the homicides. Okay. In addition, related event, that's what they keep citing about all of that. Okay. I'll finish this one, then I'll stop at the USB. Uh, to the extent the Google warrants are not sufficiently particular standing alone, the search warrant affidavits cure any deficiencies. Each of the Google warrants referenced as prospective search warrant affidavit, i.e., Lawrence Mallory having given proof and upon oath, showing probable cause. Additionally, the search team processing the returns had access to the search warrant affidavits, thus, the affidavits were incorporated into the Google warrants. In these affidavits, Mallory set forth a statement describing in detail the scope and result of the investigation to date, how the accounts, phone numbers identified in each warrant were discovered, and how they were connected to the defendant. He also included detailed explanation on how Google works. Okay, so that's um, therefore suppression is not warranted. All right, guys, I need to take a break for a second. I'll be right back. If y'all guys want to discuss something,
Yeah, I see something in chat.
what do we see?
Oh, I just Lindsay, said that she's not trying to defend the dude, as I think he's very likely guilty. But some hotspots and routers, namely Nighthawk, etc., automatically set up VPN server to mask your internet use from your ISP.
The timing, though.
Yeah, I get
Timing.
that, but yeah, timing and location, because dude was in the boonies, right? He wasn't connecting to some house's, Wi-Fi or whatever, so therefore, the VPN automatically turned on. I mean, because unless the squirrels and critters in the woods have routers, dude was in the middle
Yeah,
of
this is
nowhere.
exactly the time his phone came back on or came back connecting to the network.
Mhm.
He's located, like, in this shady area, what is it? Genesee, or I
Mhm.
forget the
On
other
the way to
town.
Blaine,
On
it
the
was
way
like
to
Blaine,
Blaine.
Blaine and or
Genesee.
whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're all like, "Okay, there's also that time frame that we can't account for." There's, like, 15-minute extra
Yeah.
there. I'm like, "Okay, so that makes sense." He pulled over and he's trying to do whatever. I
So
don't
they
know.
have so if they have a fairly specific geographic location for him at a very specific time, do you reckon they might have conducted a search there for discarded evidence?
I would
Yes.
Maybe.
think
Yeah.
so,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. And Johnson Bar Campground, right, Firefly, is right there within the Genesee Blaine area.
I mean,
And
it's
we,
in that general direction. It's probably
yep,
a lot further east, but yeah.
yeah. I mean, you would have had to drive in there like you and I.
Mhm.
We
But the next
we
day,
spent
remember the next
hours,
day or Sunday day, he disappeared
3 hours,
also for 3 hours.
for
So
3 hours, and
Mhm.
people forget
after he
that.
was in that,
Yep.
Yep.
Chesterfield, what's the name of that
No,
place down there?
he went to Lewiston to the grocery store,
Lewiston. Yeah, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
and
right.
then he
Yeah.
disappeared offline again for 3 solid hours.
Yep. And I don't think it's a typo because a lot of people think it's a typo.
No, it's not a
Johnson,
typo.
Idaho. It's not. He was in Johnson, Idaho. Yeah.
Yep. And like I said, Lolo Mountains is right across the state
Mhm.
line.
Yep.
You can drive
Yep.
through.
Yeah.
I can.
3-hour drive, right?
Yep.
Did we time it out?
Yep.
We mapped it, and like I said, Firefly and I spent like a whole night bouncing around Johnson Bar Campground. We found all kinds of cool
Oh
things in
yeah.
that place. Um, and had a major discussion on could this be the dumping zone.
Mhm.
There's little camp spots in there that are
Yep,
right
in that
along the
visitor
river,
center.
and there's campfire rings already there for your campsite right along the creek. You could sit right there, and you could get out and burn whatever you want, dump the ashes into the creek, and boom, we're like clothing, not like a weapon, but like, all
And
right, guys,
remember
I gotta go get a cold drink. Y'all carry on, I'll be right back.
some of those
Okay.
campsites had crazy names too, like triple knives, weird
Mhm.
weird names. Like, I don't know if they're Indian names or whatever, but it's like this was strange.
Yeah, yeah. I think that she when she gets back, she should pull up the PCA so people can be reminded of what that map was, what it looks like in the
Yeah.
PCA, and when
hmm
they're saying, because it was a minute before this 4:49? Didn't it say like at 4:48 the
448 is
phone
when his
started reporting to
cell
net
phone connected to
resources again?
Tennessee. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's nuts.
To me, that's just like so much for the, oh, he was just out for a drive somewhere.
Yeah.
I just don't think so.
And if his phone was on, there's GPS in the phone itself, you know, that would
Yeah,
have
I'm
placed
really
him
curious now that
somewhere.
if they got all the info, what Syre has to say now. Because remember, he said
Mhm.
he's open to, this is not necessarily exculpatory to him. once he gets all the info. So,
Oh yeah. Let's see. Hotspots in their cars. Yeah, Lindsay, he had a what was it? A Hyundai Elantra that he didn't even have the upgraded package, to have the Bluetooth on. What was it? Blue Link is what it was called.
I think so.
Yeah, he didn't have bells and whistles going on so much in his car.
Yeah, because we all searched his VIN number. He
Mhm.
did not have the GPS in his car. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, but you know what, though? I see what Jeff is saying. This is why he was so eager to be exonerated because he thought he'd covered all his bases with the VPNs and everything else. But this is something I was mentioning to Firefly last night that when I was shopping around for a VPN, depending on which company you use, the companies still actually maintain the logs, like they retain them. They don't discard the information. So even if you're using the VPN on the back end in their databases, they can still tell where you were, you know,
Hmm.
before you turn that on and said, "Oh, I'm, logging in from Russia, instead of Idaho."
Like, right, what your true IP address is
Mhm. Mhm.
before you get the assumed IP address from the VPN.
Yep. Yep, yep, that they have portable ones. That is true. Whether he had a portable one or something built into his car, the importance of this is the fact that we've been told that he was doing one thing, and it's like, at 4:49 a.m., while he's still in his car and on the road and out, wherever, he logs into some random. He pulls over to log into some random Gmail account through a VPN. Also,
And how could he if there was no, service where he was out driving around?
Hmm. Right. Right. Because that's what they keep
that's
saying.
another thing. Yes. Hmm.
Because they're going to say, "Oh, well, he was out driving around, and not connecting because he's in that such a rural area." But yet at 4:49, he was able to connect. Hmm.
Yeah, that Genesee route. I think Salty, way back in the very beginning of me getting a channel, we did a Brian Koberger, just 50,000 foot view of the case. And I think we talked about that southern route that he probably took out of Moscow and then came back up north on 195 back into Pullman.
Oh yeah, I mapped that out like when the PCA came out. The PCA outlines the way they think he left and went out. They have, as far as leaving the area and going the route he took back to home, which was completely the opposite route of the way he came into town. And I do have a complete. I did that map. Gosh, that was one of the first things I created with this case, but I wasn't streaming back then, and I do have that saved. Um, and it's got the times exactly. I mean, when I did it, I put the PCA times in there, right where they say that the car was. So it's matching up with.
Yeah, this document definitely supports that. So what was he doing logging into a Gmail account of some kind at that time of morning at 5 in the morning?
Yeah.
Well,
making
On the
sure
side of the road.
making sure you
I
were in the right
know.
Can't forget that.
location.
And even if he was just off driving, supposedly, like why? Yeah, why just pull over and start and log into your email?
Because
What?
you got to make sure you're in the right location to do some dumping. Maybe, I don't know.
Salty, did you want to pull up the PCA so we can see those pages that relate to
Yeah, let
where
me.
he
I
was?
don't want to lose where we are on this document where we're at.
Okay.
Let me write the. Hold on. Let me just do
We're on
one thing
page
now.
what, 31? Oh, we're actually almost done with it. But
On this one, okay, and then we'll.
hmm
Okay. Um, So, with regard to the USB warrant, law enforcement was capable of providing greater specificity in the warrant, yet instead sought and obtained permission for a limitless. Okay, whatever. He further notes the USB warrant fails to. He's just they're going over what he said as to why they didn't need the or why the warrant was no good. Um, basically, they're all did the case law again. Um, any deficiency in the warrant's command search is not a basis for suppression. Defendant's final challenge to the warrants is that they do not properly command a search of information seized. And then the court goes through the cases of all that. Um, as to why it is reasonable. Um, when considering the USB warrant as a whole to interpret authorizing search of forensic labs as opposed to the USB. Conclusion. Based on the foregoing, the court denies the following: defendant's motion to suppress AT&T first warrant, defendant's motion to suppress the pin trap and trace device, the Apple account federal grand jury subpoena, warrant dated August 1, 2023, and then in parentheses number 14th, defendant's motion to suppress the Amazon account federal grand jury subpoena. And that was the end of that document. Okay. And this one was the motion to suppress all of those things. Now let me get the PCA brought up. Look at there, Lori Vallow. They had a new filing in her Idaho case the other day, but it's just bullshit. Like her.
What's funny is she just objected to court TV being in the courtroom. Like, so are we going to get somebody else coming in there since she didn't object to other people?
Well, they can still run a fixed camera, and the court TV will get a pool feed like everybody else.
I hope everybody does. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do a pool feed. That's how they usually.
I reckon it'll be on a delayed broadcast though. At least that's what the state requested. Anyway.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know how they do that over there in Arizona, or if she'll get her way with not wanting her stuff done. Okay, here we go. Affidavit. Let me get the screen up. Alrighty, let's see. Dolphin. Oops, I got Jeff's highlighted by accident. I use a VPN when I found a way to download movies for it. I got a VPN. Jeff.
Oh yeah, back in the day when they had those sites that weren't monitored as well, I downloaded megabytes upon megabytes.
Yeah, didn't we all?
Yeah.
My phone has a VPN on it, but whatever. Okay, so we need to look at the times that what are we wanting to look at particularly in this?
Where the pages where the maps are.
Okay.
Because basically when they
start showing
show his path after he left the house.
So hang on, because I had all this. Let me get my note right here too, and I got pages written down here too as well.
Yes, iPads or any tablets, devices like that have a cellular connection, like they have their own SIM, can connect to cell towers. That was Bullets and Bling. I have a tablet, but mine is Wi-Fi only. And then when I want to put a network connection on it, I have to use my phone as a mobile hotspot and then connect the tablet through there. And that's how I get internet on it when I'm somewhere where I don't have a Wi-Fi connection or don't trust it.
Okay, so here's the maps, but they, of course, they were sketchy and you couldn't see them really well.
Right.
I could pull up the one that I had made so you can see it way better. So are we looking for the times the phone was off? Is that what you got? Or do you want to see the route taken? So
it's not so much about the route. It's like this U shape, coming out, like down from the house, coming out, going around, back up. But it's somewhere in here. Do you remember what page it was, Firefly?
For what are we looking at again?
The time when they said his phone started reporting again.
Oh, hell no, I don't remember.
View of the video indicated at approximately 2:44, a white sedan consistent with the description of the white Elantra was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Stadium Way at approximately 2:53. A white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada and Pullman toward State Road 270, which connects Pullman to Washington to Moscow. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:20 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. Um, then this is when it comes back on. At approximately 5:27, he was observed on camera traveling on.
Let me pull this
Oh,
up.
that's not the one. That's when he was going.
No, there's something in here that specifically, maybe it's down here, because that's when he was coming back.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. 12:58.
Oh, it's further
No.
up when the phone was off. If that's what we're looking for, the exact times.
No,
It,
basically it's like they have a section in here when they're saying that he was leaving the house. Um, what did I look for? Did I search for Blaine?
Mm.
Um, hit Control F
oh yeah, that's what you were talking.
and search for Blaine really quick. Because I think maybe it's in
Or
that section.
Genesee.
Or Genesee, but yeah, I don't. Genesee is God. How do you spell it?
GENE.
It's
SS.
further down
FE.
here. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, because that's 527. It's not that. It's
I think it was because I was just reading this stuff this morning early.
1228, 1258.
That's
Yeah.
when they were doing the queries for the Elantra. Um, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. That's when the phone was off. And after determining Coburger was associated with it. Okay, let's see.
Let's see.
On November 13th at approximately 2:42, the phone was utilizing
Page 13.
That's where I'm at right now.
Yep, there you go. Okay.
So June, it starts there, but I think we're going to start here at the November 13th at approximately 2:42. The phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, which is his apartment, which is a Coburger residence. At approximately 2:47, the phone utilized cell resources that provide coverage southeast of Coburger's residence, consistent with 8458 phone leaving the Coburger residence and traveling. Where'd it go? Traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cell coverage, the connection to the network disabled. Now, if he was traveling toward Moscow from Pullman, there's plenty of phone service on SR on the state road. There's not going to be a way to say, oh, well, I heard somebody saying the other day that the airport near his apartment was interfering with the signal.
Oh, jeez.
I know. I was like, what? I couldn't even. Okay. So, or the phone was disabled, such putting the phone in an airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48.
Bam.
And
1 minute before that login.
Right, 4:49 was the login. At
Mhm.
which time it utilized cell services that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow near Blaine, north of Genesee, between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m. The phone utilizes cell service resources that are consistent with the phone traveling south of Idaho, State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, and then north back to Pullman. At approximately 5:30, the number is utilizing resources that provide coverage to the Pullman, Washington area and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Koberger residence. The phone's movements are consistent with the movement of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium at approximately 5:27. Based on a review of the phone's estimated location, the phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that the phone utilized cell services on November 13th, 2022, that are consistent with his phone number leaving the area of the residence at approximately 9 a.m. This is the next day, traveling back toward Moscow. Specifically, the phone utilized cell resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21. So there's where the following morning he came back, if these phone records are correct, and was in that area right by the King Road residence from 9:12 a.m. to 9:21. What was he thinking? Why are the cops not there yet? Should I go back in and retrieve my sheath?
Can you repeat that part again? Because that's a pretty big deal to me. Because we've had people in chat who have very definitively stated, no, the records state he did not return. This says he did?
This says he did. It has always said he did. I don't know where they
Right.
get that. Okay.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's why y'all have to
confuses
be
the hell
careful
out of
about
me.
where y'all go listen to your information. The documents here. I have dropped the link in my YouTube channel or the community tab several times. People go. That is why I started my TikTok account, just to put out the damn documents for people to read for themselves instead of hearing what somebody else has told them. Okay. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cell resources on November 13th, 2022, that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Koberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m.
Wow. Thank you for repeating that.
You're welcome. I'll repeat it as many times as I need to.
And that person is not in chat right now. That's funny. Or at least I can't see her in here.
Who was it?
I'm not going to call anybody. I'll let them speak for themselves.
That's fine. I can go back and read my chat. They can leave me a note. I don't care. Anyway, it's right here in black and white. Whether they believe it or not, it's up to them. I choose to believe this is probably accurate. Specific, and everybody's going to say, "Oh, it just utilized the phone, the service that provided." But doesn't mean he was right there.
Yeah.
You're going to hear that as well. That doesn't mean he was at the King Road house, though. Okay, whatever. The 8458 phone. No, he was out stargazing that next morning and just happened to be near their home. The 845.
Well, he never went to Moscow, right?
Yeah.
According to Ann in that hearing, he didn't go to Moscow.
Mm-mm. Oh, he did, but he didn't go over there.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, he did, lady. 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the phone number, traveling back to the area of the Koberger residence, arriving to the area at approximately 9:32. Look, it only takes 10 minutes to get from his house to their house. And we've always known that, because we all mapped out how far between Pullman and Moscow was that ride, down the SR highway there. It's just literally minutes down the street from each other. And so, yeah, that's why we try to put out the best information, and I'm not going to put out the crazy shit. And I don't see if people can say he wasn't there. Okay, maybe he wasn't technically at their house, but he was somewhere nearby watching. Probably.
Not to mention, not to forget that with all the times that you've seen, this man didn't sleep that night. At all.
Not at all. And then the next day he was up and at it again, remember?
It's the same day.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right. The next morning he was
So he literally gets home at 5 something in the morning and then turns right back around a few hours later?
So let's see. And then they below is a depiction, not to scale, of the route taken based on cell site. And there you go.
Yeah, that's that U shape.
There's this crappy, but the one I made, I'll bring it up in a little bit. It's got all, it outlines it and you can see it really, really well. And it's got all the times listed that this PCA has listed on the map that I made. Because I was like, I can't with this shit right here. Investigators found that the phone did connect to a cell phone service, to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th. But this is the part that got me, though. Always had. The investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on the 14th. But investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date.
Yeah, what's up with that? I don't get that part.
That part has never made sense to me. That is the only part of
Maybe
this.
they'll explain it, because I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
No, that is the only part that never made any sense to me. I don't know what to make of it, or there's been a lot of back and forth. You guys know that over the 2 years about that statement, but I don't understand what it's in there for. What does it mean? So the 8458 phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. So, we heard the shopping's great. He's always going to Moscow, but he never went back after the crimes, after going back that morning. He never returned back toward Moscow. He didn't want that white car being seen over there anymore. He was a little nervous that Sheath was missing. Based on my training and experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Koberger, the user of the 8458 phone number, 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the phone number during the early morning hours of November 13th, and the lack of the phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 is consistent with Koberger attempting to conceal his location during the homicides. I just shortened that up a little bit there.
Oh. Yeah, that paragraph before about how they said that the 8458 phone is not connected to any towers since that date, right? That's interesting because he loves shopping so much, right? But he was still in that area a whole nother month or whatever before he decided to go home. So he never went to Moscow, not for coffee, not to shop, or anything in a whole month.
That's what it sounds like.
30 days. And this is such a small area because these two
Because he's avoiding the area.
are 15 minutes apart, right? And they're in two small towns. And in a month, he never went back over there for anything.
Right. And the 12 pings that put him in the area before the crimes. So he was in the area. Now, I'm not saying he was over there stalking or any of that. I'm just saying he was in that area 12 different occasions. He even got pulled over in August and got stopped in Moscow. But all of
he
a
just
sudden,
stopped
and then
going
he just
over
stopped
there.
going.
Yeah, that's a little shady too. Yeah.
Well, if you put out a bolo for a white Elantra and you're driving that white Elantra,
you don't want that white Elantra showing up in Moscow where you know that they're looking for it, right?
Exactly. And I don't understand, so that's shady, right? To say the least.
Well, and didn't two of the gals work at a restaurant that was one of his favorite vegan places to go?
Well, they worked at the Mad Greek. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
And he just stopped going to one of his favorite vegan places, which are unusual.
We don't know that he actually went there all the time. That's a speculation.
Mm-hmm.
That's never been stated anywhere, like proof positive that he was ever in that restaurant. People have speculated that he may have went there, and that may be where he'd seen the girls, right? Because Anna and Maddie worked there. But we don't know for a fact he ever went there.
But the owners of the restaurant were dodgy, too, saying, oh, no, we know for sure he's never been here. How do you know?
How do you know? Do you remember every single face?
They seriously said that?
They seriously said that.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know any restaurant owner that sits there at the door and looks at every single person that comes in their restaurant.
You know your regulars.
Right. Yeah, you do know your
But you
regulars,
don't
but you
know your
don't know every single customer.
Trust me, I know. I've managed restaurants for years. I know my regulars, but I couldn't tell you Tom, Dick, and Harry who come in. You know, I'm not going to remember them. You know, not even if you show me a picture, I may not because I see so many faces
Mhm.
throughout the day.
Not
Um,
not unless he frequents a bar in Pennsylvania and he creeps out the other female customers and he has to be banned from that bar.
yeah, we've heard that. That's a rumor as well.
Yep, yep. Along with him being, kicked out of the
Oh,
school
that was
program and
that guy, did an interview, the bar owner or whatever.
yeah,
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. We do have interviews of people that have talked about him. You know, there is a lot. There are things out there that are speculation and things like that, but
Mhm.
it's and we're fine to talk about those things too. But you know, to come out and definitively say yes, he was at the Mad Greek, we can't. You know, we that's purely speculation on a lot of parts there.
Well,
But
that's why these lives are so important because I'm looking at it from the general public standpoint because I don't know much more than the general public except what you guys have educated me on and what you and I have dove down into just on a shallow basis, salty. But
hmm
so you hear stories like that, but here we are looking at actual court documents, so
mhm.
we can start to divide the conspiracies and the stories that are out there from the actual facts and court documents.
Oh yeah, I'm so
Mhm.
far ahead of that. Yeah, that's why I'm, covering Idaho and because I know all the speculations and rumors that have been out there, and so do Firefly and Dolphin. We've heard it all, you know.
Yeah.
Um, every excuse, every time something that did come out in a document stating this or that, we would hear excuses from people and and all the things to dispute or to try to dispute the fact that come out of a document. And yeah, you need to start bringing receipts for all that nonsense. But for people to still be out there saying he didn't return the next day, they can't read. I don't know what to tell them. You know, at some point, I'm not the YouTube police, and I can't lead. I can lead the horse to the water, but I can't make the damn thing drink it. But I
Yeah.
can read through the document, and then you can decide if I'm misreading it or not. um, like I heard last night, somebody was doing oh, I was a little surprised by that. Um, oh, sorry, I had to stretch my shoulder out. Bitch is irritating me. All right.
Mhm.
Like, I think I need a shoulder replacement. I'm so sick of this one. Okay. Now, this one is the order denying the Franks motion. Whoops. And I'm not going to go reading all that case law stuff. I want to get down to some good stuff. Did you guys, there's stuff in here about Dylan's statements, correct?
Mhm.
Was it in the Frank's hearing one? Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
think so. Mhm.
I believe so. Okay, so we know about why we're here and what had happened. There was a total of 25 search warrants issued in the investigation between December 23rd of 2022 and August 1 of 2023. For each issue analyzed in this order, the court has identified the date range and the specific warrants defendants' claims are implicated. And then she goes over the warrants that she wanted to suppress. A hearing on the defendant's motion was held January 23rd of 2025 in the interest. Now, that's the one that was closed that we're supposed to get the transcripts on. Um, in the interest of evidentiary efficiency, the court permitted a full Franks hearing in the motion only insofar as it pertained to the alleged omission of information regarding defendant's identification through investigative genetic genealogy, also known as IgG. On the remaining challenges, the court permitted argument on defendant's proffer as to whether defendant had satisfied his burden to warrant a subsequent Franks hearing. The court then took the matters under advisement. The court concludes that the search warrants are not invalid based on the omission of defendant's identification through IgG because that information would have only bolstered probable cause for the searches. Bolstered, not impaired. As to the remaining challenges, the court finds defendant has failed to carry his preliminary burden under the Franks and therefore denies his motion for a Franks hearing. Then they go through the standards in case law as to determine what would warrant a valid Franks hearing. And then the footnotes just are citing and stuff there. And then the Supreme Court stuff. I'm not going to read all that. The challenger's attack must be more than conclusionary and must be supported by more than a mere desire to cross-examine. There must be allegations of deliberate falsehood of reckless disregard for the truth, and those allegations must be accompanied by an offer of proof. They should point out specifically the portion of the warrant affidavit that is claimed to be false, and that they be accompanied by a statement of supporting reasons. Affidavits sworn or otherwise reliable statements of witnesses should be furnished, or their absence satisfactorily explained. If a defendant makes a substantial preliminary showing under Franks, the matter moves to an evidentiary hearing, whether the defendant must establish a preponderance of the evidence of intentional or reckless falsehoods were included. Here, defendant claims that 17 search warrants issued in the investigation of the crime were based on false, misleading statements or omitted exculpatory information in the various search warrant affidavits. His proffer is arranged by issue, of which there are 13. As mentioned, for convenience sake, the court granted an evidentiary hearing on the IGG issue. This evidence will be considered under preponderance of evidence standard, while proffer on the remaining issues will be considered under substantially preliminary showing. Defendant has not met his Franks burden on issues 1 and 2, challenges to the Exhibit A, and that is the challenging of the probable cause affidavit, right? Who wasn't on Tinder? Of the girls?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were.
Were they seriously?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Why would you need to if you look like that and you're in a college town and you have a party house?
You gotta consider their ages and that's what they do.
Oh my gosh.
That's what they do.
I hear you. You'd think you'd like organically be able to meet plenty of people there when you're in a college town, but they were still on it.
And they both, and there's warrants for that stuff.
Was he on Tinder?
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh damn. Oh damn.
Yeah.
We don't know how active he still was, but he had an account from years before.
Well, he had a Tinder date. Remember the one chick with the
Oh,
pink
that's
hair
right.
that came on?
Yeah.
Yep.
The birthing hit
like-
girl.
That was like 5 years earlier, but still.
And she let him come up to her apartment with her.
He
Remember
sort of
that?
she let
pushed
him
his
in.
way in. Yeah.
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 He followed her.
Yeah. He kind of pushed himself on her, and she had to go pretend to get sick in the bathroom and hoped he'd leave. And then he'd text her back talking about her birthing hips and shit.
Yes. Oh my.
Him and his Handmaid's Tale stuff.
Which just is another sign that this guy doesn't know how to read the room or pick up on
Exactly.
signals from women.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to turn most women on. You got some birthing hips there, girl.
I know, right? Like, I don't get that comment at all. Is it supposed to be a compliment? Or is it supposed... I don't get it.
Annie,
know.
I don't. Yeah, it's not. Who knows? That dude's weird. Obviously.
I don't understand. If somebody said that to me, I would think that means I was wide in the hips. Like, I don't think that's a compliment necessarily.
Exactly. Women are like, dude, what'd you just say?
No, you're not supposed to say anybody's wide any like
Wide
I'm not standing anywhere near the person that I say that to. If I say that to any
Right.
woman,
Yeah,
I want
really.
to be like 50
Yeah,
miles away,
really.
100 miles away.
Is it possible that he's a hip man?
Hey,
Like
that's
instead of a
possible.
boob man? I don't
Right?
know.
Some people do like that, that curvy,
Oh boy.
Oh man,
Right,
we
Texas
digress.
He did
We
come across
digress.
them somewhere, and that's what I've always wondered: is where
Oh, the Handmaid's Tale
Oh, yeah.
seminar or whatever, the lecture that he was at. Remember?
exactly.
He's
That's
like
what
one
I
of the
said.
only guys there.
Mm-hmm.
He was the only guy sitting there with all
Right
those
in the front
women
row.
at the handmaid's tale thing, and now he's talking about birthing hips and stuff. No, dude, get out of here. What? Are you kidding me right now? Um, but yeah, he came across these victims somehow, some way, and it's like the perfect storm brood, perfect house, perfect location, easy in, easy out, dark. I don't know. It's insane. Um, if you're planning on these types of things, do you seek out the perfect location, or or did you just get lucky and they, you know, the pool party? Um, it's a rumor that Kaylee and Maddie were at that pool party. There's been people interviewed from that pool party. One of the DJ that was there had conversations with Brian Koberger, and Brian Koberger according to him, got two phone numbers from two different women. But that guy never said he saw Kaylee and Maddie at that party. So the girls being at that party is just a rumor at this point. We don't know they were ever there. We do know that Brian Koberger was there. He got
So if you're at
invited.
that pool party with Brian, are you giving him your phone number?
I, I don't know.
I don't think those girls would have given him
Not
their
It was
phone
two
number.
random. It was a girl with pink hair and a girl in a thong. And the guy said, lo and behold, they both gave the phone number to the guy. But they didn't know the guy. They don't know that he's a
We don't
weirdo.
know. We don't know that they gave him the right number, like
Right. They
the
could have
actual
given him the
number.
wrong number. Like, here, dude, here's my number. Now leave me alone. Could have
Right.
been that kind of thing. But
Mhm.
Give him the number to the Moscow PD non-emergency
Yeah.
line.
right, right. But there's never been anybody come forward with any kind of receipts to say that the girls were at the pool parties. All I'm saying. But we do know that Brian attended. He even went out and bought swim shorts for the pool party, according to the guy at the party. Um,
Hopefully, it wasn't a thong.
God, I don't want to see any man in a
Trunks.
thong.
Some trunks.
Trust me, I live in a tourist beach, and I've seen. I don't. I
Oh
can't.
yeah, there's men with thongs for sure.
They should not be wearing that shit to the beach. I don't want to see it.
Or maybe not thongs, but they're what do you call those speedos?
I don't know what you call them men underwear that they can see everything. I don't
They're
want to see it.
speedos.
Yeah, I don't even want to see the girl's ass hanging out. Like,
No, I don't like
come on,
that.
honey, leave something to the imagination, right? We all can see you got an ass, but cover it up a little bit. Your little string down the crack ain't cutting it. Wait till a jellyfish gets your ass.
I think the guys like it.
It's disgusting when you got your kids out there.
Yeah.
It's a little much, and trust me, I see a lot of disgusting behavior on that beach. That's why I do not hang out where the tourists hang out. If you come to Florida, Pensacola Beach on vacation, you will not see me there at the tourist hub. You're gonna find me way far away down at my private areas.
Hmm.
I got
Yep.
secret private land down there. I refuse to I refuse to adopt the new safe word. Right, Will. Welcome in, right, Will. Okay. He like 'em wide load. Jeff. Okay. All right. I got the screen up. Okay. Defendant has not met the burden, Frank's burden on a couple on issues, issue 1 and 2, and he goes on to talk about that. I want to get down to Dylan's statements. We know that he didn't meet his burden, uh, and all that good stuff. So, defendant has not demonstrated any impropriety in law enforcement's execution of Exhibit A based on collective knowledge. It is well settled that statements of law enforcement officers that are based upon the observations of fellow officers participating in the same investigation carry a presumption of reliability. And they go on to state case law there. Defendant acknowledges that a warrant can be based on law enforcement's common knowledge, but argues that officers cannot sign a collectively drafted affidavit as their own without identifying who did the work described therein. Otherwise, it misleads the magistrate into believing that the swearing officer drafted the affidavit and performed the work. And we know they all work together. This hyper-technical argument has no traction under Franks. Even if the swearing affidavit does not specifically identify the precise source of the information from within law enforcement, it is still sufficient to support probable cause. If a reader would reasonably infer that the information came from other law enforcement personnel, and then they cite case law. Which facts are based on his own personal knowledge and opposed to hearsay, whether he had personally viewed the evidence. the source of information or for the drug dog's training and experience. What? The identity of sources contacted by for information. And then the Idaho Court of Appeals rejected the defendant's argument, finding common sense reading. That was a case law they were citing. I'm getting past all this case law stuff that it was not. Okay. Defendant has not established that alleged misrepresentations in any of the three challenged search warrant affidavits compels a Franks hearing. The first misrepresentation identified by the defendant in Issue 2 is contained in Blaker Exhibit A, supporting the warrant application for the defendant's Pullman, Washington apartment and his office at Washington State University. Now, we've never seen the return on that office search, like we did the apartment. Defendant claims that Sergeant Blaker attributes discovering the knife sheath to Idaho State Police officer rather than Detective Payne. Memo page 8, however, as the state correctly notes, defendant's challenge is nothing more than a quibble over semantics. What Sergeant Blaker stated was, I was later advised by ISP investigators they located a tan leather sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door, which is what the PCA said. Exhibit D2 at Bates 5198, emphasis added. In fact, it was Detective Payne who was the first investigator to discover the knife sheath. Exhibit D14, grand jury transcriptions. Once discovered, Detective Payne notified ISP investigators, who then collected and booked the sheath into evidence. Sergeant Blaker's, now see, they're going to say Payne put it there. Sergeant Blaker's use of the word locate is ambiguous as to whether it means discovering or collecting. Under no reasonable reading could it be characterized as a misrepresentation, let alone an intentionally or recklessly false one. The second alleged misrepresentations are Payne Exhibit supporting defendant's arrest warrant application and Mowry Exhibit A supporting the Google warrant. And they're doing the case law again. That Agent Balance was the individual who actually did the location work does not render the detective statements intentionally or recklessly false or misleading. Defendant asserts that the detectives both claim to have done the work. They do not. They state they were able to determine the locations after consulting with FBI CAST. Both detectives explained in their respective affidavits that CAST was the FBI's cellular analysis survey team. Thus, it was made abundantly apparent to the magistrate that the detectives were relying on work performed by more specialized law enforcement agents in determining the cell phone location. In some of the statements encompassed in Issue 2, the defendant has not established that a misrepresentation was made. Moreover, even if the challenge statements could possibly be construed as false, there is not a shred of evidence that they were intentionally or recklessly false. Finally, even if the statements were intentionally or recklessly included, defendant has not established they were necessary to establish probable cause. In a common and massive investigation such as this, which specific member of law enforcement actually discovered the knife sheath and performed the location work using CSLI is irrelevant to probable cause. And then they cite a case law. What is important is that the information came from other law enforcement personnel, which is reliable basis for the warrant. Consequently, Frank's hearing is not warranted on these issues. Defendant has not met the Frank's burden on Issue 310 eyewitness statements. Okay. Let me get a drink, guys. Every breath you take.
Yeah, I never realized that was such stalkerish song until you think about it and somebody brings it up to you. You're like, oh yeah, that is pretty.
Every breath you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'll be watching you. Okay, buddy, I'm gonna get the fuck away from me. I think we should make a safe word for pro burgers. Let's make it.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yeah, there's a lot of channels out there that harp on that pro burgers, and they start calling them names, and they're like, "See, I pointed this out, and I pointed this out, and I told you." Ugh. You know, there
I
are a
think
lot
it
of
needs to be birthing hips, not
welcome
Boy.
in, Ruth. You guys, birthing hips. So anything things get hectic, just start screaming out that.
Yep.
Um, okay. See, see those eyes coming at you. Oh God, birthing hips. Um,
Yeah.
so
Hey Jeff. So he wants to hear testimony from the female police officer that pulled him over. I actually submitted
Yeah.
a FOIA request for that entire body cam video, and they said they may not be able to fulfill it until October. I was like, what the heck?
after trial starts,
Ugh.
yeah, after trial, you're not getting it right now. You got what you got. um, there's a lot of things a lot of people would want to would try to request in this case that they're not getting it with a gag order on. But good try, Joe. That's crazy. Yeah, I want to see the body cam that the stop that we haven't seen.
Seatbelt ticket.
The
Yeah.
seatbelt ticket one. I've seen enough of that other one, a little arrogant ass in the middle of the day, wanting to go up against the law and
Yes.
driving
Where
rules in
he,
Pennsylvania, driving rules in Idaho. I'm so confused.
where he was being hyper technical. I
Yes.
laughed because the judge put that, what was it, like a page back or whatever?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Yep, the hyper technical.
Yep,
I
the
did that
defendant is definitely hyper technical,
definitely.
but he
Uh,
tends to flub some details, some critical ones.
In issues 3 and 10, defendant challenges the probable cause statements insofar as they set forth witness DM Dylan Mortensen interview descriptions of things she heard and saw on the night of the November 13th, 2022. Defendant claims that law enforcement failed to inform the magistrate that DM's accounts describing the suspect were variable, that she questioned her memory, and that she did not recognize defendant when provided a photo of him after his arrest. Well, gee, I wonder why, since we are realizing he had a full face mask on except for his eyes. I don't think I'd pick him out either. Um, she did not recognize defendant when provided with a photo of him after his arrest. Defendant also contends that law enforcement misrepresented statements made by DM. She must have heard that off of YouTube, because everybody kept saying that they misrepresented what she was said. Who says clad in black?
Yeah, they're taking everything too literal. I mean, it's just a paraphrase of
Yeah,
what she said. It's
yeah.
not. It's not a quote of what she said.
Defendant also contends that law enforcement misrepresented statements made by DM. Let's see. Okay. Would have demonstrated her unreliability. Like, again, like the judge, what Ashley said, even if she thought it was a dream, the next morning we know that it wasn't. Okay. While defendants, these allegedly false statements and omissions, according to the defendant, were exculpatory and material. While defendant's challenge may be fodder for cross-exam, it is not the proper subject of a Franks motion. I'd agree with that. Defendant's own proffer establishes that DM's accounts were remarkably consistent. Did you get that? Defendant's own proffer establishes that DM's accounts were remarkably consistent throughout her multiple interviews with law enforcement. And further, the probable cause affidavits are very consistent with her accounts. Second, DM's interview statements that her memories were fuzzy and dreamlike and may have been affected being tired or under the influence of alcohol do not call into question her reliability to the extent Franks would require disclosure. Finally, DM's failure to recognize the photo of the defendant is of no consequence, given the intruder she saw was masked. Okay, let's see here. DM's accounts were consistent and accurately summarized in the Exhibit A. What theory? Oh, I'll stop, Dolphin. I need a break from talking. You got a theory?
I do, but I was
No, you know
I
to
You're not
interrupt
at that
me.
part yet, though.
you're
I
not
think
at
I
that
know.
part, and
Oh
I
gosh.
yeah, we do.
How far is
And
she? She's
Let me
not
get
that
off.
far. I don't think.
All
it's
right.
not
All right.
that far. Yeah. Do you need somebody else to take over the
You, when
reading,
you
or
can you yeah, can you read this part? Can you see good enough? You got it?
I can see it. I just won't be able
So I need to
to
make it bigger
scroll
or
down or whatever.
oh, uh we haven't started reading any of this yet. Do you want to read any of this?
Oh, yeah, I can. This is just aren't these like literally
Just
cut and
talking about
paste from, the PCA?
PCA. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's I didn't know people were familiar with all her
There's a little.
Okay, yeah, I can read it. No, no, go
okay.
back. Okay. So, oh, okay. So, number one, DM's accounts were consistent and accurately summarized in the Exhibit A's. The draft Exhibit A, circulated by law enforcement, included the following description of statements DM made during her interviews with law enforcement. I'm just going to say her first name. We all know who she is. So, Dylan made statements during interview that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and reportedly asleep by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Um, Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of forensic records associated with a download of Xana's cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's room. Dylan then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a camera at 1112 King Road picked up audio of what sounded like a struggle coming from off camera. The security camera is less than 50 feet from Xana's bedroom wall. The struggle lasted less than 1 minute, and unintelligible sounds can be heard on the camera. Dylan stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Dylan described, thank you, described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase. As the male walked towards the back sliding glass door, Dylan locked herself in her room after seeing the male. Okay, so they zhuzhed that up a little bit. 'Cause that's not exactly what was in the PCA. Um, let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me click my monitor is dimming a little bit. Okay, let me make this bigger. There we go. Um, this portion of the draft Exhibit A was incorporated in varying degrees into Blaker's Exhibit A, Payne's Exhibit A, and Maury's Exhibit A. When these Exhibit A's were submitted in support of search warrant applications, Dylan had sat for at least 3 interviews with law enforcement, 2 on November 13th, 2022, one with Officer Nunez, and later with Detective Maury, and one on November 17th, 2022, with Detective Gooch. Her description of the intruder was notably similar during all 3 interviews. 1. White male. 2. Slim, skinny, lean body type. 3. Slightly taller than Dylan, who's 5'10". 4. Wearing all black. 5. Wearing a mask that was covering his forehead and mouth. 6. A voice she didn't recognize saying he was here to help. And 7, the intruder walked out or towards the back sliding door without saying anything to her. While she did not tell Officer Nunez that she noticed the intruder carrying a vacuum type object in his hand. She did convey that information to Detective Mowry later that day, as well as to Detective Gooch a few days after that. So Nunez and Mowry interviewed her on the day of the murders, and then Gooch interviewed her 4 days later on the 17th. And she did tell them that she saw a vacuum type object in his hand. Okay. So Firefly and I were talking about this, and we kind of laughed, like, was it a vacuum? Was it one of those like a car vac, a cordless car
You,
vac or
you
something?
remember? Do you
I'll,
remember the spoof movie, Scary Movie, that was like
Vaguely. Hmm.
like combined all of the scary movies like of the 90s together in one. But there was a character in that used to
Uh-huh.
vacuum his room, and his brother knocked on his door. He said, "I told you not to disturb me when I'm vacuuming my room." That's what this makes me think of. Anyway, if you
Oh,
don't know that movie, it's not going to be that
no,
funny now.
I
So
don't.
we were
No.
on
yeah,
we were on page 11 there. I got so I want
Okay.
I want to show you guys something.
Hmm.
So I got to thinking because everybody's like, "Oh, that had to have been a knife. It couldn't have been a vacuum. Vacuum and a knife looks very different, right?"
Yeah,
Yeah.
very different.
Okay, let me show you something. The MVAC is a machine that was developed to collect DNA off of very difficult surfaces. This is a rechargeable evidence vacuum kit for
Hmm.
$280, and look at the size of it.
Hmm. Yep.
Oh,
Looks like a
wow.
cordless car vac. This
It,
is,
Yeah.
yeah.
it exactly,
I
and
have
it is
like two of those at the house, pretty much.
evidence vacuum kit.
Hmm.
Um, The new portable rechargeable evidence vacuum kit is designed specifically for the collection of microparticle evidence. The lightweight, compact unit is equipped with rechargeable batteries, permitting use in most remote or difficult to reach crime scenes. The
Hmm.
hermetically sealed filter assemblies ensure against contamination, a valuable addition to professional crime scene investigation. It
Hmm.
includes the rechargeable vac, the AC recharge unit, filter assemblies, and all this stuff. Um, is there a possibility he had something like that in his hand?
Check his Amazon purchases.
Yeah, really. Yes, and we were thinking about that, and then we kind of like went in a different direction.
Okay,
And then while we were talking, you know how we are, right? It's like
right,
she'll say something, and then I'm like, oh,
right,
oh, that made me think of something that, it's like it hadn't occurred to me before. So, so vacuum, right? Like this little cordless, like that to me looks like a car vac or whatever. I've got
mhm,
one in the den and one out in the garage, right? So we're like, oh, would he like literally have, stopped to vacuum up, like maybe if a stray hair or something had fallen and everything? We're like, she said, oh, that might make noise, blah blah blah. I'm like, mm-hmm. So another thing that I was thinking of, because whatever it is that she said was a vacuum type object, I'm thinking it's got to be like maybe a canister or something with some substance to it, that she saw it and was like, that's
yeah,
what this looks like, something familiar.
Yeah.
So remember how when we were talking about the blood,
yep,
and what could destroy blood and everything, and I was talking about steam,
yep,
because it's something that wouldn't leave a trace.
ah,
What if he had a cordless steamer, like a handheld steamer in his hand, to, he commits the murders and then steams, applies some steam here and there to some of the blood, if it was like on the floor, on the bed, whatever. So this is one direction that we were going in. And we started, looking for cordless handheld steamers. Had the hardest time finding one, and then finally found one. Um, and I'd have to actually, it sort of looks like a drill. I'd have to pull up the picture. I can do that for my history in a sec. But then
yeah,
another thing that I started thinking of, it's like, okay, because I'm just thinking in Maddie's room, right? We're like,
mhm,
okay, he's standing there, does he have this vacuum? Does he have a steamer? Then I start thinking of, what is it? A bug sprayer with the wand,
yep, got one,
so you
yep,
apply your, chemicals or whatever. And I
yes,
started thinking about the lab break in, right? And I was like, what if he had something like a bug sprayer to spray? and she didn't see the actual wand part of it, but she just saw the canister part of it. And in a quick walk by, she thought, oh, it looks like a vacuum or something or whatever. So
Yeah.
what if he had something, not with like harsh chemicals in it, but something like, I think, what Firefly did you say? Hydrogen peroxide
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
or something like that, that wouldn't show up as like a chemical for evidence of a cleanup. But what if he's standing at Maddie's bed, and then when he finishes, uses whatever's in this, if it's a sprayer, to spray some of the DNA, the blood, blah, 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 or the surfaces, right? So that was another idea that we had. And then my final thing was, wait a minute, right? So vacuuming up stuff, it's like if you're worried about dropping a hair or I don't know, skin cells, whatever, right? While you're standing there, I was just like, wouldn't it make more sense to have something underneath you? So I started thinking about the shower curtain that was missing from his apartment. So because Firefly said something about Dexter, what if he Dextered something up, right? And I was like, wait a minute. I've watched a couple episodes with her, right? And she said, because I said, well, what did Dexter used to do? And she said, well, he used to come in and, what'd you say, like wrap everything or whatever.
He had like plastic wrap. He would
Mm-hmm.
enclose an entire room
Mm-hmm.
and then bring that person drugged into the room and kill him. That's what.
Right. So, but besides plastic wrapping the entire room, what if he's got his killer kit, his bag, whatever, his goodies, right? He comes up, and I'm starting with Maddie's room or whatever. He had that shower curtain that he took from his apartment before he even does anything. So before he wakes anybody up, he lays his shower curtain down on the floor right by the bed or whatever. So, and he's standing on it. So whatever happens is going to be caught on this shower curtain, right?
Exactly.
And then he can wipe that. He can actually, if he had, let's say he had baby wipes or something, or a change of shoes in his kill kit, he can step to the side, wipe those off or whatever, wipe the blood off if there is any, fold this shower curtain up, put that back in his kill kit, and go on, in his bag or whatever, and go on to the next room without
Yeah.
tracking, like, obviously, bloody footprints from
That
that
sounds
third floor
exactly
down.
like, remember the one guy we never did
We
find
can't
his
find that
video
video.
where
The
he did
old
the same
guy,
thing. He had like a backpack.
but
He
he
had
did it
like
in the kitchen.
he had like a tarp
Yeah.
he put down. He disrobed. He did everything, like even like what Truth Exposed is
Mhm.
saying. He disrobed. He had the wipes after took everything off. He had the wipes and he wiped his everything down.
Mhm.
And then he just, I forget what he did. Rolled it all up and put it in
He
the big
Yeah, he
bag.
like,
Yeah.
folded it up, put it in a bag, like a garbage bag,
And he
then put
timed
that
it
bag in
too.
another one.
He
Mhm.
timed it too, and it didn't take
Yes.
very long.
How
Yeah.
long ago? We gotta remember how long ago we
Shoot,
looked
who
at
was
that
that?
guy's
Yeah.
video. I mean, it was more than a year.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to find that in my history, because I was like, man, all these people who don't understand how he got out of the house with no blood, they need
Yeah.
to see this video. Because if
And
you see it, you're like, oh, yeah, that is a way. And it
exactly.
didn't take a long time, you
No.
know?
And if it okay, even if he didn't go into the house with this type of thing,
Hmm.
this would explain no DNA in that car. He could have easily purchased one of these knowing what an MVAC is. I've known what the
Hmm.
MVAC is for a long time. Um,
Hmm.
they use it for, you'd be amazed what they can pull off of things, different objects using the MVAC. And if this little thing right here, if this is easily, readily available, you could certainly clean your car with that thoroughly. Even if you took all the precautions to make sure none got in the car to start with, just to be double sure, you could still use something like this. And I'm seeing these comments over here, like Friendly Snake says, going in naked was brilliant. We don't, that's never been confirmed anywhere. That is a theory people have. Um,
So he just so his all the rest of his clothes are off and he just has a mask on.
Yeah,
he
I
didn't
don't
go in
think
that
that's
house
true. He was
naked.
in black. Remember, he was clad in black.
Look,
Yes.
there was no time to shower either. With
Hmm.
two awake females left in the home, and if Dylan did run downstairs, then he ran. There's 3 bathrooms in the house. They can easily find out if someone showered and blood went down those drains. I do not believe this guy walked into that house naked, and I do not believe he got back in his car and drove home naked. That's a risk to take. What if you get pulled over for speeding by accident because you're kind of like in a hurry? I got to get the hell out of here. I want to go home, and you get pulled over by a random cop, and they're like, "Dude, why are you naked?"
Hey, didn't no, salty. I know Dolphin doesn't remember, but don't you remember in the one of the hearings on the end of January, didn't Hippler say something about because when Ann Taylor was saying about how there's no evidence of blood in the car and the apartment, etc., and he's like, yeah, but isn't there a reason for that? Didn't somebody see somebody take off their clothes and put their stuff into a backpack? Didn't he say that, Hippler? Am
He
I
said
imagining that?
I think he said they could have, but what the
They
theory
could
is,
have. I thought, okay,
because
yeah.
with the Dickies receipt being found, guys, I've done shown, and you too, Dolphin and the Firefly, you know this, of the cut resistant clothing that you can purchase online that isn't bulky. It looks like regular clothing, feels like regular clothing. If he went in there with a Dickies suit on, he had clothes underneath the Dickies suit. I would guarantee it. And if you stood right there in that kitchen and had something down and you take off that Dickie suit right there, everything, your kill kit, everything goes right back into the backpack or whatever it is, tossed into the trunk that's already lined so nothing can get on it just in case. I have a hard time believing this guy would risk going into that house naked on a cold night.
Yeah.
Or risk driving
No,
home.
he absolutely did not go in
No.
naked. Did he get back to his car and strip everything off and drive home naked?
Yeah, he
Not
may have stripped.
not likely. But I
No.
mean, that's a conspiracy theory that's out there now.
But he
That's
could have taken a covering off, though.
That
Right,
conspiracy
yes.
theory's been out there for 2 years.
And,
Okay.
and to answer Rachel's question, she said, "Didn't he buy a Dickies jumpsuit?" There is a receipt for Dickies at Walmart, but it's
Yeah.
never been confirmed that it's a jumpsuit.
Well, a Dickies suit, I'm going to assume that's kind of what that is. There's multiple Dickies types things.
Right.
I know a lot of mechanics.
Do we have a copy of that receipt?
No,
Do we have it?
it's in the
Okay.
search warrant
No, but
return.
yeah.
Do we know how much he spent? Because
I
if
thought
it's
they
like,
said $49.99 or something like that, wasn't it?
ooh,
Or was
is
that just a
really
rumor? I'm
cheap.
not
That
sure
is
if that's.
really cheap for a jumpsuit. Like
I
that's
don't
cheap.
remember it.
No, I think
Not at
people have
Walmart,
checked.
Dickies.
Mm,
I don't even know if we know the amount, to be honest.
I don't know. We don't. We have all we have in the search warrant return is there was a Dickies receipt found in his apartment
And a Dickies tag.
and a Dickies tag. So people are theorizing that he wore a Dickies coverall suit into that home because you could easily disrobe it at any time.
okay, yeah. I just got on Walmart. I just got on Walmart.com, and you absolutely can get one for anywhere from 40 to 50 to 60
Yeah.
to $70.
Yep.
Yep.
It's been looked. Yes, I'm there. So if he walked the way that kitchen is designed and that angle of the wall, if Dylan saw him walk toward the back sliders, once you get to those back sliders, you can't really see there. It's an angle. He disrobed before he left that back slider. If he came in the back slider, he left it open, went up and did everything he did, got back to the back slider, and disrobed right there, and everything went back into a backpack and into the trunk of that car. This dude is not going to risk driving home naked at that point, especially going to take that long way out of town and risk someone seeing you drive around naked in the cold. That makes no sense to me. I don't know why people can't wrap their head around that he possibly did have on clothing
Underneath.
that he could have took off.
Yeah.
And of course you're going to wear something underneath it because you're going to need to have
Right.
some clothing on to wear home.
And guys don't want to be caught naked in the cold anyway. Just
Exactly.
Shrinkage, right?
I mean, we've got every possible scenario, and even down to all kind of stuff. But it makes more sense to me to have on something you could just take off and you're going to have clothes underneath it versus, going home naked. I mean, I just never.
no,
Not theory.
not in November in Idaho, in northern Idaho.
And
No.
there was another comment here that I wanted to address because it is also all right. The frat guy name. Hey, we have heard through rumor there was a videotape that some of the kids were doing something like Firefly, Dolphin. Do you guys remember the story? That they had a tripod camera set up somewhere near the home.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, some film group or
Yeah,
whatever.
some film
Mhm.
group from the college that has never been proven anywhere that that occurred. That we do not know that house was videotaped from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. And if it was from behind the home set up on a hill, then they're going to see everything that person's doing coming and going from that house, and the police have it. But we that's not even brought up in the PCA.
Mm-mm.
It's not brought up anywhere. Ann's not brought it up. The prosecution's not brought it up. Now they do cite multiple cameras and things of that nature, but the as far as there actually being a camera back there, that's a rumor that was put out nearly 2 years ago. But no one's ever been able to bring any receipts to back that up. You know, that's all I'm saying with that. Um, I'll pull the document back up now that we looked at that vacuum, because when they said vacuum in his hand, I'm like, wait, is there a portable MVAC? Because if I want to make sure I'm not leaving DNA, well, you can take the time to vacuum. Are you vacuuming up? What are you doing? Vacuuming the doorknobs to get your DNA off of it? You know what I mean? What are you actually vacuuming? That's weird. So I'm not, you know, even understanding what that could have been yet. There's some good theories that we've discussed that it could be. Be interesting if he did take something like that in there with him, right? Any kind of vacuum.
Definitely. Hey,
Any,
Dolphin, did you read the part that where it said she knew she said something about he looked at him because she
Mhm.
saw the bushy eyebrows? That blew
He
me away
looked at
too.
her.
Does that verify that he looked at
Mhm.
her, right? I'm like, what?
Yes. That was my take on that Firefly, because I did read that part.
I was like,
That
whoa.
apparently, if he did look at her, maybe he was just in go mode and needed to get out of there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or
You know,
maybe he was exhausted because
exactly.
Oh, yeah. That's true too.
he
That,
just had unalived 4 people
Four
very
people. That's a
violently
lot.
physically.
yeah,
Mhm.
And I think at least one of those, if not two of those, were unexpected for him. Like he wasn't expecting to have to
oh yeah.
unalive a couple more people. So by the
The,
time he's got to get out of there. I mean, that's my theory of it right now, and my mind can be changed by more evidence that comes forward. But it's kind of like
dude, that's
if they
been
did make eye contact and he didn't unalive her, it's because he was exhausted and he was just trying to get the hell out of there.
Wonder if she realizes how lucky she is.
yes, she
If
does.
she has any sense, she does.
She
Plus,
does.
don't forget the dog was barking. That's
Yeah,
also probably a reason why he was trying to get out of there too.
yeah, and everybody has
Or
come to
a
that
dog.
conclusion that
Mhm.
by the time he got back to where Dylan was standing in her room in her doorway, if he saw her, he was just so motivated to get on out of there, and he was worn out. He didn't expect the two people. He didn't expect Ethan and Xana, or maybe he did, but maybe he didn't. I don't think he did. Honestly, I don't think he even expected Kaylee. To be honest with you, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. We don't know at this point. Maybe it was probably a surprise to him if he walks in that bedroom to Maddie's room and sees Kaylee there is in the same room with her. That was probably not expected, unless you know for a fact them two girls always did that. You know, that's going to be completely unexpected. And we know that Kaylee's wounds were very different than Maddie's. She fought back. Maddie was first. Kaylee got woke up and fought back, and then that horrible thing happened to her. He hauls ass down those stairs and runs into one of the either Ethan and Xana down there moving around, and now he has to contend with those two. And by the time he gets back to where he's leaving the home, he's done. He's exhausted. The adrenaline. I need to get out of here. Doesn't even realize he doesn't have a sheath in his hand no more. He's got a vacuum instead. And because it does allege or appear that he looked at Dylan, um, and that's when she noticed the bushy eyebrows. And there still must not have been a lot of light on, and I was going to pull up Mr. Steve's video, but not today because we're not going to have time to get to it. But I do want to present that of his his experimentation that he did with what she could have possibly have seen with the amount of light that was in the room. If you only go by the neon light being on, right, that's in there, the good vibes light. It was a really good experiment, and he gets real technical and tells you exactly how he did it, so nobody can say, "Oh, that's stupid." You can still say that, but he gets very technical and tells you step by step what he's doing and why and how. And then with this big fake dummy he has, as it comes closer to Dylan and passes the neon light, you can definitely see enough to see something. Even if what I don't know, it's still She didn't see a lot if his whole damn face was covered except for his eyes. All you're gonna see is bushy eyebrows if you got just enough light to see that, you know. Um,
I've got a question. Does anybody remember his Tappa Talks?
yes, I got them.
Yes. Hmm.
Hmm.
I in those, didn't it? Because I know we went through them. Didn't it? He say that it was like his left side that was more affected by the visual snow.
I don't
I
recall
Because
that.
believe
Dylan would have been on his left if he was walking out. So if he did glance that way, I've
he
always,
might have seen
thought that he
her.
might not have seen her if she's,
Um,
if he was still suffering from
No, he
visual snow.
looked at her though.
but that doesn't mean he could see a lot. You know what I mean? I mean, he still could have been all blurred and visioned. Um, because his name on the Tappa Talk was XR dot those with visual snow. And one of them says, I always feel as if I'm not there,
Hmm.
completely depersonalized. I'm reading from my phone, guys, as I haven't sent it to my computer yet.
Hmm.
Mentally, I experience fog, lack of comprehension at times. I feel like my life is a movie, depression, no interest in activity, constant thought of suicide, crazy thoughts, delusions of grandeur, anxiety, poor self image, poor social skills, no emotion. And he highlighted that in capital letters. I feel like nothing has
Checks
a
out.
point to it. When I get home, I mean to my okay, I feel like nothing has a point to it. When I get home, I mean to my family. This started when Visual Snow did. I felt no emotion, and along with the depersonalization, I can say and do I can say and do whatever I want with little remorse. Everyone hates me pretty much. I am an asshole. That's Brian Koberger's Tappa
At least he's
Talk.
self-aware,
Um,
Yeah.
then somebody asked a question, will weed affect me? Or that was his question, will weed affect me? And the person replies, I am young and I want to give weed a try. I was just about ready to do it yesterday, but I changed my mind because I remember a lot of people from this forum saying it affected their snow. Have you smoked weed? Remember, they found green leafy substances on him.
hmm
Has it affected your snow permanently or temporarily? What other effects did it have? Thanks. By the way, I have almost all the symptoms recorded on this site and some that aren't. Koberger replies, if you're worried about the visual snow, it will get worse. And even if it does, it gets better. I say no, it makes it worse. So why is he smoking weed? That was when he was 17 years old. Um,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
yeah, there's a lot that he said in these Tappa Talk posts, and I'll have to upload those to the computer, um, so I can share them, but they're on my phone right now. I did send myself that map I made of the route going home with all the times from the PCA posted to it. It's in the email. I can get it out in a minute. um, yeah, the Snake River's always been a logical place. There's we
hmm
know Bundy, and Wawawee Snake River runs right through Wawawee Park. um, there, and it's along the travel path back toward the home. Certain areas you can get off and access the river pretty easily. A lot of us have deep dove that map and looked at all the possible locations. As far as timing to get there, where's your close, things of that nature. Um, we, gosh, that was stuff we did before I ever started streaming, but we will get it. We can get into that one night and show you guys a lot of with the maps and the different things. This, yeah. So anyway, the Snake River's always been a big theory of people as as to a possible dump site. Um, but something led the authorities to search the Lolo Mountains in Montana. And there was another high profile case in Idaho. Some unalivings took place and some kidnappings, and these two children were taken to the Lolo Mountains by the assailant, and things were done. And if you're studying criminals and criminology, you know about that case. Um, not saying it's tied to it, and that, like, he honed in on Wawawee because of Ted Bundy, or honed in on Lolo Mountains because of this other story. Um, who knows? But I am inclined to believe the source that the parents confirm that there was a search there, and I don't know why, what prompted it or led to it. And we don't know if anything was found. They we have seen no documents anywhere of any kind yet claiming to have the murder weapon. So, except for that warrant returned from the parents' home, that first thing listed, it says knife, but it's no description, just knife. But the other knives listed all have a description of what type they are,
That's true.
except for that one. Remember the very first thing, knife.
Oh yeah.
Just knife. That is so weird.
And
So-
why would the other ones have a description telling you exactly what kind those
Yeah,
were?
the manufacturer. Yep.
Yep, everything.
Mhm.
Except for that one, and I could never understand why, why did it not say pocket knife or cutlery knife or descriptive like the other knives? What was
And
it
it's
about-
number one, so maybe it's
Yep.
because that's what they were looking for. They were there looking for that item.
well,
And
of
they
course
had to list
they were.
everything else.
Of course they were looking for that, to see if he still had it. And a lot of times, if you study serial killers, they keep, they're that's a very special thing to them,
Mhm.
a very special thing. It's crazy. That would he be able to part with it? And is what I'm saying. Some of them can't. They can't bring themselves to part with some of these things, and they end up keeping them. You know, did he have that mentality going on? I don't know. So we left off here on page 11. I just got a message real quick. I want to check. Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I can handle it. Anyway, back to the document. Yeah, they may have that knife. Texas Ranger is. We don't know yet. I would, if he kept it and they found it in in the Pennsylvania search, then they've got it. And did it match up to the sheath? You know what I'm saying? Because there's different styles of K-bars. I mean, someone posted a picture just this morning of Dylan, and somebody proved that it was a Photoshop picture of her holding. And one of my good friends on Twitter commented, "That's a chef knife," because the girl it's a YouTuber, a creator, and she literally says, "This is Dylan," and that's a big K-bar she's holding, and we're like, "That's not a K-bar knife. What are you doing? You know." What are you literally doing? Because that is not even a K-bar. And then someone posted the original picture and said, "Look, here's the original picture that Dylan took in the car, and it was photoshopped to put that damn knife there." So there's a lot of misleading people out there that want
Yeah.
to mislead things. And I'm telling you, you got to be careful of pictures and sources and all the things. Don't even believe me when I tell you I've heard a source tell me the parent. We heard. I've got the interview where Christy confirms there was a search at the Lolo Mountains. Now, is she completely accurate? I asked. The person said yes, she confirmed it, but I don't know that for sure. But I know what I saw in the video, and it sounded like to me and Dolphin that there was absolutely a search done at the Lolo Mountains, based
Yep.
on what the family said. And I know people don't want to hear what the family had to say, but I, for one, said
It
they
was
could keep all
just
the-
so detailed, like so specific when she said that. She blurted that out. It's like,
Yep.
what?
I've got
Why would you say that? You know?
Yeah, I've got the video on my YouTube. I can pull it up. So they're going back and forth about her descriptions and everything. But we saw that she had all the interviews. Okay, excuse me. He was walking towards her, and she described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in frozen shock phase. That was in the PCA. All right, this portion, Exhibit D1, page 7 and 8. This portion of the draft, Exhibit A, was
Are you sharing?
Oh, no, let me do that. Sorry.
I've got to order some food, y'all. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, there she goes.
It's a few hours, Texas, and he disappeared the next day for 3 hours from like 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. He was offline completely again. So that's 2 days, the next day. After the Albertsons grocery store run, they're in Lewiston. They have him on camera entering that grocery store, so they know for a fact that it was him and he was there. And then from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the 14th, that phone went offline again. What was he doing for those 3 hours? Where'd he
And
go?
when he went offline, that's when it says he was in the Johnson, Idaho area. So that's on the way to Montana,
Word Montana. Yes.
Low,
north of Montana.
low, low.
Low, low.
What? Let me show
Tender.
y'all something. Let me.
Wait, same day. Did you
Yeah.
guys
Well,
say
Same.
same day.
14th?
Yeah, no, I mean, I keep saying the
I
same
said
next
that, but
day.
I. Yeah.
Sunday day, yeah.
Sunday day.
Same
Mhm.
day technically as the
Right, as the
Of
murder.
the
yeah.
hiding.
So,
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah, that's this man did not sleep, you know,
No.
No.
and
No.
he
He
did a
did
lot
not.
of dodgy stuff, you know.
He certainly did not.
Did he have any help to stay awake that entire time? Like
Probably.
we know what his history is. Was he
Yeah.
was he doing that still?
We don't
Some
know.
of it, maybe.
No.
We don't know.
Or
Um,
he could have just been like me. I can stay up like that.
I can stay up too.
As
There's
long as
times.
I'm busy, I can stay up.
Okay. Here is the Idaho and Montana state line. This is an area called Lolo Pass, right? In the Lolo Mountains. Now, let me back out
Mhm.
a little here.
That's
I
what
don't
she
see
said.
that on the stream.
No.
Or is
Stretch
it
it.
just delayed?
You don't see it?
I see it. I
Oh,
can see a
okay. It's
map
come up now.
zooming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Lolo National Forest. I want to show. There's Coeur d'Alene. There's Palouse. Here's Moscow. Here is the Lewiston area where he was at when he was spotted at the grocery store. Then after that, the phone goes off from 3 to 5. So you can,
Yeah. So do driving directions from Lewiston to that
yeah, let
um
me,
to to Lolo
whoops.
Pass.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Trust me, we have done driving directions and looked at the times on
Mhm.
these, and it just totally fits.
I'm not going to trust you till you prove it to me. Just saying.
Oh yeah, she's doing it. Yeah, and I don't blame you. Cause where is it? I'm trying to find this section.
Where it talks about it.
Oh yeah, the
It's like
last page.
yeah, it's in the very
Yeah, it stopped
the very back.
reporting to the network from 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And then I'm trying to did they put something in for the 14th or did we no longer know where he was
I think all it
after
said
that
was that
8:30?
he pinged the tower that services Moscow, but they don't think he was in Moscow that date. And then they said he was never in Moscow again. Never showed he was in Moscow again after
Was that the 14th they think he
14th.
pinged?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. Do a find while she's trying to get her map
So
together.
how they know that, I don't know. How they know he wasn't there, I don't know.
So they say that Hawaii Park is pronounced like Hawaii, so it's
Wawawi.
Hawaii.
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Wawawi.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
It, it rhymes with Hawaii. Hawaii.
Hmm.
That's what the locals say. Well,
I'd go by the locals. Yep.
Do you have the PCA up, Firefly?
I don't, but it'll only take a
I'm
second to find
trying to
it.
figure out what page that's on.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Only take me a second to get it if you want. Affidavit. Mhm. I know. Let's see. The map you're talking about is on page 15. I don't know if I'm muted.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
15.
I was muted, wasn't I? Well,
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
you
okay.
must have been. Yeah.
I was. Um,
Okay, because it got really quiet, so I'm like, oh, did I do something?
I thought she was
Um,
still, yeah, doing her map, looking for it.
yeah,
no, I
probably
got it
was.
pulled up. I mean, I'm just showing the map right now. If you guys want the PCA back up, I'll pull it back up.
Oh, no, no, no. Go ahead.
But
Hmm.
I was
I mean,
just showing also while I had it pulled up that um,
okay, page 18, Dolphin.
Okay.
The part where he was offline for 3 hours or so. Is that what you mean?
Now, did they mention something for him for the 14th of November?
Oh yeah, yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. That's okay. Go ahead, Salty. Just keep on talking about what you're
It
talking
says,
about. We'll get back
and
to it.
it's on page 15 where the map is. It says investigators found that the 8458 phone did connect to a cell tower that provides services to Moscow on November 14th, 2022, but investigators do not believe the 8458 phone was in Moscow on that day.
yeah, we
It was
read that
connected,
earlier.
and it
Oh,
and it
oh,
was
oh, oh,
not
oh,
connected
oh.
to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date.
Did we think that he stayed in a hotel too when he went out that way?
I never
Mm,
know.
I don't remember that. I don't remember thinking
I thought
that.
we
I don't
talked
know
about that.
because the times that the phone comes back on and the cameras see him pulling back into Pullman, I don't think that he did.
Do y'all see on the map right there
No.
where it says 3 hours 22 minutes, right below it, it says Clearwater.
Yep,
I think that is exactly the area where Johnson, Idaho is, and it's very small. It's like not even
it's
a
very small.
very
Yeah,
small, but that's about
Mhm.
the area. So, but there's a cell tower in that vicinity that
yeah,
he connected to.
right. And like I was showing them a second ago when I zoomed in, back over here, that you could see this is the way he allegedly came out from
Hmm.
Moscow down Highway 95. Here's the Blaine area, and it says here that oh, where'd it go? Da, 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 da. Because I believe he exited the neighborhood at Palouse and Conestoga and all that. Um, vehicle was absurd. Oh, that's the 253. Maybe I didn't get that far on that part yet. But yeah, this is the map. This is the way they claim he left, according to the PCA. Leaving out of Moscow, coming down Highway 95, the rural route home. And there's Blaine, and here's Genesee, which is mentioned. And then you go back to 95, and you go this way up through Uniontown. Then the Colton area, Johnson, Idaho, or Johnson, Washington is right there. And then 195 back into Pullman. See, the Snake River runs all this way. So that doesn't mean that he still couldn't have dropped something in the Snake River that
Right.
went to Lewiston, the 3 to 5, I mean 5 to 8 times that he was gone, offline, he still could have went into this area. Now, if you look at, um, hold on,
Yeah, he had to cross the river to get to Lewiston, so he could have dumped it before or after he went to the Albertsons,
oh yeah,
right?
definitely, oh definitely, anything he could have done a lot of things, during that time, after the crimes that next,
Next morning
yeah, whatever it was, right?
or early the next, yeah, same day. It just seems like the next day. I don't know.
Let me see this. Okay, so now I'll pull. Let me get this wider so we can see. You'll see how Snake River is right there at the Wawa. I'm gonna call it that. I'm gonna say Wawa. Like, okay.
Hawaii.
So Wawawi or Hawaii, so that would be Wawawi. Is that what we would
Hawaii.
Hawaii. Hawaii.
Hawaii, whatever. I'm not from up there in them parts. I'm from down here below the Mason-Dixon line. We say things differently.
Just say Wawa. I
Yeah,
like Wawa.
yeah,
So
it's just
where was the
Wawa.
hotel key from? The
That was
Oh,
the travel to. Wasn't that from when they were traveling across country?
it could have been because I'm sure
but
they
on the
stayed in
on
hotels
the
there.
description, what did it say though?
It was
Did they
like a
say?
key sleeve, like a sleeve. You know how they come in a little sleeve
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
cards?
that I believe.
It wasn't the actual card; it was just a sleeve.
Okay, so
But I
over.
don't remember which hotel. I don't remember that.
Yeah. So now, as we were looking a minute ago, Pullman's here. There's 270 straight to Moscow. Multiple cameras and car pings have that car traveling along that path toward the home. But Anne says, no, 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 no. We were over here traveling toward the park. Completely the opposite side of Lolo Mountains. And there's your Snake River, runs right along beside the park. Did they take my thing off? I used to be able to go in there and look all around. Shoot. Street view.
There are parts of Idaho that are absolutely breathtaking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Twin Falls is an absolutely
Mhm.
amazing area.
And this is the Wawawi or whatever y'all want to call it road. But look how, I mean, it's just like there's not there. Look at that. What is that? What are those back there? Power line thingies.
Yep.
We got, it's just a lot. There's a lot of, it's probably not a not a ton of traffic on it. Let me go back one, because I was trying to get down in there like it let me before, but I don't guess it's gonna let me like I was. There we go. Try to get there's part of the river. I'm gonna get turned around and go the wrong way, and I know it. But there's the opening to the park anyway coming up. But yeah, I think it's back this way. I messed up. But yeah, it's completely the opposite direction of Lolo Mountains, and it's completely the opposite direction of the home. The way the PCA says he traveled. And it says that at 3:26 a.m., his car was traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive, and this is on page 6 of the PCA. Then westbound on Steiner, and at 3:28, multiple videos from King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. And that video that I shows the Linda Lane 2 camera at 3:29 a.m. A car goes in front of it. We can't tell what kind of car that is, right? Coming down Taylor Ave. That would be a car entering the neighborhood. So if that is his car, he certainly wasn't all the way on the other side going into the park. You know what I mean? Sighting or not, phone records are separate. But if you go, I haven't broke down. What are you saying? Speak to me.
I'm responding to Friendly Snake. So Friendly Snake says he had the next day off of work, and Moscow police admitted that the next morning's sighting was not correct. So we're probably talking about that video that we were looking at the other day, where there was a white car that went up and down the road. And we can admit that wasn't him. That wasn't his car. That wasn't his Elantra. But that has nothing to do with the phone records that we just looked at. The phone records in the PCA say he went back.
It was a Sunday. There was no work. He had next day off work. Moscow PD admitted next morning's sighting was not correct. Well, we read from the PCA that his phone pinged near the home at what was it, guys? 9 something in the morning. I can't remember the exact.
It was like 9:12 to 9:21 or something.
9:21.
Then he went back and got home at like 9:30 something.
And then he was back home by 9:30.
Yeah, it was all like within 20-25 minutes. I think.
But no one's saying he was sitting out in front of the home, that the phone did ping close to the home, that later that morning.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so then they did come out with another statement in the PCA that said the phone did ping on a Moscow tower, but they didn't believe he was in the area. That's the only confusing statement in that entire PCA. But they've never did they come out with a press statement saying that? Is that where you saw that, or did you see it in the PCA? What do
That
you?
said
So
that said what now? Say that again.
I'm reading their comment.
Oh, okay.
This comment, I'm asking where they got that information from. Besides that one statement in the PCA saying the phone pinged, but it wasn't in Moscow. Remember, we read that earlier. So
Mm-hmm.
we read that part, and we all agree that's a little confusing. That's the only line in the entire PCA that's confusing to me.
I think
And
that's I don't think that's ever been confirmed that he didn't show up to school or work that next Monday. I don't know if that's ever been confirmed.
yeah, no one's ever said that he did or didn't. We don't know. There's a lot we don't know, and there's a tons of rumors out there.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I didn't show up for school the next day, but I wasn't in
Yeah,
school, so I have an excuse.
right. I mean, we're just going by like I guess the students that said if he was there or not, right?
Oh,
Right.
so this section about the next day, right? But they
Yeah.
don't believe that it was there. They said that they found that his phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to
Right.
Moscow. That's
yeah,
why I'm like, did when we talked about Montana, didn't we also maybe think that okay, he probably did get a hotel somewhere out there and he stayed overnight, you know, because he had been up for so long and whatnot. And I'm like thinking if it connected to a cell phone tower that provides coverage for Moscow, maybe he was on the eastern end of that area, you know, where
Oh,
that cell tower covers because he was maybe still out there in
could have.
Montana or whatever.
Yeah.
hmm.
Um,
I would love to know if he made it to work or whatever
yeah. Um,
on the 14th, which was a Monday.
Yeah,
Right.
no, you're good, friendly snake. Yeah, it was a Sunday. There's just a lot you're going to hear out on these YouTube streets that can't be verified or backed up, and that's why if we talk about it, we make sure we say it's a theory or speculation, instead of coming out and telling you guys this is the gist because nobody knows, right? But there is a
Hmm.
lot of speculation, a lot of rumor, and a lot of intentional rumors have been put out there. Let me just go ahead and say that like that, and I don't care if people get mad at me or not. But we know for a fact there were certain YouTubers working together behind the scenes to create and fabricate things to put out there because it kept their channels going for clicks and views. The more you put out shade against the Moscow Police Department and the more you come out and said this guy's innocent, the better your views were. I chose not to take that route. I will never take that route. But anyway, with that said, be careful where you get your information. If you hear something, try to go verify it, or ask the people, how do you know that? Because there's a lot of talk out there and there's a lot of alternate theories out there, a lot of blaming the parents and their nefarious activities for what happened that night, all kinds of stuff. I know all that stuff that's out there. I just want you guys to be careful when you're out there getting your information. Um, this is the map I made. So at 2:47, the phone stops utilizing cell service. That was right there near Moscow. At 4:48, the phone utilizes service State Highway 95, Moscow near Blaine. That is straight from the PCA. It
Hmm.
comes all the way down. Now from 4:50 to 5:26 is 36 minutes traveling south on State Highway 95 to Genesee. Then it comes down through here, up through Uniontown, through Colton, through Johnson, then north back to Pullman. It arrives back in Pullman at 5:27 a.m. Suspect vehicle 1 appears on camera traveling north on Stadium Way in Pullman. That is the route they claim that he took out of there. Now, is that verified? Not yet, but that's what the PCA says.
Hmm.
And how they determined it was because of the phone pings.
So back to that time frame where you have 4:50 to 5:26, whatever it said, 36 minutes there.
Yeah, I can pull that right back up.
That's where if you check the map, Moscow to Genesee or whatever, it only takes like 15 minutes. So that's where the time is, the extra time everybody's talking about.
So between Genesee and there would be okay. But okay, hold on, let me see. Let me get that back up.
Yeah, that was what, 450, you said?
Yeah, let me pull that
To
right back.
450
5
to
something?
526, I think it said.
So 450
That's
is
36
1
minutes.
minute after he logged into that email account.
Oh, that's right.
So he
Yep,
could
yep.
have been. That's what I'm saying. This would be nice if it had an extra dot, a bullet
Yeah.
added to this route to say, okay, 4:48, he's here,
It
right?
does it right here.
Supposedly.
4:48 a.m. Phone
Mhm.
utilizes service. State Highway 95, Moscow near Blaine. That's what the PCA says.
And now new information is that 4:49, he was pulled over, logging into an email. He wasn't driving and logging into an email,
It's
you know.
somewhere right there in Blaine. It had
Mhm.
to be right there.
And now 4:50, this is 1 minute after that login to that email. Now
Mhm.
you're saying, okay, if there's 15 minutes missing in here because he was doing
No,
something.
actually, the 15 minute. Okay, I was wrong because he left. He was seen speeding away right at 4:20. So
Mhm.
4:20 to 4:48, where he was next on the cell tower. That's what, 28 minutes.
Mhm. Mhm.
So that's the time frame.
Okay, because it
Like
wouldn't have
if
taken 28 minutes to drive
yeah,
from that house
Yeah.
to
yeah.
that
Search on the
point.
maps how long it takes to get to Moscow to Blaine.
All right.
Moscow to
Let's
Blaine.
see.
I think, didn't we also say too that his adrenaline might have been really high,
Oh yeah.
and he pulled over right when he got clear of
Yeah.
Yep.
Moscow and out into the boonies and maybe just
Mhm.
tried to calm down?
Calm himself, collect himself, all that, because everything just got really sideways, and he wasn't expecting that. That was a little much.
Mhm.
So yeah. So Moscow to Blaine.
It's not no 28 minutes, that's for sure.
Actually, when you type it up, go ahead and put the house's address. So it's not, calculating it from the
Mm.
center of Moscow or Moscow. I keep saying
Moscow.
Moscow. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
To Blaine, Idaho. What the hell?
For me, it says 8 hours. Wait,
It
that's
says 8 hours. That's
oh, that's
ridiculous.
Blaine
Take it off.
County. We'll put Genesee, Idaho, or maybe.
Make sure you're not on walking.
Yeah. No, it says by car.
From 1122 King Road?
Yeah, Moscow, Idaho to
Yeah, it's somewhere down south. Okay, so 20 minutes. It's a 20-minute to Genesee.
Yeah, let's do that because that's weird. We know that's not correct.
Hold on. Let's see. 1122.
Yeah, do it on yours, and then I can pull you up on the back end and as well, and show your screen.
Blaine, Idaho.
Yeah, it came the same
8
thing.
miles, 14 minutes.
14 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, 8.6 miles.
So there's not missing time then.
No, there is because it's 28 minutes on. Well, like that map you just showed. It showed.
Dolphin, you just did it from the where you got
1122 King Road to Blaine, Idaho. And it says 8.6 miles, 14 minutes using US 95.
Because 420 he
What
sped
seems
away.
speeding off, right?
Sped
Mhm.
away quickly, and then he showed up at 4:48. So that's 28 minutes, right?
And actually, you know what? Where this is going, it's going off to the side. So actually backing it up to here, I wonder what the distance is to this point. So it's not even 14 minutes.
Oh, I'm just now reading the back stuff here. Oh.
That 8-hour one is Blaine County, Idaho. 14 minutes. Okay. Yep.
Let's see. Rachel, your son went to University of Idaho. She says, my son came home for Thanksgiving and then back for a few weeks and then home for Christmas. Did he go there during the time of the crimes?
I
It's
think she's
5
just talking
miles. Okay.
generally about university life. So Donnie's trying to say that after Thanksgiving break is over, then everybody just goes home from college, and that's not true. That's 100%
Well,
not true.
it's not. Well, it's, but a lot of them do. A lot do.
After Thanksgiving, nobody has school after Thanksgiving. I have never heard of that ever.
They. I don't know. It depends on how close you live to the college. You know, I
No,
mean,
no, no. I'm talking about the academic calendar. Academic calendar wise,
yeah.
you have a fall break in October, you have a Thanksgiving break around Thanksgiving, and then you come back to school for at least the first 2 weeks of December, and then you have finals like the second week of December. Between the second week of December and Christmas, you have finals.
Let
Like
me
I don't know of any colleges, universities that just dismiss everybody after Thanksgiving. I know of none of them.
let me.
All right, Donnie. I'm not saying that you're not telling me something that's not true, but I need proof because I have proof. I can show you the academic
Yeah.
calendars.
Oh,
Ivy Tech, Purdue University, the University of Southern Georgia, the University of Georgia, the University of Illinois, the University of Indiana. I mean, all of those. I can show you their academic calendars, and none of them dismiss for the rest of the semester after Thanksgiving. None of them. Donnie's calling you. You better answer that.
yeah, that's unknown number. I don't answer my phone. No how. You leave me a damn voice message. If I know you, I'll answer it. Otherwise, you can leave me a voice message. I don't answer to unknown numbers or weird shit.
That's how I am too.
I won't. I've got a voicemail. You can leave me if it's an important information. You will leave me a message. Otherwise, get the hell out of my phone. Um, the lack of students at the bar. I get. I think there was a particular reason he chose that time frame, but I don't know if it was because um, I have a theory, but it's not because of the lack of people being around. Let's just put it that way. Page 118 of a certain underlining book. Could it have been something to do with let me hold on. Who knows why this guy picked or chose the time that he did and the date that he did? Um, where do I have it? Do I have it saved here? Let me see.
I just put the 2022-2023 academic calendar for U of I in the back chat.
Oh, do I just click it and it brings it up? Can you guys see it? Oh, wait. Let me move it over here. Oh, wait, I can't do it. Why won't it let me? Shit. Let's see.
All right, I'm dropping the one for Washington State University academic calendar, and it's exactly what I said. Finals end on December 13th. You have to come back for a couple of weeks in December. You have to for your last week of regular classes and your finals.
Fall recess for Pullman or for Moscow, Idaho, Monday through Friday, November 21st through the 25th was fall recess.
Yeah.
December 5th through the 9th, fall no exam week. 5th through the 16th, law final exams. December 10th, fall commencement. And December 12th through the 16th, final exams. December 16th, deadline to submit grades. December 20th, final grades due by noon. So for the week of the 21st through the 25th, they were on fall recess at Pullman. I mean at
Right, but then on the next page to answer his question, yeah, you don't get real
All right, there's
long
fall.
break at
There is
Thanksgiving.
actually
Yeah.
fall 2022.
Yeah.
Washington State University academic calendar is up, and you
When
get to Thanksgiving break vacation. Thanksgiving vacation ends Friday, November 25th, and final examinations begin December 12th, and final examinations in December 16th. You
That's
had
Yeah.
to,
like the
you,
same one.
yeah,
Those
Yeah,
are the
they're
same dates as
identical.
Idaho.
Yeah, they're identical. And then
Mhm.
yep.
December 17th, winter classes begin back over in Pullman. So, um,
But
if
that
you,
other one is the 23rd through the 30th is holiday break, UI closed.
where did I miss
It's on
it?
the second page.
Oh, December, what was it again?
The 23rd through the 30th, it says
Oh,
holiday break, UI closed.
yep, December 23rd through the 30th, they're closed for their holiday break. And end of winter session is January 10th. Um,
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and speak as somebody who went to school in Indiana and did not, it was not a resident of Indiana. If I wanted to go home for Thanksgiving, I did, but then I had to go back, and then I was out for Christmas. So, yeah, he's right.
yeah,
I don't know what the comment was in the chat, but yeah.
I brought receipts. You all can just check out the receipts and decide for yourself.
no, I'm not here to argue what was going on as so far as what was closed and how not a lot of kids around. I think if Tallahassee's 3 hours away, if my niece wants to come home for Thanksgiving, she will. A lot of the kids will if they're close
Hmm.
enough. That
Right.
doesn't mean the entire campus is going to leave. Some
That's
of
true.
them will leave and go home. There will be a less populated college students, but there were still
Hmm.
a lot of college kids left in the town. They didn't all go home
Yep.
for Thanksgiving.
All out of state students.
Exactly.
Hmm.
So, but if you also go into other theories, and there was the page 118 underlined that they took into evidence, and you look at the Elliot Rogers stuff, November was significant to him. Was it significant to Koberger? So, there was something about that date and that time that was go time for him. Whether it was a ton of people there, not going to be a lot of people there, who the hell knows what this guy was thinking at that point and as to why, you know. Um, we can speculate all day long about the amount of people that were still left in the area, but a lot of the college kids that were interviewed said a lot of them did go home for holidays and things of that nature. And then after the crimes, a lot of their parents demanded they come home, and the University of Idaho allowed that. So, there's just a lot of back and forth with this case, that and receipts are receipts, but that still doesn't mean that every single kid stayed put for Thanksgiving. They still could have went home if they lived close enough. Um, if you lived far away, maybe not. You're not what why
Hmm.
waste all your time for a quick trip? A lot of parents are going to want their kid to come home and make it home for Thanksgiving, but weather delays and all that stuff going on, who knows what, as far as flying home and stuff. um, so it's just, who knows why he chose that particular time frame, and what made that go time. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't.
You know what? Another thing too, the Amityville murders happened
Hmm.
on that day, on November
Mm.
13th,
Yep.
1974, and that house was 112 Ocean Avenue. Could be
Yep.
a coincidence, but
A
yeah.
lot of people
So
put that
weird
together.
though.
I know a
Hmm.
lot of us were putting together or looking at the numerical stuff that came with
Right.
that,
Hmm.
because there was a lot of talk about that, because this person was very calculated,
Hmm.
very thought about this stuff for a long time, and it wasn't, until he found the right people, the right house, the right everything. Um, so there's always a method to their madness. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And
Yeah.
it's something we may not ever understand.
I think there were the same number of people in the house too.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
Really? Rachel's son went to school there and already graduated a year before the crimes, and she says her
Hmm.
son worked at Subway, and the population went down for both breaks, but picked back up between.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't dispute that I feel like some of the kids would have went home and some would have stayed. Um,
Yeah. I
real
didn't always go home for Thanksgiving.
right. Right. So we'll never know exactly why he decided to that that was the time, or even or any of that. We don't know. Of course, we'd like to know. What were you thinking, dude? What was so special about this time? Um,
Oh, and don't forget, he was in trouble at school.
yeah. See, something like that could have triggered him because Dolphin's right. He did get into trouble as a teaching assistant. Um, there was a lot of back and forth about that, and it was confirmed. And then we have interviews with some of his students. Um, and he did get into trouble, and he was in jeopardy of losing that TA job. And if he had lost that TA job, he would have lost that ride to college along with it. He could have been kicked out of the program completely. Did something trigger him and make him angry enough to go ahead and make this go time? You know, that you those are you have to take that into consideration as well. Um, yeah, some kids couldn't afford to go for both breaks, so you choose one or the other, right? You choose
Right,
one.
and you choose a longer one, which would be Christmas.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
crazy to me is that we're sitting here in a quadruple homicide talking about student breaks. We're talking about Thanksgiving break, we're talking about winter break, we're talking about final exams. I mean, like to drill down to it this deep is crazy to me, but we are, and it's a legitimate conversation. And Donnie is trying to make legitimate points. I don't agree with all of them, but I'm glad that he's here challenging us because we need to be challenged in some of our
Dude, we
concepts.
did
So,
this at Delphi. Are you kidding me? We have been deep in this Idaho case for 2 solid years, and we went this deep, if not deeper, in Delphi with a lot of
yeah.
things. Um, and there are a lot of things in Delphi that can be backed up in documents, and a lot of things in Idaho that can be backed up in documents, and a lot of things that can't. And that's why if we discuss things here, I want to make it clear a lot of things are speculation when we're talking about the time frames and the what ifs.
Mhm.
I think everybody has good points, and there are people that from the area that do come into chats and talk about certain things, but they don't want to be known that they're from the area a lot of times because people start wanting to harass them and try to get interviews and try to get them to talk. And Rachel's son could have been one of the ones doxxed for being at the grub truck that night getting him some macaroni on a
Right.
whim. You know, it's just ridiculous the amount of stuff that's come out of this Idaho case that people feel like are facts when they're not. We don't know so much still, but we're learning more and more that this guy looks like he's absolutely the guy.
It
Well,
has gotten
we definitely got more evidence of that in these documents.
Oh, definitely. I think so.
Yeah, dude was pulling some sketchy stuff. And if you're not out there pulling sketchy stuff, maybe I wouldn't side eye you, Weber.
Well, the thing is, Anne said one thing at the beginning of the hearings, and then in the last group of hearings that we heard, she kind of changed her story and said that, oh well, yeah, he was in the Moscow area. So
But not
she's
over
cha-
there.
right, she's changing her story a little bit, and then now we're finding out information that at 4:49 or whatever in the morning, he was directly south of Moscow in Idaho,
But we knew that.
was nowhere near Wawaii Park, logging into a Gmail account trying to use VPN. So,
But we've known that since the PCA came out 2 years ago. And
right, but it's coming together more now for me, just for me personally, it's coming together more now.
Yep.
so, yeah, there's just, I think everybody who followed Delphi, right, looked at those defense attorneys and all they were doing, and now people believe that all defense attorneys are going to be on the up and up about everything they come into court and say. We can take all that to the bank as solid, but we can't. And like I've done lost some faith over there in Delphi because I'm telling you, you can't get me down don't send me down two different separate alternate roads, Odinist or Ron Logan in Keegan County.
Exactly. Yes.
Now I'm
Yes.
done.
Yep.
Okay. Like when I got done with Idaho, I was done. And when I decided to come back to Idaho and revisit everything, I'm going to stick to these documents. I'm done with Delphi because now I've got defense attorneys presenting me with two different scenarios that aren't even linked. So
Ron Logan never ever came up as an Odinist in any of
never,
their documents ever. No,
never, and neither did Keegan Klein.
nope. That was all about CP.
And now we're on to scrap the Odinists. It's Ron Logan and Keegan Klein. And I'm not throwing shade at the defense attorneys because I really do like Jennifer Auger. I like to hear her talk. I want to hear a sensible attorney come out and talk, not one that's spouting bullshit. You know, if she was doing that, I wouldn't even pay her any attention. Do I still think they got the wrong guy in Delphi? Possibly, because of their shadiness over there. But, you know, there's just been a lot of, there's just so much speculation in these cases. And it's fine to speculate, but to get all hardcore with each other about it is crazy to me because I know how maddening it was a year and a half ago, even for me to be in this case. And I
Right,
got
right. To take sides, to build a fence, to build a wall between you and everybody else,
mm,
based on preliminary evidence when we don't know all the facts and we don't know all the evidence is crazy to me. Like, keep an open mind. Like
Exactly.
I I went into the Richard Allen Delphi case thinking that they got the right guy. Like, just because police arrested him, I'm like, I trust the police. They must have got the right guy. And then the further we got into it and the more we understood about their investigation techniques or lack thereof,
taking
their inner
taking the
their
victim's phone and then giving it back to the parents and then taking it back from the parents again to
yeah,
do more
all right.
evaluations. Uh-uh.
Girl, that's just the beginning of it. That's like
I
1% of
know.
the
I know.
things that went wrong in that case. But the point is that changed my perception of his guilt or innocence, whether it's factually guilty, factually innocent, or just not legally not guilty. Obviously, the jury didn't come to that conclusion. They believed that the state presented a solid enough case. So, anyway, like you've said, the appeals process is in the works now, so we're going to have to see how that turns out. But there's still more filings, and the more filings that we see, the crazier it gets.
Yeah, and yeah, and I just don't.
Yeah. That like summarizes like how we feel about that entire thing. Yeah. I know. Oh
This
my
case
gosh.
is totally different. People who want to come over here and say that this is all nefarious in Idaho and they can't read a document correctly and began screaming, it don't make sense. Make it make sense. What's this word mean?
Oh my gosh, a certain streamer, I'm not going to say any names, but somebody did like a 7 hour, 8 hour stream yesterday reading the
Yeah, we
documents and
lost
just
count of how long that one went on.
complaining left and right how Hippler's lying. This is a lie. This isn't true. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, girl, it's just right in front of you. Read it.
Accusing the judge of lying?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Yes. That's a lie.
What?
That's not true. Yeah. Oh my God.
So
Yes.
now we don't.
7 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
What in the world? I gotta hold on. We're connecting to your channels. That's what my little notification says here. I don't know why. It's on Restream.
I've decided on McDonald's.
Ooh, girl.
McDonald's.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'll order while
no,
y'all
you
are
can do
talking
better.
about Delphi.
No.
Dolphin's like, shut up with that Delphi shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where did we leave off? 'Cause y'all are already 4 hours into this stream.
Okay.
Well, I
Y'all
knew
got
this would be a
it.
long one. I knew this had to be a long one because there's just like so much info.
All right, so we're done discussing who was in school in November and who
Yes.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Thank
Because
you.
none of us live there and none of us damn well know. All right. I think the only one that might come close to knowing would be Rachel at this point.
Yeah.
Because her kid actually went there. Okay. Thank you, Rachel. We appreciate you. So anyway, so this portion of the draft, damn phone. This portion of the draft, Exhibit A, is incorporated in varying degrees into Baker's Exhibit. Because I want to keep reading about DM stuff. So when Exhibit A's were submitted in support of the search warrant applications. DM had sat for at least 3 interviews with law enforcement, 2 on November 13th of 2022, one in which is this is the one you this is not the one you read earlier, is it, Dolphin?
Oh, I don't see it. What is it?
Oh, I don't have the screen up. But I went back to page 11, and I think this is the one because that's where where we stopped to go look at stuff, and then I think this is the one you did read.
Oh, yeah, the description about, yeah, her height, all this, da da da. I kind of stopped right it down in there when what she told Detective Gooch.
Right there, a few days
Uh-huh.
after
Yeah,
that.
I finished
Okay.
that. Yeah.
She also told Detective Gooch that she remembered the suspect's eyebrows were bushy, but could not remember their color. Likewise, told Detective Mowry she could not remember the color of his eyebrows. More importantly, not only are DM statements consistent with each other with regard to the intruder's description, they are accurately included by law enforcement into the Exhibit A set forth. There is not one statement in the affidavits regarding the intruder that cannot be traced directly to DM's words. Consequently, defendant has not demonstrated an intentional or reckless false statement or admission of material exculpatory fact with regard to the law enforcement's recounting of DM's description of the suspect. What is that? Oh, sorry, got distracted by a notification. Okay. Defendant also asserts Exhibit A watered down DM statements. Now, well, they've been watching YouTube. The defense has. A long time ago, there was things Anne was saying in court, and I thought, my God, has she been watching YouTube streams? Because she's kind of repeating what is out there in YouTube land. Okay. Watered down DM statements about hearing Kaylee Gonzalez around the time of the homicides. According to the defendant, DM was unequivocal in her 3 interviews when she reported that at approximately 4 a.m., she heard Miss Goncalves walk upstairs with her dog before running back down the stairs saying, "Someone's here." Now, would that be Kaylee letting them know DoorDash is there? That's at 4 a.m. that she
That's what I
hears.
thought. Hmm.
Right, because the other day we heard, Ann Taylor said she heard Miss Calvez coming up and down the stairs, and that could not be true because she was already deceased. And I was like, no, wait a minute. It depends on what time she saw her do that. So if that was at 4 a.m., he hadn't even entered the home yet. 4 a.m., he's entering that neighborhood again at 4:04, driving around back there behind Linda Lane Queen Road Apartments at 4:05, 4:07, 4:08. So 4 a.m., Kaylee goes upstairs with the dog, and she comes back down. Someone's here. Xana, your DoorDash is here. Okay. However, law enforcement represented that DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves saying something to the effect of "someone's here." Defendant argues the addition of the word "thought" is false, and further, defendant surmises it was intentionally false to cover up the fact. Well, defendant, you think you intentionally covered up your phone? Cover up the fact that DM was wrong about what she heard. Defendant points out that Ms. Goncalves was killed in the upstairs bedroom where she was found the next morning. Thus, it could not have been her who DM heard running down the stairs at 4 a.m. They weren't unalived at 4 a.m. yet. Defendant contends, and how does he know? Defendant contends that DM's he knows what time you went in that damn
I
house.
thought that. Hmm.
Defendant contends that DM's misperception, had it not been covered up by law enforcement, would have cast doubt on her reliability and therefore probable cause. That is so ridiculous. However, the statement challenged by defendant can be read in 2 ways. That DM said, "I think it was Miss Goncalves," which is how the defendant apparently reads it, in which he claims is inconsistent with DM's interview statements. I got inconsistencies with your statements, mister. I was driving around over here, wee.
Hmm.
And that I'm going to catch hell in comments later from the pro burgers or whatever y'all call them. that DM said she heard Ms. Concalves, but law enforcement had a reason to think it could have been someone else. When the statement is viewed in context, the latter makes more sense. In the respective Exhibit A, Detective Payne and Blaker immediately followed up with a challenged statement with the following. A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have been Kernodle, which it does say that in the PCA, as her
Mm-hmm.
cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok at approximately 4:12. Um, then they go through their exhibits. Okay. Through this through this explanation, Payne and Blaker are effectively conveying to the magistrate that they believe DM's statement of who she heard was questionable. Thus, the court cannot conclude there is anything false or misleading in this regard.
So, that part there about, thinking it was Kaylee, and yeah, it probably was the DoorDash. She's letting them know that the DoorDash driver was there or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know people think that, some people think that Kaylee was sleeping in the same bed as Maddie.
Yep,
I don't think that she was. I think she was in her room.
I am with you.
Because, the photos too showing, what is it? That the TV was left on in her
Yep,
room. And I think that she heard something
yep,
and came out. But when you sit here and when I'm looking at this statement about, she might have said something about there's someone here at 4 or whatever, I was like, you know what? Then if it was her, that means she announced the DoorDash or whatever, or whatever, and then went like right back to her room.
yeah,
So she was awake because the attacks like happened basically a few minutes after this
you're
or
right.
whatever.
And
So that
Maddie,
means she was
and,
awake, and that's why I think she heard something in Maddie's room
yep,
and went to go check it out.
I agree with you because we see from the grub truck, Maddie was
Mhm,
had her a good buzz on,
mhm,
and once she ate her carbonara, she probably
mhm,
passed out on that bed. And I agree with you. I know people who, we know that Kaylee was found in the same room, but
mhm.
what makes sense is you and I have always felt that way, that she
Right.
was in her room. She heard something, maybe even Murphy barked and heard as well, made a noise. Kaylee leaves her room, and that the rooms are right there. It's a very tight area upstairs on that third floor. By the time Kaylee enters Maddie's door, he's right there.
Yeah.
He's got her.
Right. But right, because that room is so small and everything too. So, I think he just snatched her and brought her in. Because also
Yep.
think about this. If she
Yes.
had been sleeping in that bedroom with Maddie, right? And she got up and said someone's here or whatever, that means she's awake and she went back to Maddie's room. So that means she's still awake. You know
When
what I
he
mean?
walks
When
in.
he comes in the room. So wouldn't there have been more of a ruckus? You
Hmm.
know?
I agree completely. I've never been convinced that Kaylee was in that room with Maddie. Never. I mean, I've tried to see it as did that is the possibility, but she would have had to have been sound asleep as well when he entered, and then alerted and woken as he attacked Maddie. But I'm more with you on this one. I don't think she was in that room with her. I think she was in her room with her dog. And I think she did hear a noise, like you said, and went to check it out. And he just grabbed her. And we know that her wounds were way more intense than Maddie's. And she's
Which
got,
is kind of like, oh, she interrupted,
yeah,
his
exactly.
time with Maddie. So he took his anger and frustration out on Kaylee and he
Yep.
beat her, you know?
Yes, he did. She was hurt badly, and then probably thrown up on the bed because she was found next to Maddie on the bed.
Donnie
Um,
said Kaylee's bed was already at home. There was a
no,
bed. There are pictures online. There
there's
was a
there's a
bed.
bed. Her
You
mom
can see the
didn't.
comforter pulled
Yeah,
back.
you can see it. There's a bed in her bedroom. Kaylee's bed was not gone yet. A
Because
lot of
she
a lot of
was
kids
getting ready
discovered where
earlier that night, right? And everything
yes,
too. And there are pictures in her
there's
room.
pictures of her and Dylan in the bedroom because they were going to the dance, or she was Dylan's plus one that night, right? So there are photos that were on their Instagram of the girls, Dylan and Kaylee, in Kaylee's bedroom, and Kaylee still had a lot of stuff in that bedroom. Her mom even said so.
Yeah, also, how's she gonna get this bed back up to her parents' home? The parents had said that they had never been to this house,
Yeah,
right? Um,
and
and,
she,
what do you call it? Oh, the way that they rented out these rooms, they rented out the rooms with the beds or
they're
whatever
furnished.
in them.
Yeah. So, yeah, and because we know that the downstairs room one to the right, when you walk in, there was not a bed, but one of the girls had sold a bed on the marketplace. With they everybody thought so. I think it was Xana. Some people had brought that up, but
Mhm.
that was the only bedroom that did not have a bed in it. Was the empty room on the first floor down there where Bethany was staying in her room. Um, it makes more plausible sense to me and to Dolphin that Kaylee was in her own room and got startled and went into Maddie's room. And then if you think about it like that, and he didn't expect Kaylee, and then he just did all that, took some frustration out because she interrupted, whatever, and he hauls ass down those stairs, and there's Xana going to the kitchen to throw away her DoorDash garbage, or Ethan or whatever going to get the salt, the pepper, I don't know, a drink, uh, and now you got to contend with those two, and then you're going to get out as fast as you can at that point. I'm not convinced that he went in there purposely to take on four people, or these particular four people. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know why there are no beds in the ad for rent, but we can pull up pictures, and I got so many on my phone that I do need to sit down tonight and transfer all to my PC so I can pull them up and show you guys on a whim. There's absolutely a bed in Kaylee's bedroom.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. There's a photo. Yeah.
Yeah, we
With the
lost.
with the covers turned down and the
Let
TV
me let
on.
me see if I got it on my phone, and I'll just email it to myself. Let me see something. Yeah, the TV was on, and there was like it wasn't the Wi-Fi out or something, or the internet, or I mean the cable or something.
Yeah, it showed disconnected to network or something
Yeah,
somewhere.
disconnected from network. Um, Let me see, because I got a whole folder here of this damn house and everything in it. Um, where's Kaylee? I've got like I actually have way too many Idaho folders, and I do need to sit down and get these all organized and sent over to my PC. Um, I'm trying to see if I got the exact one of Kaylee's room, because you can see the good vibe sign is still in Kaylee's room. There was one in her room and one in the living room. Let's see if this one shows. Yes. Okay, hold on. I don't know how well we'll be able to see it on the computer once I get it over here. Okay, let me send that to myself. Oh, I did that wrong. I was in a hurry. Okay, here it comes. All right, I'm gonna pull this down so I can pull up my mail, and I hope this one shows clear enough. I got to find the other ones. Okay. All right. So this one will show you there's a bed, and above it is the greenery and the good vibe sign that Kaylee had in her bedroom. Uh, is that too big? Can you guys see that okay? See right here, there's
Yeah,
a
I can see
bed
it.
right there, and you can see the covers are pulled back right there, and there's the good vibe sign in Kaylee's green wall thing. So, and that was right above the sliders into the kitchen. There's your sliders to the kitchen. And right up there was Kaylee's bedroom, right above with her own balcony. And this is a nighttime shot, obviously, but there is definitely a bed in Kaylee's room. Um, so
So if Kaylee was the target, do you think that he might have tried her slider door first, or did he just go straight
I
through
don't think
the
Kaylee was the
kitchen?
target.
Oh,
I,
who was?
Maddie.
Maddie. Mm.
Maddie's the one that worked at the Mad Greek. Maddie, Maddie's injuries are way different than Xana and Kaylee and Ethan's. He went and he entered this home through that back slider. went straight through that kitchen and right up those steps to Maddie's room. He knew exactly where to go. Maddie's room was obvious from the back of that house. Big
Oh,
PPM in the window, cowboy boots in the window.
oh, hold on. And don't forget that in the PCA, Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee playing with Murphy.
Yep.
Murphy was in Kaylee's room.
Yes, he was the entire time.
So that puts her back in her room also.
Yes, it does. Let's see. I think when he did Maddie, it woke Kaylee, woke the gasp, and yeah. Yeah, Kaylee fought back. Once you entered that room and you saw what was going down, you're gonna fight, you know. Was there a scream of any kind? How loud was it? Did he grab her
Well,
mouth? You know?
in the hearing at the end of January, Ann Taylor said that, and talking about Dylan's statement, she said she heard a thump like somebody fell and a short scream.
Kaylee was bludgeoned, but also there have been reports that Xana was injured pretty badly as well, and so was Ethan. Like, bad. I mean, it's bad enough that all of them got unalived in the way they did. But okay, Truth, how do you know she was in that bed with Maddie though? We know the
And that's what
parents
she found.
stated it. And they believe the reason they all believed she was in the room with her is because she was found in the room with her. But there's nothing to prove that either way. So we theorize that Kaylee was in her room. That is a theory that we're theorizing. But nowhere is it ever, I don't know how they can prove that she was in that room with Maddie when he walked in that door. Only one that knows that is the perpetrator.
Oh, Donnie said, I'm sure that's Maddie's room. In
This
this
is not-
photo?
No. Let me
I-
pull up Maddie's room. Good Lord.
To be honest, like I've always thought the same way as Truth Exposed. I've always thought they were just hanging out together and were in the same bed together, fell asleep. I know you all think the opposite, but
See, here's the
I
thing,
don't-
though. They
I
were
have-
hanging out together. What
Yes.
you said is true. They were
Yes.
hanging out together because get this. They ordered the food at the grub truck. They came back. I think they ate together. You know, they were making those calls to Jack D, right? And everything until they finally gave up on that. I think
Yep.
Maddie was drunk as all get out, right? Maddie was probably ready to pass out or whatever. Kaylee has her puppy in the other room. Me personally, I don't see her going to sleep without, Murphy.
Yep.
Maddie's bedroom was super small, like tight. You could probably stand in it and extend your arms and touch, two walls,
And
right?
it was a twin bed.
That's how small. And it was a twin bed. So, and then I think, like I said, this picture right here, that is a bed with sheets pulled back,
Yep.
and
well, maybe
the
she
fact that
intended to go to bed
Mhm.
back in her room, but then they were just hanging out and talked longer than they expected.
True,
we-
but then there's the
So-
sounds of her supposedly playing with the dog, which
Yeah.
puts her back in this room.
We
Yeah.
went
And it's around the time of
we
her
did go through
hearing
that
all the
theory.
sounds.
We did go
Mhm.
through that theory that she could have been in the room with her. They're calling Jack. We know they were calling
Right.
Jack over and over. Then they both laid down and just passed out.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm thinking.
yeah, we have that is plausible as well. But with all the other things applied, I still could never get there that she was sleeping in that same room.
My issue is I just don't see how. Okay, so the thought is if she's in her own room, she hears some noise, she comes to
me
investigate
get
what's
something.
going on in Maddie's room. How is she not running the hell the other way if she sees a masked intruder and blood and all that?
door
Like,
is so.
how does she get in there
How did she get in where?
in Maddie's room, and how'd she get on the bed? You know what I mean?
Just Firefly. You got to think about it. That room. You've seen that room. Let me pull up something.
Tiny.
Let me try to pull up something here, if I can get it.
I know it just doesn't make logical sense to me. That's all. I know
Well,
what you're saying.
if he's in that room with Maddie and that door's shut,
Mhm.
soon as Kaylee opens that door, he's pretty much right there, and she's not going to have a chance to run away if he reaches out and he grabs her. She's there. There's no getting away from that at that point. And there's not a lot of space in that room, like Dolphin said. It is just it's so tight. Maddie had the smallest room in the house. She had a twin bed in that room. It wouldn't even have held a full size bed or a double bed. Full size and double beds are different sizes. Um, that it would not have. She wouldn't have had room for anything else. So it makes sense to me that Kaylee could have walked in, and as soon as she stepped opened that door and took a step, there he is. And she may not have had time to get away from that. Um, that's all I'm saying, and I think that's all the Dolphin's saying as well. But we don't know, you know. And I know that the family believes that she was, because the cops said they believed it because they were found in the same room. But that doesn't mean they ended up or started in the same room. That's all. I don't know. You know, the only one that knows for sure is the perpetrator. The girls aren't here to say, but it makes it both can make sense to me, in my mind. Let me see if I can get this to work. If it'll work correctly on this. I don't know if it'll still work or not. Is it not going to work?
I just don't see him being able to grab her and throwing her on the bed. Like, why would he put her on the bed? Why wouldn't he just stab
After he
her wherever
killed her,
she is? You know?
he
Yeah.
did. There's that whole cutout of that whole section of wall. Where is that at? That whole cutout of Maddie's wall had to have had blood spatter all over it. So when the door was opened and she's right there, he starts attacking her right there and then throws her over on the bed and runs out of the room
Okay.
as a possibility. I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened because I don't know. I'm saying that is a possibility of how that happened because of that room being so tight. And the minute you open that door, and if Maddie was on her bed and unalived there, and all of her blood's going to be contained right there, why is there on the opposite end of her room a large part of the wall cut out? Because there's blood spatter all over it from Kaylee. Would be my guess. Unless he wrote some weird ass shit on the wall and they took it into evidence. I was here, you know, or whatever. I can't get the walkthrough to work on the computer. Where's Maddie's room at? We've got to put this together so we can show you guys these rooms inside and out. And that's definitely Kaylee's room you're looking at. It's not Maddie's. I'm trying to find the picture I had of the back of Maddie's room, and you can see exactly what it looked like. I got some of
Yeah,
the
Maddie's room didn't have a sliding door. It had a
No.
window, and she had her pink boots in the window,
Yes, she did.
and you could see them from the street.
And
Kaylee's room is the one that's over the kitchen.
yeah, and the pink M was also in Maddie's window. Um, I don't know why that one picture. Maybe it's in Maddie's album. I got like so many damn. I do need to get these all together so I can find them so super easy and put them on here because it's not cool when I can't find them to show what I want to show. But let me do it this way. Let me look. Let me see something real quick. Because the layout of the house and whose room is where is something we've all looked at very early on. Let me see if I can find it real quick this way. Okay. Here's a picture. Let me pull this screen up. I'm going to show you how tight Maddie's room is.
I know, but the it being tight is just how I can't see her getting pulled in there. It's just too awkward to fight her in the doorway and bring her and drag her on the bed. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's all. I know you guys think that. I just don't think it makes sense. That's all.
That because the door would have been here toward the end of the bed, that she opened it and he's like right there and he wouldn't have had time to grab her in. I don't know. But here's Maddie's window. There's pink boots. There's also a big pink M. I'm trying to see if they show more. See, there's the M. There's no slider to Maddie's bedroom. The door is, she's looking dead at her bedroom door right there. Somebody's standing in the doorway taking the picture of her. This whole back wall right here is cut out. So if Maddie was killed over here on her bed, why in the hell had they cut out a big portion of the wall on the other end of the room? I don't know. you know. And from the outside of that home, you could look right in through the back of that house and see Maddie's big pink M, the big the cowboy boots that are sitting there beside it that we showed. Um, so there's some of the ones I didn't see. These are from Reddit. Let's see. And this again,
So,
right
so
here is Maddie's room
yeah,
where,
I see the cutout.
oh,
So explain this to me. So you're saying the door was shut. She comes to investigate what's going on in the room. So they had to open the door. So that door would have been blocking that wall.
unless he shut it.
So he grabbed her, pulled her in, shut the door. I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't flow to me. I don't know.
Thing is, in this, I don't know if you guys can see that this other shit's in the way. And if I click visit, it doesn't show me the room that I want to see. Let me see. Yeah, right there. It's not showing up for you guys the way it is me. Um, but there is a large cutout in Maddie's bedroom, and this is a window to Maddie's room. This is not a sliding door. So Dolphin, like she said, there's no slider to Maddie's room. Um, I don't know. I will never know for sure which room Kaylee was in to begin with. Um, Maddie's room with the balcony. No, honey, that's Kaylee's. The balcony wrapped around. The balcony wrapped around the back of the house, but let me see if this is it.
I mean, you're right. Well, you won't know the details of how she got in there,
But-
but it's just like weird.
But there was no ground level access to that balcony, right? You would
No,
have
no
had to
stairs.
have had a
Mhm.
ladder to get up there, or
I think it was you could have jumped up there from the side,
second
especially
floor.
like
Yeah.
Maddie's side. It was low enough to the ground if you really wanted to get in that way. But
Hold on, let me find this other picture I have.
not only that, but
Most
there was
of
a
the-
couch right underneath the balcony there.
but the most
By
likely point of entry was the kitchen slider, right?
yes, yeah.
I mean, it's the most logical place. Um, Let me send this picture over. Well, I want to make sure I can get one that's got the view of both of the girls' rooms here, the way I want to show it, so there's no discrepancy on the way it looks. So the balcony did wrap around the behind, Maddie's, but Maddie only had a window. She did not have a slider. Kaylee had the slider. And let me see if this one's good enough. That's really not going to show what I want, but because I did plan on putting a whole picture compilation slideshow type thing together, and I need to get on that, I guess. Okay, let me pull up this mail and see. Okay, no, that's still the old one. Where's the new one? Okay, here it comes. It just took it a minute. All right, I'm going to show you. Now, y'all saw how, I don't know if I showed that or not with Kaylee's room with the sliding doors. Well, we saw that, but it was at night, a nighttime shot. This picture here, this is how that balcony wraps around, all the way around. So there definitely was a balcony, but Maddie only had a window. She didn't have a slider the way Kaylee did. Kaylee had the big room, and it was right above the kitchen, like Dolphin said. And the kitchen and Kaylee's room had sliding doors, and Kaylee had a larger area of the balcony. It got real skinny back here toward Maddie's room, on the back of the house. And this is from the back of the house, side view from where the assailant would have parked over here.
Right, from where we saw that drive that goes in between this house and the next door apartment, right?
Yes, exactly. I'm looking to see if I got I got more images. It's just so hard to find all of them at the same time, because I've got tons of albums on my phone, way more than I should with Idaho 4. I'll just be honest. And I need to get them all together and show everybody what I'm talking about and get them onto this computer so we can pull them up with ease to take a look at the different rooms. Regardless of which room here's a clearer picture of Kaylee's in the daytime. Oops, no, not to Discord. Shit, go back. Okay, let me do
You
this.
could also
There's a
go to 1122tour.com and see the floor plans of the house and
Yep.
all the rooms.
Yep. Because we've had all that. I've got pictures of the entire house empty, that came right off of the real estate websites. There's a lot you can look up, but you let me see. That ain't. Come on, come through. There we go. Okay, this one is going to be a daytime image of Kaylee's room. Okay. See how this goes around the balcony? Goes all the way back to where I was just showing you in the windows. Maddie only had a window. This is Kaylee's room right above the kitchen with the sliders in a much larger balcony area. And then Maddie's room was back over that way, which is the one I just showed you from the other, the other option that I showed you. Um, yeah, exactly, guys. Never got the chance to scream. There is a fence there. A fence where, hun?
I think he's talking about the balcony railing, probably.
A fence on the balcony railing? What kind of fence? What do you mean?
I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Oh, Donnie, elaborate, hun. What fence you talking about? There's a fence on the neighbor's property. JLR has a video of it all after it happened. I've watched a lot. I've shared JLR's videos of this house and the drive arounds and everything that he's done. What are you talking about? He has a video of what, babe? Um, of all of it right after it happened. He didn't get there until a little bit later, but
It doesn't matter when he got there. The
I
actual structure of the house did not change, you know.
exactly. I'm confused as to
Yeah.
what JLR brought out in a video that I haven't seen yet. You know what I mean? And this, where's this fence located? There's not a fence around this home.
There's no fence around this property on any
None.
side of it.
None of it. There is a neighbor that has a fence, but not 1122 King. Not anywhere around it. They put up a temporary fencing type thing after the unalivings. There's a okay, there's a let me Lord, let me find that one. There's not a fence between 112 and 1112. The blue house that sits next to 1112 has a fence around it with a gate. That we know already, but that has nothing to do with the house because it does not have a fence. And I'm trying, where's that blue house at with the fence there? That doesn't show it. That's the wrong. That's another house. Okay, here we go. Let me share this one.
His back wouldn't be turned, truth exposed. Think of Maddie's room as a rectangle, and think of the bottom right corner of the rectangle is the door. When you open that door, the door opens into the right, okay? Her bed was literally to the left, up against that wall, tucked into the corner. Actually, hold on, let me see if I have my little diagram.
You go right ahead. Okay, so this is one of the best ones I can find right this moment, Donnie. But this house here is 1122. That's got the camera in the front of it that sees the intersection. There's no fence around it either. The fence is back here around this blue house, but it doesn't. It just separates that blue house and King Roadhouse. That fence does not come around King Roadhouse at all. It's only around that blue house back there.
Well, but where does it go when it goes backwards to the south?
It just goes back and then to the right. It doesn't come
Okay.
down behind
Mm.
Queen Road.
Okay, but if it's
Road.
if it's a shared property line and a shared fence, then kind of technically the King Road house has a little bit of fence separating it, but
No,
I'm
it
not saying
doesn't.
that.
It's on a higher level.
Mm-mm.
That house used to
Okay.
sit up higher.
Yeah, you can even tell it sits up higher. I got to get a better pictures. I'm going to work on that today because now I'm aggravated and I'm going to get the pictures.
Yeah, let me share mine really
I will.
quick.
Let me
Let me
put mine
see.
Donnie, don't get salty, aggravated. Don't be doing that.
We're showing you the pictures. I don't understand what else you need, hun. See where the Jeep is. There's no fence by Ethan's Jeep. All right, Dolphin, let me get
That's
back.
a street to the left
Whenever
of
you're ready
that
to
Jeep.
present. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When you're ready to present, you can let me know and I can
Okay.
pull you up.
Let me see. I have to share the screen and it's I'll do this one first. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, let me get Dolphin up here. Take it away, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just trying to see if it can you guys see this?
Mm-hmm.
The floor plan
Yes.
of the third floor. If you're walking up the stairs, you come up the stairs this way. Kaylee's room is to the left, KG. Bathroom is over here to the right. Maddie's room is to the right here. You see how this door swings in? Imagine yourself standing in front of this door. It swings in to the right. Okay. This room is super tiny. I want to share another screen. It's a Word document. How do I that I made? Remember with the dimensions? Or I don't know
Yes.
if you were around.
Yes. I remember well.
How can I
You
get
worked hard on that.
that? Yeah.
I don't know if it'll
Let
let
me
me do
see.
to. Okay, let's see. Yeah,
Let me take this
you put a
out.
lot of time and effort
Let's
into that one.
do window entire screen. I'll just do entire screen. Okay.
Okay, let me get
And
you
then
up
I'll just
there.
put this up.
Okay,
Okay. I'm waiting. I'm looking at the stream to see if you guys can see that on the stream.
I can see it.
Okay. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, guys. From the official floor plans of the house, we got dimensions of the room. Okay. Her room, and this is the door right here. You can see my mouse moving.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
the bottom right corner, this is what I'm telling you about. You come in. Is this big enough?
Mhm.
Let's see.
There you go.
There
There
we
you
go. I
go.
can make it bigger. Okay. This little rectangle right here is her door to represent her door. See this red line? Maddie's room was 8 feet 9 inches this direction. This is the window out here. And this red line here is it's 10 feet. So this girl was literally in like an 8 by 10. You know how they say prison cells
Yeah.
or whatever, eight
Mhm.
by 10? She was like literally in that small of a room. Okay. Standard door, 30 inches by 80 inches, which equals 2 feet 6 inches by 6 feet 8 inches. So, okay. 2 feet wide, okay, right here for the door, right? If this door swings in, okay, at 2 feet 6 inches minus 8 feet 9 inches this way, you're talking, excuse me, 6 feet 3 inches. Once this door is open, you only have 6 feet of space back in here, and then obviously the space here. So, this pink thing is her bed. I said twin mattress. I've got dimensions on a twin mattress, 38 inches by 75 inches for a regular twin or a twin XL, which I don't think that that's what it was, but
Yeah.
38 by 80, right? Her bed was in the corner here to the left. You open the door, you look to the left, you're literally standing at the foot of this girl's bed. See
Mhm.
this little red line here? That it leaves 3 feet 9 inches or about 3 feet 4 inches of floor space, depending on whether she had a twin or a twin XL, right? So from this 10 feet across, minus the bed, this space right here, 3 feet of space. When you open, no, the pink area is her bed. This whole pink square is her bed. So when you open this door, that's only 3 feet between the foot of the bed and then this back wall, right? Imagine this door is open. Her desk, this is her window over here. Okay. This like area in this corner was where her little vanity table was or whatever. If you imagine yourself, I wish I had the same photo that you had up. The one of her in the Can you link that or of her, Maddie, standing in the bed so somebody can see this side by side and like imagine the perspective. Do you know where that photo is online?
Her by the in the desk, sitting at
Yeah,
the desk.
Maddie in the pink sweater, the photo that Salty was just
She just showed it,
showing.
didn't she?
I got it.
Yeah, is it online somewhere where you had a link or something?
It used to
Um,
be connected to this 3D tour.
let me see. Maddie Mogan bedroom. Hold on, I'm just looking on another screen. Let me look at images. Ah, I found it. Oh,
Awesome.
wait, there's her. I've got a picture of her sitting at the desk.
Yeah, I just showed that a few minutes ago.
Okay. I just wanted to put them up side by side so you guys can get perspective of
Yes.
what this diagram looks like and what you're looking at. So let me see. I'm pulling up the one where she was standing up. It was a TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So
Well,
hold
I
on.
had to get some more coffee out, guys.
There was a TikTok. Let me move this here. Let me just put it in a small thing here to the right. And nope, that's not what I wanted to put there. Put this up here. Here. Okay, now you guys should be able to see that. My diagram is going to be on the left. This picture of Maddie is going to be on the right of her standing in her room. Can you guys see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, like Salty told you, Maddie is staring at the door. Somebody standing in the doorway, taking a photo of her. They're like right here. Maddie is basically over here on the side of the bed. You see the closet is behind her. That's my little blue area. And then this little square here is that little small end table. She literally, it's bed, end table, closet. Okay. That's taking up this 8 feet 9 inches across. You could see this child had like hardly any room in this room. Okay. And then the window is right there at the end of the closet. Okay. So if somebody opens the door, he's standing right here at the side of the bed. Okay. He's standing basically where Maddie is, between the bed and the closet. That means what? He has a view of the door. His back was not turned when somebody came into the room.
Yeah, he's probably
So-
standing where Maddie is in that photo.
Exactly. Because if she's asleep in this bed, he's getting ready to like lean over,
Over
her
her,
or whatever,
yeah.
or is leaning over her. And yeah, so he's facing that door. I don't remember who said it that his back was turned, but basically, I just wanted to, put this up to give you guys an idea of the space. And that cutout in the wall, so her vanity table was over here. Let me see. I just had a photo of it. It is.
Donnie, are you asking if you can show the video that JLR had? If you got the link, drop it in chat.
Yeah, drop it.
JLR's got so many, it's hard for me to go through them and find them all.
What evidence do we have that the perpetrator was standing where she is now, where Maddie is now, between
There's
the
Well, I
bed and
nowhere
the
mean-
else
closet?
to stand.
Because
And
she's
get
dead
somebody
in
on
the
the
bed,
bed.
so how else would he kill her? He had to be there. Like, I mean,
He had to
No. You come in the door and you just go straight to the bed and you start stabbing. You don't
Look at
walk
the
around the.
photo, though.
You
but
don't
that's
walk
the
around
foot.
the bed.
let
The
Dolphin
foot
explain.
of the bed is at the door,
The
though.
foot of the bed is at the door.
Yes.
The head of the bed is in here to the
So
left.
so you're just going to go straight diagonally to the person on the bed. You're not going to walk all the way around and
There's nowhere-
stand between the
There's
bed
no
and the
all the way
closet.
around. There's-
Joe,
Maybe.
look at my diagram. You see
Take it
where the
off.
door is here in the bottom right corner? If you walk in this room and you stop, this is the foot of the bed. This part of this pink
Right,
square,
right.
you're not
So you
reaching
go immediately
anybody.
to your left. So you go immediately to your left, and you start stabbing with your right hand if you're right-handed.
So, okay,
Your
so
left
That would be
hand-
her legs, though.
immediately to your left, hold on, immediately to your left is what? Around here where this kind of says 10 feet, right?
No, but you don't go stand where she's standing. That's an extra 6 steps out of your way to just start stabbing.
But listen, Joe, that bed's against the wall.
It's against the wall.
Okay, so there's a
this
there's a
side is
person
blocked
laying
by
in
the
that bed, and that person
You
is
just up
to
on
your
top of?
left when you come in that door.
Yes.
So, okay, Joe, just listen to me for a
But you
second.
can't fatally injure them from their feet.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know-
stop for just a
You
second.
know I
'cause
love playing devil's advocate, so don't take it
No,
personally at all.
No, I'm not
We're
taking
just-
it personally.
y'all
I'm
hear
just trying to
her
get a
out.
word in.
Yeah,
So-
y'all hear her out.
Yeah. Because I
Please.
don't think you are getting the orientation of this bed in the room. Okay,
Yeah, I am.
this
Yeah,
little
I
square.
am. I know where
Stop talking
have
and let
seen-
me tell you what I'm trying to tell you,
Okay, go.
you might get what
Your
I'm trying to
turn.
say.
It's your
Okay,
turn.
this is the
Go.
door. Okay. This end of this pink rectangle is the foot of this bed. So the
Mm-hmm.
door, you walk in, you look to the left. The bed is over here up against the wall to the left, right? So imagine this white rectangle here where I talk about twin mattress sizes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that is Maddie
Yep.
in this pink bed. Okay.
Okay.
Maddie, her feet would be over here. Okay.
Right.
So you walk in right here, you don't stop and say, "Oh, let me lean over the long length of the bed to try to get this person from the feet up." You walk around to here so you can be side by side with the person in the
Slit her
bed.
throat.
Okay, that's a possible scenario, but
The only
okay,
other
yeah,
possible, hold on, with two sides exposed of this bed, the only other possible scenario is that he crawls in from the foot of the bed to try to
yes,
stab her.
yes, yes. I'm saying that
But
is a possibility.
okay.
Like
And
if
hold
I'm
on,
the one if
hold
I'm the
on.
one doing it, and I open the door and
Uh-huh.
I see the chick that I want to unalive laying there in the
Gonna
bed,
jump on
I
top.
like jump across the bed and I start stabbing. Like it
Okay,
doesn't
but
take
wait,
much.
wait. Remember now, too,
Got it.
people are theorizing that there are two people in this bed. So
Mhm.
if you saw two people in this bed, would you jump on top of two people from the foot of the
Maybe
bed, or would you
maybe I
walk
would,
around?
but I may not want to unalive them.
Oh,
You're
jeez.
gonna be able to assault
The basic point that I was trying to make is
Yes,
this room
I
is
get it. I
so
get it.
small, it's so tight.
Yeah.
There's no other um
If
logical place, especially if you got to remember you're reaching across with your hand, with your arm, because you're stabbing somebody. So, would you do that from
right.
the foot of the
So
bed, or
so
would you do that from the side where it's a shorter distance
right.
between
So
you
what
and
you're
that person?
doing is you're taking us into his head and you're saying he planned this out. So if he's planned this out, then he's not going to just spontaneously jump across the bed from the door. He is going to take that extra 5 or 6 steps to go around the bed and strategically
Yes,
attack her.
Yes,
Okay.
especially
especially if he
Maddie.
hasn't. Nobody's been alerted
I
to his
mean,
presence
yeah,
yet.
and
Right.
you're not trying to
Okay.
stab
I
somebody
get
by
that.
their feet, or stab them
But
in
in the
their
same
legs,
respect,
No.
Dolphin,
you know?
No.
in the
Uh-huh.
same. Okay, so I agree with you as far as that. I think he did take those steps and he walked over to the side. That's my
Just a
opinion.
few steps.
But the same thing, just like somebody in the chat is saying. So if Kaylee comes in the door, that means he has to close that distance, that 6 feet, to grab her. Meanwhile, she's running the other way or
Already
screaming.
on
I don't see how she's being pulled in the room,
Listen,
and then ending up in the corner of the room,
what
the
if
bed.
he was
Like I
already
just don't get it.
what if he'd already taken care of Maddie? Kaylee's hearing this. As Kaylee's coming in, he's already coming
Hiding.
back around the bed.
So, like, they bumped into each other in this space right here at the
Right,
foot of the bed by the
That's
door.
possible too.
right.
Could be.
That's what I think happened.
I mean, and here's the thing too. He's a tall guy. You're talking about, maybe what, 6 feet or whatever. How long does it take you? How many steps is that really for a
What is
tall
he?
person?
Stretch
With
Armstrong? He's like stretching his arms over to grab
Well,
her.
I
well,
mean,
how much of a stretch is it for you to jump across the bed and attack her from the foot of the bed instead of
that's
walking around
clumsy
it
though.
first?
It's so
That's
funny to me. We
It's the
all have
same
like
argument.
a unique
It's the same
perspective
argument.
of how
But
it
if you
played out.
jump on
It's
that bed,
clumsy because you run the risk of waking that person up.
exactly.
Jumping from the foot of the bed, that's
On
not
top
common
of her,
sense
you're gonna
to me.
scare her. You're gonna risk waking up your sleeping
And she
victim.
might scream.
Yes.
You want to get close enough to, do your damage like immediately. I
It
I
would
was
love
not
this
say that somebody
discussion, by
would
the way. I love this
start from the
discussion.
I
foot of
know
the
because
bed.
none of us know what the hell happened, so it's like
Right.
any
You guys
of
are
us could
awesome.
be right.
I know, but I'm
Or
just
it could
kind
be
of
a
like, there's
combination
not
of
that
things.
much working floor space in this room.
exactly. There
Because
really
look at
is.
where she's standing. Look at this stuff on the ground here. Look at her chair. Her chair is right here. That's
Yeah,
still
see,
right there on the side of the bed,
there's not. Yes, there's not enough working floor space, which is exactly why I think she was already in there. I don't see how she could have gotten in there.
Oh, well,
I just
because the door opened up towards the wall. And if he was over here, I could see how she got in. And I could see how he snatched her really quick. And so if the vanity table is right here in this corner, then this area of the wall or whatever is kind of where that cutout is.
Yeah.
So what Salty was saying earlier is if he snatched her in, shut the door, and then they start tussling at the foot of the bed, then yeah, there
Mm,
probably is something right
I
here.
guess that's possible too, because maybe he's trying to keep her quiet. Maybe he put his hands over her mouth too, like before he killed her. And
I mean, and then if you want to just like see it in practice, think about the size of the room that you're sitting in right now. I'm like looking at the door to the office. My office is bigger than her bedroom. But even still, I'm like not all the way in. It would probably take me, I don't know, 3 steps, 4 steps to get to the door or whatever. I
And
mean,
guys, if he didn't expect Kaylee to be in, okay, say Kaylee was in there, but if he thought Kaylee wasn't in there, why wouldn't he attempt to essay Maddie?
mhm, yeah.
yeah, that's true.
We don't. I
Give
mean,
me
you can't say that. You can't take that off the table. That
give
whole
me
thing
3 steps, mister.
Hmm.
Give me 3 steps towards the door.
you'll never see me no more. Wait a minute, mister. I didn't even kiss her. Um, but we don't know. I mean, if he expected Maddie to be in that room alone and asleep, he could have had every intention to go in there to essay her, but maybe he didn't. But apparently he killed her instead, and then Kaylee, I'm with Dolphin on the theory that she walked in and that there's not a lot, and the dude's tall. A couple of steps. It's not like he had to take an hour to get around that damn building.
Yeah.
I know, but she's taking steps the other way because she sees him. It's not like she's standing still, like
Yes,
if
She
she
could
sees
have, because she
somebody.
could have been surprised, like in
Well,
shock
could have
that
been in
this,
frozen shock too.
stranger is in the, house.
I
She could have
mean,
been in frozen
I, that
shock.
wouldn't, yeah, it's possible, but that wouldn't be my reaction. My reaction would be to run the hell the other way.
The only reason I think he would have went towards Xana's room is because when he came down those stairs, he ran into Xana or Ethan, and one of them ran back toward that bedroom. They weren't both out of the bedroom in the kitchen. Maybe they were, but you know, who knows? And we don't know why,
Yeah.
why there wasn't more screams but if Maddie was unalive so quickly, Maddie never had a chance to scream. Kaylee walking in on it or being startled, if Kaylee was laying in the bed and got startled, did she scream loud enough, or did she just wake up and didn't know what the hell was going on and his attack began to start immediately? So, Dylan did hear some noises, but we don't know, you know, what they were.
Yeah, I think that when people hear about Kaylee's injuries, it'll put it into a different light, like what you
So,
think happened in a different light, because even Steve said in the interview their damage doesn't match. He
nope.
basically said Kaylee got way more, in the like brutal injuries than Maddie did. I think that whatever he was trying to do,
Hmm.
she interrupted him. So
Yep.
if she was in the bed and she woke up, or she walked in the room and interrupted him, I
Okay,
think
so would the
she
more
interrupted him.
would
Mhm.
the more brutal injuries be to somebody that you were planning to kill, or somebody that you spontaneously had to kill that interrupted you?
It could be
Spontaneously had to
both.
kill,
I
and the
mean,
aggression came out.
it could be both. Think about it this way: if
Yeah.
he had some, grudge against Maddie or whatever, some hate for Maddie, he could come, have been like, "This is my target. I'm in here, and I'm going to do the worst thing
And
possible." Blah 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 to her, right?
if she came in and he didn't expect it, she could have startled him too, and that would have, made him
Yeah, and he could
upset.
have been in this rage because he's like, I have this plan. I
Yeah.
came here to do this. I came here to get in and out within a certain time. So I'm
Exactly.
not going to get caught. Everything is planned. This wasn't he was just sitting at his house and just decided to do this on a lark. This dude planned this.
Yes, he did. He
And if
did.
she walked in, right, and interrupted him, that could have pissed him off. And then he's like, oh, let me take it all out on her because now she's ruined my plan. And
Right.
then
And
he
I think
tosses her body back up in the corner of the bed. She's like sort of found sitting up. It was,
Yep.
Yeah.
it was what they eventually said.
Yep.
What was done to her and how she ended up seems very, very different
Yes.
than what we've heard about Maddie.
Yes, it
right,
does.
So,
and
and there's a
I
reason
think
for that.
there's a yes, that is a critical element in this trial. Like if he planned it out, and I think most of us are leaning that way, especially after the new documents have been dropped. we're leaning that way, that he planned this out and he targeted a specific person. But did he target one or two and he ended up taking 3 or 4? Did he target 3 and end up taking 4? I don't think he targeted 4, but that's just my opinion, and I don't know. But I think it's going to come out in trial. I hope it comes out in trial.
Well, it will if he has his planning documents the way Rex Harvey did.
He has what?
His to-do list, right?
His
Oh my
planning
gosh.
documents the way
His
Rex,
blueprint,
Wouldn't that-
his murder blueprint.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
that be something?
Rex Harvey had a whole planning document of
Oh my
do's and
God.
don'ts, all the things. BTK kept similar type things they learn as they go. You know what the hell?
This guy studied
Why is he
people like
carrying
that.
a vacuum in his hand for?
And
I
don't forget,
don't
this guy
know.
studied people like this.
It was
Okay.
his job.
He did that survey to find out what you do and what you don't do.
Yep. And it was his job in criminology to study these people. And I want to show this picture because I want to ask Donnie if this might be what he's referring to. There's a fence right here. You see that?
Afterwards.
That was a temporary fence
Yeah, I
put
think
up
that,
afterwards.
I
That
thought
is
that's
not.
what
That
Donnie
was
was
never
talking about.
always there. If that's what you're talking about, hon, because I'm trying to figure out what fence you're talking about still, because we know there's not a fence around that entire home. They boarded up all the windows. They put this temporary fence up. They didn't want anybody making access to this home. Believe it or not, there's a bunch of weirdo sickos that want to go dwell on the murder house, you know. But that was a temporary.
I'd do it. I'd unscrew that plywood and I'd get in there. I'd be taking me some pictures.
Well, anyway, that fence right there is a temporary fence that was placed up after the murders. It was never there before. Never, never, never. If that's what you're talking about, I can't tell. That survey will come back to haunt him, and I've got some of those pictures
yeah.
of that. I've got those as well. I got the Tappa Talks. Like I said, I got to put together all that stuff onto the PC so I can bring it up easily for you guys. And I may have to do a members only live to discuss this stuff. I don't mind people coming in with different opinions, but to we sometimes we need receipts, and we try to bring them as best we can.
Yeah.
You know, and discussing the theories is great too. I don't mind discussing all the different theories, but you know, the fact is somebody came into that house, and we damn well know from that video that I showed you guys, that car, a light colored sedan, is damn well circling its prey back there on Linda Lane, waiting to get in here. Well, Nina, I showed a portable MVAC earlier, handheld vacuum that is used to collect DNA with. You know, a K-bar and a handheld vacuum are very different. And the K-bar wasn't in a sheath at that point. It was just a knife. So how could you really, I mean, maybe she didn't realize what that was, but they look very, very different. So I'm confused about her statement that it looked like a vacuum type deal. I'm going with it. It could have been the rechargeable MVAC that he took in with him to collect anything that he may have left in there. Look at that. And if he didn't have that in his hand when he went in that house, he damn sure had one to clean that car out with.
Yep.
In my opinion. But I think one was targeted to Texas Ranger. I think everybody else was collateral damage. They weren't supposed to be awake. They weren't supposed to be alert. He honestly thought everybody was gone to bed. That's just a theory, you know, and I honestly do believe that that was the case, because it was a security fence, Ranger. If you wanted to go, if you knew everybody was in that house and you wanted to kill everybody in there, you would have killed Dylan and Bethany, right along with everybody else. You would have took the time to go ahead and do it, especially if Dylan's right there. Go ahead and take care of her. Maybe forget Bethany's down there or whatever, or she's not making no noise. But that's not what happened. Not everybody in that house was harmed, and it wasn't because they were in on it, like everybody says. Not everybody, but some. So, time to get a new, Forrest has to get a new burner phone. Yeah, that's what the theory, you know, that's what we think, you know, if you, because we've been thinking about this for 2 years. This is not just something we are just now taking a look at, right, and trying to consider. We have literally thought of every scenario possible as to what was going on and why things occurred the way they did. Yeah, that is a rumor. Um, he could have borrowed it, but I thought about that as well. But that's a rumor, so he could have purchased one himself. We don't know that he broke into the crime lab. That is definitely a rumor that's been out there, though. But I think if he did, they would know by now. Um, if that lab was even broken into and probably who did it. There's probably all kinds of security around that lab as to how cameras. It's not going to be, there's no way a crime lab at a college is not going to have security around it. No cameras, no certain way to get into the room, the door, with the swipe card or whatever. So I think that can easily be checked out, in my opinion. But what time is it, guys? It's 2 o'clock. We didn't go over all the documents yet. I still want to go through them. I got a lot of reading left to do. I want to pick out the really relevant stuff that's really relevant that I want to get to. Oops, why am I pulling that up for? That's not what I
Where'd
meant.
Dolphin go? She disappeared.
She might have fell out. She might have got
Oh,
conversation. She's like, screw y'all.
no.
I'm not putting up with all this. She's back. Hold on. There you are.
Yeah, I just realized I got kicked out. I
We
guess
did.
when I stopped sharing.
Oh, I thought maybe you got tired of everybody and said bye. I'm just
You gotta
No.
stop misbehaving, and then we'll stop kicking you out. That's how
No.
it works.
I can't-
Oh, trust me, this is not misbehaving.
no, it's not.
Pretty
Y'all don't want-
restrained right now.
Yeah, y'all think I'm bad. Y'all get me and Dolphin going at the same
Oh,
time.
I know.
We might get kicked off the damn YouTube forever.
Yeah.
I'm not even playing.
Mhm.
I'm just reading comments real quick. Dylan,
Salty, I got a FOIA response from the Orange County Sheriff's Office in Florida
Oh.
about the Stephen Stearns thing, and they sent me a link to like 25 gigabytes of data in this thing.
is that the one you
What?
already told me? Is that the one you already
Let
told
me
me?
at it.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
so that's the one you've already told me about. But what I'm trying,
yeah,
I did notice that the dates on that thing you showed me in Discord, and I don't know if that's the same Jen interview, if that's the same Jennifer interview when she's in the interrogation room with law enforcement. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
right. And I'm also trying to figure out if it's
I've
the
got
audio from the interview that they did with Stefan before they arrested him on the 27th and 28th.
Well,
Because
a lot of that's out there. So that's why I'm trying to figure out
right, yes,
what they sent you. Maybe something that we've already know about.
I'm sure most of it
not.
is. Like even
Yeah.
if 98% of it is, it's 25 gigabytes. So we
Right.
need to like dive into it and figure out what the part is.
Like I said, I've got several PDFs on the case. I've got the 896 doc drop. I've got a 22-page PDF from one department. I've got several PDFs on this case. I've got some interviews with the parents, all these things. But I don't know
Right.
what
So
have.
you need to help me unpack this and figure out what we
Right.
have and what might be new. Are you willing
right.
to do that?
Oh yeah, I done told you I would. I definitely will. Channel donations are accepted, y'all. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I do this for fun, diving into this stuff. I'm curious to see if they sent you anything new that is not out there yet, because I know that the docket and plunder get a lot. They're on top of the docs, right? In that case, and they're constantly requesting.
Well,
new
there's
stuff.
audio files, there's video files, and I know a lot of it is already out there right now. There's PDFs, there's arrest warrant information, and all of that stuff. And I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure 99% of it is already out there, but I'm not 100% sure that 100% of what they sent me is already out there. So
right, and I
maybe we can unpack it together, and you can help me figure out what's out there and what's not.
Exactly. I'll let you know. Hey, this is already. Because I'm interested to see what they did send you. Because like I said, we've got like all the text messages that he was able to send between him and his parents, all of his commissary orders, there's all kinds of stuff on my past streams that I've done on Stearns where we've unpacked a lot of the documents that have been dropped, and so I am interested to see what they sent you, and we can get into that and take a look.
When you want to go do that? You want to go do that tonight, or do you want to save it for tomorrow morning?
Oh shit! What did I just click? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Well, we can start. We can get. I don't know. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere today. I don't even got to cook no dinner. I'm having leftover pot roast from last night. But
I'm having leftover lasagna, so I don't have to cook either.
ooh. Yeah, we'll probably meet back up in the Discord later and start looking at some of that stuff.
Y'all are making me hungry. Stop.
I know. I'm getting hungry too. I'm gonna have to go in there and heat myself up
I'm
something.
sitting here eating my McDonald's while y'all are talking.
What did you get from
Hot
it?
roast, lasagna.
I don't know what you got.
A Big Mac meal. And
Oh,
some cookies.
yeah. Nobody heard a vacuum going. I don't know. We don't know. Truth. We can't figure out the weird vacuum statement. Was she just so intoxicated that she assumed it was a vacuum? But that looks very different than a knife, doesn't it? I mean, it looks way different than a knife. Um, uh, I don't know how silent an MVAC is. I mean, I've got a lot of material on the MVAC. I even got this one guy because I research all kinds of evidence discovery type stuff, what they can use and what they use to collect evidence with, and that's kind of like my jam. I'm into that stuff. Let's see, where'd it go? Let me show you some. Let me see if this is the right thing before we head out today. Is it going to pull up? Come on now. All right, let me pull this screen back up real quick. I don't know, I don't imagine like it's a quiet machine, but it's also, if he didn't carry an MVAC into that house, he darn sure could have cleaned that car with one. And didn't we hear from one of the old room neighbors saying that this dude would be vacuuming in the middle of the night? He would vacuum his
Yep.
apartment.
The person underneath him, the woman, she was mad about it. He would vacuum at 1 a.m.
Yeah.
The only thing I have to say about the MVAC, I mean, it was designed to extract DNA or distract evidence, not clean.
Okay. Well, let's watch this.
Traditional collection methods primarily collect DNA material from the surface or top of a substrate. But when the substrate is rough, porous, or the DNA is spread over a large area, they can fail to collect sufficient levels to generate a viable profile. The MVAC system is a wet vacuum-based forensic DNA collection system that sprays a sterile solution onto any...
It's designed to pull DNA from things that you can't pull DNA from. Let me see if I can get the exact... Okay, maybe this is it. This is the guy talking about it here. Because I think this is how they found it on the sheath, to be honest with you, is using this device. Where's that guy talking about it, though? I thought I had it saved. Oh, my God. He explains it so beautifully. There was a rock that sat in an evidence locker for 17 years, and they could never extract DNA from it. The MVAC was able to extract a full profile from that rock once it was developed. It also can pull DNA off of bullets, bullet casings, brass, like a K-bar knife snap. I can't find the video. I'm going to have to find it because I really want to.
Okay, so I have questions though. If it's like a vacuum type of device, then it has to have a collection center. So if you had you just described a scenario where you have a piece of rock where they couldn't extract DNA from it. So
showing it
what were they? So what were they doing before to extract it? They were rubbing it with like Q-tip type swabs, right? And the swabs wouldn't work. So how is the collection device better than swabs? Number one. And number two, how do you know that whatever reception center that is receiving those is it doesn't have contamination from another type of collection?
Well, here's the thing. I don't think he was worried about contaminating shit. He's just trying to get DNA out of everything. All right. How does the MVAC work? It is a sterile wet vacuum. Collection solution is sprayed onto the surface while simultaneously being vacuumed off the surface. It creates a mini hurricane that loosens the DNA material, which is transferred to the collection bottle and later concentrated onto a filter. Here is a short video describing the MVAC. Well, it didn't have any sound.
Traditional
tried.
collection
know how
methods
he knows
primarily
it's
collect DNA material
Y'all
from
can
the
hear it 'cause I
surface or
can't
top
hear
it.
of a
Yeah.
And
substrate.
in the backstage.
But when the substrate is rough, porous,
What
or
the
the
hell?
DNA is
Well, I'll
spread
let it
over
play
a
for
large
y'all.
area, they can fail to collect sufficient levels to generate a viable profile. The MVAC system is a wet vacuum-based forensic DNA collection system that sprays a sterile solution onto any surface and collects the DNA material, even when the DNA is difficult to collect from the fibers, cracks, and crevices. This method has been shown to collect up to 200 times more DNA than traditional methods. The MVAC has been successful even after a traditional sample method has been tried. Every investigator knows the more quality DNA collected, the better the chances for a viable profile. With the advent of wet vacuum collection, investigators can now look at negative past results and ask, was there no DNA material on that surface? Or did the method used just not collect it? If it's the latter, then they know they need to utilize the MVAC. The MVAC system is helping investigators solve more crime through better forensic DNA collection. The MVAC can provide new life for an investigation and a better chance to solve the case.
I'm like Johnny Five.
Traditional
in Short
collection
Circuit.
methods
I
primarily
need more
collect
input.
DNA material from the
Okay, here's
surface
the
or
guy
top
when-
of a
oh, there
substrate.
he is. There he is.
But
Come
when
here,
the
buddy.
substrate is rough, porous,
to
or
hear
the
him?
DNA is spread over a large area, they can fail to collect sufficient levels to generate a viable profile.
Videos.
The MVAC system is a wet vacuum-based forensic DNA collection system
In
that
forensics,
sprays
the
a sterile
typical,
solution on
Let me pull this down. Let me get it back up.
Yeah, it just repeated the same audio.
Okay, hold on.
Well, no, the other video was still playing, even though she scrolled down and started playing the other one. It was still
Yeah.
playing.
So that would have been under this one. Let me make sure I got the right one before I pull the screen up so it'll play right. Because I want to show you what he says. Okay, let me try to do it again. Because I always wondered why this wasn't used on that damn bullet casing in Delphi. Well, I can't hear it, so you guys let me know if you can hear.
Yeah.
In forensics, the typical methods that they use to collect DNA are a swab, tape, or scraping. And the MVAC, in lieu of that, it is a vacuum system. So it's applying solution and vacuuming at the same time. That action creates turbulence on the surface, and that turbulence picks up the DNA material. So traditional devices just kind of go over the surface, whereas the MVAC, it goes down in and collects the particles, the DNA material, the cells out of the surface. About 20 years ago, there was a murder, and a rock was used in that murder. And the only thing that was found when the investigators arrived on the scene of the crime was the victim and this rock. That rock sat in an evidence locker for 17 years. At the end of that time period, with all the advances in DNA, they decided to pull the rock out and try swabbing and some of the other methods to see if they could get any DNA off of it. They got a little bit, but they did not get enough to move the case forward. It was then MVAC'd, and they found a full profile. So the perpetrator was apprehended, and he's now in jail waiting for trial.
Did that help at all? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hmm.
But yeah, go search the MVAC. All you know. I mean, there's a lot of, and that handheld one that I showed is way different than the one they're using in that lab.
Hmm.
So
You know, the creator, I think her name's Barbara Butcher. She was on
Yes.
Duty
Yeah.
Ron,
Yep.
and she talked about it because she's the one that came up
Mhm.
with the whole thing.
yes,
So
exactly.
there's probably videos on his channel about.
Well, there's videos on YouTube. There's information on Google. I've had MVAC stuff saved for quite a while because I was researching it during the Delphi case,
Hmm.
and then it's then when I heard that vacuum in the hand, I'm like, wait, what? Let me go see if they have a mini.
I mean, that is a good thought. Yeah, maybe he after he took off the suit or whatever. You know how you might kick up some stuff, so he may have just vacuumed around just to
Who
make
knows?
sure. Who knows?
You know
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think the device is a good idea, but I think that would have probably been used in the car. you know?
I agree.
Mhm.
Um, I still think that, so again, she said what, vacuum type object, right?
Yep.
And she saw this and it was like halfway dark, you
Yep.
know, for the what, second or whatever that it took for him to go past her
Mhm.
or whatever. So she didn't really see it, like
Right.
clearly.
Exactly.
I kind of still think, me personally, from my mind, if I'm the murderer, I'm not carrying something like that around and, worrying about inside the house, trying
Right.
to make sure I got all the spots that something
I
might
agree.
have dropped off. So that's
Mhm.
why I was kind of like, cordless steamer, or some sort of like a sprayer, to spray, something,
I
you
don't think
know,
if he like if I was
to
saying
destroy the DNA or whatever,
and I wasn't saying that he would. So Joy, I wasn't saying that he would like vacuum the rooms, like the doorknobs or something.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Mhm.
So the minor stuff. And it was just a thought because she says she thought she saw a vacuum in his hand, which is all weird to us, right?
Mhm.
But it could have been anything she saw in his hand. We just don't know. So we're theorizing as to what this vacuum could be and why would he carry it in? And why would you risk carrying your K-bar in your pocket and your vacuum in one hand, and then you get upstairs and you unalive two people, but you still take time to grab your vacuum and run around downstairs with it, and then it makes no sense, this vacuum thing. It really doesn't. I don't.
No, a vacuum in the hand is worth two dickies in the bush.
Yeah, I don't understand and and she's admitted it's dark. She's intoxicated. The way the bag was shaped, like someone said a second ago, it could have been the kill bag. Um,
Hmm.
Yep, that's what
that
I think it is.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and she just assumed, but was that a vacuum that dude had in his hand, you know? I mean, because she wasn't sure what was really happening, at that time. Um,
Because we've always wondered if he left the sheet behind. What did he do with the knife? Well, he probably had like a little bag or something that he put everything in.
well, he probably had it in his hand all the way out the door, to the back door, and then it just went right into the kill kit bag, and still not realizing. Did he realize at that point the sheath was gone, but he knew he still had to get out because he just seen that girl at the door?
Oh, what you just said. So when did he realize, right? Here's the thing, like you said, if he had the knife in his hand all the way out to the door, right? He dumps his stuff in his kill kit or whatever. He gets back to his apartment, right? Because I'm like, when does he notice that he doesn't have the sheet?
Mhm.
Don't you think that he was looking through his bag at his apartment
Probably.
he had to have still had stuff then to say, okay, I got this. Da, da, da. Oh, wait a minute. The sheath isn't here, you
Yep.
know?
I
So
agree.
I'm thinking that he took his stuff back to the apartment.
He
And then
probably.
that's what the 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. return
Mhm.
Mhm.
is about, because he had his collection of stuff
Yep.
and is looking, and then it's like, well, wait a minute, where's the sheet?
Yeah.
And
And doing
he might have thought, "There's no way I can get in and out of this house without being
Right.
seen in
without
daylight."
being
Hmm.
seen. Yeah, and he
People
was
are going
probably
around, like going to work and all
Mhm.
that. Hmm.
sitting there beating yourself up, about how stupid you were to do that to begin with. And do I go back in? Do I not? And then it's too risky. And then you go gallivanting around back to your apartment, and then over back to Lewiston to the grocery store, and then from 5 to 8 you're gone for 3 hours.
Yeah.
What are you
So
doing?
yeah, I don't think he threw away the knife, or
Mm,
he threw away his stuff, on that nighttime drive,
exactly, I don't either.
The bloody
to the middle
garments
of
or
nowhere,
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. That's because we've had, like I've said, we've put 2 years of thought into
Mhm.
this. This isn't something we thought about last night going, oh, well, I think this happened. We've really went through every possible scenario.
Yeah, but even with 2 years, doing it, I still think of different things like, "Oh, wait a
Exactly.
minute. Why didn't that ever occur to me?" You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And that's the part of this process with this case, because we have literally went through so many scenarios and possibilities. Okay, well, yeah, this makes sense, but this could take that off the table, right? We've done that so many times, us talking privately and stuff.
Right.
And now we are streaming, and we get to bring those conversations out with you guys as well. So there's just but we have put a lot of thought process behind it, and even tried to take BK completely off the table, right? We never set into this going, he's the killer. We didn't. Um, we tried to put other possibilities in there and other people in there, and I just can't get there. and it's not without lack of trying. That's for sure. But all right, guys. Well, with that said, I think I'm going to call it a day. I do need to
Oh,
get a
don't forget
couple
your
of.
poll.
Oh, what was my poll? Let's see, where'd it go? If I can see it from this back end on this, I'm not going to say that word again. Joe's going to say something.
Yeah, I see 35 votes.
Let me try to pull up
No.
my YouTube at the same time because it doesn't show me on this restream. I have to look at it through the YouTube. So let's see what the poll said. If I can do.
You got to look at it through your back end.
Yes, if I can remember how to do it now. Y'all don't make fun of me. If I can remember how I got there. I'm still not learning to navigate all of that back there. What? Damn it! I'm just gonna stop talking. What was I trying to find? Hold on. Oh, my poll. Oh, duh. Hold on. There we go. That stupid goal thing gets in my way up there at the top. I don't like that. Damn, I got a little button. Oh man, I can't see it. Let me try looking at it this way. Oh, where's my content button? Right there. Ah, there's something that probably does.
I mean, you can see the results if you click on it in the chat.
I can't in my from Restream. It won't let me. I can't even see it in Restream. So I'm saying I had to view it through my YouTube. So I'm trying to get that pulled up right this second to see if it'll show me here. Let me get to my thing. Get me home. Get me here.
Texas Ranger has a good point. Maybe that's how he left the sheath. He thought it was in the
Mhm.
bag or whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he thought he had it too and didn't realize until much later, and then once you realize it, do you start beating yourself up, and then trying to make decisions on what to do next. All right, let's see if it's going to let me pull this up. Why is it not letting me do this? I can't even see the stream on here. Okay, here we go. Got it. So do you agree with Judge Hippler's decision? 67% of you say that you do. Why did it close? 17% say no, and 17% say not sure. Interesting. I think most of us agree. There's going to be a lot of people that don't agree with us, right? So before I go, because you guys have been great today, there's 5 more gifts memberships. I remembered how to do it now. Yay. So Truth Exposed, Bright Will, welcome in. Sarah D. Irish, Vicky, Deb Tabe, 12 Gauge. All you guys are lead investigators now. Appreciate you all coming in and hanging out, and trying to go through the documents and the damn discussion with us, because and trying to get us not to. Let me see. Let me get down here.
Do you remember where you left off in the documents? If
I
you decide
do.
to do another show?
I do. Oh, we're gonna do another show. I do remember where we left off. We were on we had started the next doc. We were still on the Frank's motion hearing thing. Yeah. Were we at page 11, weren't we?
Somewhere in with her statements.
Yeah.
I don't think we got all the way through it, but yeah.
Didn't. I'll mark it. And we can we'll go back at it tomorrow after Joe's live. I will come back on and do another live, because I'm home all day. I've got nothing else to do. Well, I've got some things to do here in my house, but I usually get those things done early in the morning, and then I can be here with you guys all day. And my son and my grandson come in around 4 or 5, and I always try to wrap things up before they get in. We have dinner and stuff like that. But I may even come back in tonight. You never know. But I kind of need to work with Joe on some of that stuff he's got too, to look at. So we'll figure it out. If I don't come back live tonight to finish going over the documents, we will go back live tomorrow. kind of late morning and jump back into the document because I do want to complete at least the ones that are there and that we haven't reviewed yet, because there is a lot of good information in those documents. And I want to take some serious notes on some of it too, so I don't forget a lot of the stuff that we read through. Um, chilling till 4:30. What you got till 4:30, dude? Are you going live tonight, 12 gauge? Um, oh, you're welcome for the memberships, guys. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with us and wanting to be a part of the discussion and appreciating the discussion. It means a lot. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna go for the day and call it a day, so I can get busy and do my things, and then I got to get up and later and get some more work done for the channel. So again, thank you all for coming in. Welcome to all you new members. Donnie only with wooden wings. What did Donnie say now? What about what are y'all talking about? I'm lost in the conversation, so I'm not even going to try to figure it out. All right, guys. Well, you guys have a great afternoon. I'm going to upload my suspect vehicle 1 video and see how many people I can make mad with it. That was a joke. Bad joke. But again, thank you, Dolphin, for coming in. Firefly, Joe, as always. I appreciate you guys
You're welcome.
and going through this with us. We do have a lot left we can bring to you guys as far as Idaho 4 content and different things. So we'll be putting together some more shows. And I do want to host another Members Live now that we got some more of you in here as well. And we'll be working on that and getting that down. So again, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it. Everybody, have a great afternoon.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to